values, truth, liberty, and God. We stand for American values and our flag. We believe that the Constitution is a document that fortifies rights already given to us by our Creator. We will not apologize for our love of God and country, ever. We are Right America Media.
You know, folks, it is truly an amazing time to be alive. It is an amazing time to be an American in this country. And I hope you are taking some time to really relish this moment. Trump is, a once in a lifetime type of political figure. And he won't be here forever. But I'm just telling you, I'm sitting here. I'm 38 years old. I've been following politics for a while now. I've always been relatively engaged, which is why I'm here now doing what I'm doing. And I cannot think of a time in my life where I was having more fun doing this, more fun being an American, more fun talking to you. It's just beautiful. And the latest thing that you just have to, again, relish is Donald Trump and his administration, oftentimes intentionally, and sometimes it's totally unintended, but just playing the left and exposing them in all of their glorious Marxist, mentality. What frauds there? And the latest thing is this, Democrats, what do they say in the past after every mass shooting? We got to get the guns out of the hands of America. It's the guns. We got to get guns out of the hands of law-abiding American citizens. We got to get Drew Allen's gun. We got to get your gun. No guns. We got to ban guns if it saves one life, right? If it saves one life, we're going to ban all the guns. Okay. So the Trump DOJ puts out a story. Okay. Well, we are mulling, banning transgender people from getting guns. And the left says, no, suddenly they're clutching their pearls. They are the firmest, staunchest Second Amendment advocates on the planet. They're all rushing to donate to the NRA. I kid you not. I mean, this is amazing. I'm going to get into my personal opinion of this, but the first thing to address is just the beauty of these Democrats suddenly becoming, pro Second Amendment. They love guns now for years and years and years, if not decades. They've told us we need common sense gun control. They pushed bans, they pushed buybacks, they pushed, background checks, all kinds of restrictions, but bans in particular. And the second the Justice Department, the Trump Justice Department, considers banning transgender identifying people from owning firearms, suddenly they're clutching the Constitution like it is scripture. So if you didn't hear about this is Drew Allen, by the way, your millennial minister of truth. It's good to be with you. I know this is the second show we've done live this week, and I am having more fun, as Rush would say, than I should be allowed to have. But senior officials at the U.S. Department of Justice, in light of the most recent mass shooting at the school where those children were en masse by a trans individual, well, senior officials at the U.S. Department of Justice have held multiple meetings in recent days to consider a possible federal ban of transgendered individuals from owning firearms. Well, I mean, this is common sense gun control. Now, let me just say this off the bat so you kind of understand where I'm going. I don't want to mislead you. This may be a common sense gun control, but it's certainly not constitutional. But I'll get into that in a minute. There's two things here. One, there's the political strategic brilliance of this proposal because of how it's exposing the left. And then there's the realistic implication, which I'll get into in a minute. So I don't actually support this, but I do support insofar as it is exposing the frauds that are, Democrats and the left. Now, listen to this statement from GLAAD, right? The gay, lesbian, blah, advocate, whatever. glad. Instead of actual solutions, the administration is again choosing to scapegoat and target a small and vulnerable population. Everyone deserves to be themselves, be safe, and be free from violence and discrimination. CNN called it a dramatic escalation of Trump's fight against the rights of transgender Americans. There is no more privileged group of people in the world than the quote unquote transgender community in America. The Democrats, after mass shootings, will typically propose wide bans that affect everyone that's law abiding. And in this case, the DOJ is saying, hey, let's just focus on the transgender community, because you're exactly right, Democrats. They are a tiny percentage, tiny fraction of the population, and yet they're responsible for a disproportionate amount of violence, targeting young children, Christians at school, for example. Now, the left, let's just be clear, they want to take your gun. They want to take my gun. They hate the Second Amendment. Guns are always the problem, right? And so the DOJ comes in, and now they're clutching their pearls. Now, the only people who logically should be cheering this possible move by the Trump DOJ, if they really believe their own rhetoric about saving lives, is the left. Where's the, if it saves one life, if it just saves one, where's that crowd right now? NRA members, apparently. Left-wing NRA members. They found their inner gun right absolutist. And, I got to say, I really miss Joy Reid right now. I know, I can't believe I'm saying that, but I really miss her commentary. I would love to hear her blaming, Chick-fil-A sandwiches or something like that at this moment. So Jane Fleming Klebe, who's the vice chair of the Democratic National Committee, he said this: so Republicans don't care about the Second Amendment. They are totally fine with folks that have domestic abuse and severe mental illness to have guns, but folks who are transgender, that's a hard line for them. Hey, Jane Fleming Klebe, the argument is that these transgender individuals do in fact suffer from severe mental illness. That's the whole point. They just can't get anything right. I do want to go through some of these mass shootings involving transgender individuals for a minute, because actually, I'm making light of the Democrat reaction to this, but it's a very serious thing in the country, and I do want to address it seriously with actual solutions. And me, I don't pull any punches when it comes to this stuff. You know where I stand. There is no sharper critic of transgenderism than me. And, if you want evidence, go back and listen to a couple shows ago when I discussed the most recent mass shooting by a trans individual. Got a lot of hate from that, and I loved it. So, mate, you're doing something wrong in your life if you're not exacting the hatred of corrupt, morally defunct individuals. So I take pride in that. So Minneapolis, right? That's the most recent one, just this past week. A 23-year-old trans-identifying individual, Robin Westman, it's a man, okay? It's a biological male, opened fire during a school mass at Annunciation Catholic Church. Over 100 rounds were fired. 2 children, ages 8 and 10, were killed. 18 others were wounded before the shooter took their own life. Go back to Nashville in 2023. Audrey Hale, a biological female who identified as a male, stormed into Covenant Christian and killed 6 people, 3 staff members and 3 9-year-old children. Aberdeen, Maryland, 2018. Do you remember this one? Snokia Mosley, a biological female identifying as a male, opened fire at a Rite Aid distribution center, killing 3 coworkers before dying by suicide. So these are not isolated events. And I'll repeat again, it's not just that they're transgender individuals. It's that these are mentally ill people, and transgenderism is the poison that has been given to those who are already susceptible to these problems to push them over the edge. Now, what is the actual root cause of this? Transgender mental illness, it's just one part of the puzzle. It's one thing. And this is something, by the way, that has been introduced by the left. Now, I have joked in the past, by the way, if you've been listening to this show for any length of time, you've heard me respond to the left with their hysteria and their absurd common sense, which are ridiculous, ineffective gun control measures they propose every single time, which has one aim, which is to disarm the American public, the law-abiding citizen, to go after us for the crimes of the criminal. I've said, if you really wanted to solve crime and mass shootings in this country, you would just ban the Democrat Party. Banning the Democrat Party would be an instant fix for much of this. I mean, look, there's no argument that mass shootings and violent crime have not gone up over the decades. And it's very obvious why that's happening. The corrosion of society, the corrosion of morality, all of these sorts of things. And which ideology is behind all of it? It's the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party is ultimately the root of a majority of the problems in America. And I'll get into that with more examples in just a minute. And I'm not sitting here, spitting, Joy Reid style, talking points. This is just a reality. And one of the issues is, one of my problems, actually, it's not a problem. I mean, I'm celebrating whether it's intentional or unintentional, I'm celebrating the strategic maneuvering of this, DOJ mulling a ban on transgender people having guns because of it exposing the left for the frauds that they are. But, one of my issues is, I have for years and years and years been discussing this transgender issue from a perspective of a mental health crisis. And that's exactly what it is. You can come at me with your emotional gobbledygook if you're a lefty all day long, but you're wrong and I'm right. And I remember, I started, shortly before I started the Drew Allen Show, before I became a A-list publicist for people like Tulsi Gabbard and Charlie Kirk and all these people. I mean, a long list of people that I've done, PR for. I was a pundit, so I had a publicist, and I was going on radio and TV early in my career and discussing these issues. Like when you turn on the radio and you hear a guest, or you watch Fox News and you see a guest. I mean, that's what I was doing. I still do that. I just don't have as much free time to do it now. But I don't remember the specific issue. It was several years ago, but we were discussing transgenderism. And I made the point on a radio show that, hey, you know what? We really need to start talking about transgenderism as a mental illness, because that's what it is. And this host, who was not a lefty, I don't remember who the host was, but this host just excoriated me on air. He pushed back. He condemned me for even suggesting that transgenderism was a mental illness. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If you're somebody who wants to chop off your pee-pee, that used to be mutilation. That used to be a form of torture. But you want to do that, and you want to tell me that's a mentally sound person, you're out of your damn mind. And this is part of the problem. We've allowed the left to beat us down, to try and take the moral high ground, to gaslight us, and to make us fearful of speaking the truth. And that is a lot of the reason we're in that we are experiencing a lot of these problems today. It's because of cowardice, and that has changed, and it's changed in large part because of Donald Trump and the way he does not, bend the knee to liberal hysteria, to their attacks, and so on and so forth. And that's what we have to be and do. Now, the trans agenda, I want to be clear, should be completely dismantled. This is separate from what we're talking about with the DOJ. I'm telling you what needs to happen. The trans agenda must be completely dismantled. The trans identity in this country has been elevated to an absolutely inappropriate pedestal. We are told that it deserves unquestioned celebration, special protections, absolute deference. And the truth is, pro-trans is not compassion. It is enabling mental illness. And if that offends you, I don't care. Too bad. As they say, facts don't care about your feelings. And, Democrats and activists have not just normalized this trans ideology. They have glorified it. They have turned it into, a virtue signal, yes. But even a step further, what's so disgusting and reprehensible is that they've targeted children with this ideology, grooming them with drag shows, grooming them with school curricula, with TikTok propaganda to question their own bodies and declare themselves trans. This is not acceptance, okay? This is recruitment. This is like what Islamist jihadists do. And that's why it's called the trans mafia. And look, this is beyond a very small portion of the society that in the past would have suffered from this specific mental illness, gender dysphoria, that goes so far that they feel trapped in the wrong body or whatever else. Obviously, the rational, compassionate thing to do is to give this person mental help. That, you are not trapped in the wrong body. You are exactly who God wants you to be. Let's work through this and figure it out, because you were never going to see light at the end of this tunnel. You go down this tunnel where you're a man who wants to become a woman, or a woman who wants to become a man. You're never going to realize that dream. And this is what's so sick. The Democrats have gone so far to suggest that, men can have babies and so on and so forth. I mean, it is the most mentally ill thing that has persisted in any society that I can even recall. And so, at its core, this trans agenda, it's anti-Christian, it's anti-God, it's anti-human, frankly. It denies the truth of creation. It mocks the natural order. And it is not love. It is cruelty in its purest form, because it traps confused kids in particular in a lie, and it pushes them toward irreversible damage. And the Democrats are all for that. Targeting the youngest and most vulnerable among us. And until recently, you weren't allowed to talk about it. And but I want to be clear. I mean, we can't afford to miss the plot here. And this is where I'm going to come in a little bit critical of the DOJ thing here. The root cause needs to be addressed. If you're going to suggest a ban for, on trans individuals having guns because of this, you could go and apply that elsewhere. Firstly, it would not pass constitutional muster. It just wouldn't. And at the end of the day, the trans thing in itself isn't the underlying issue. These children aren't quote unquote trans. Like I said, they're recruited to this. I mean, it's a radical ideology. And you didn't have a trans issue in the past. It's only recent that this has become a thing. Now there's money involved. The same way Big Pharma, I don't know. I'm going to get into the RFK Jr. Senate hearing in a minute, because he just skewered the left. I mean, I bet Republicans and Democrats alike who are taking Big Pharma money, I bet they all are regretting the day that they had RFK Jr. come in there to a Senate hearing, because anybody who watches that Senate hearing, and I'll play a bunch of clips for it in a little bit, anybody who watches that Senate hearing, their eyes are going to be open to the fallacy of the vaccine argument. So, look, look, this is a leftist kind of approach. Okay, we're going to, ban trans people from having guns. This is truly common sense gun control, but it's not common sense. When you have to address and deal with the hard issues, and those issues are the cultural rot, the breakdown of the nuclear family, the glorification of chaos, the mental health crisis. So, that's what needs to be done. When you hear common sense gun control, I want you to tell yourself nonsense gun control, because that's what we're really talking about here. Because it never actually addresses the problems. Somebody who's intent upon committing a crime, you can say, oh, you can't, look, you ban transgender people from having guns. I mean, you ban plenty of people from having guns, criminals from having guns, underage people from having guns, and they find a way to get a gun because they're intent on exacting evil in this world, because they're so broken as human beings. And the left is what drives most of this. I want you to think about the left. I want you to think about the Democrat Party and what they campaign on, what they speak about. The left does not run on ideas. They do not run on ideas. The left runs on hatred. That is the left's fuel. I want you to look and think about every campaign ad, every speech, every talking head on CNN, on MSNBC, which is having a name change, It's always about one thing: who you're supposed to hate. Hate Trump, hate MAGA, hate conservatives. They do not sell any solutions. They don't present any solutions. They just sell enemies. And it's easy. I mean, hatred is cheap and it's renewable. And, it never runs out. If the economy is in shambles, what do? If gas prices are through the roof, what do? If the border is wide open and a criminal illegal kills some innocent girl who's jogging, what do? They don't want you talking about that. So instead, they distract you with a fear campaign. Republicans are coming for your rights. Trump is going to end democracy. The Supreme Court wants to drag us back to the dark ages. You've heard these things. This is all they have. And they divide the country into the oppressor and the oppressed. That's all they have. If you question the narrative, you're not just wrong. You're what? You're a racist. You're xenophobic. You're a transphobe or worse. Here I am talking seriously about the trans issue because I actually love people. And I want there to be healing. I want people to find happiness. I want people to find love. I want people, that's compassion. That's what I want. But, oh, you're a transphobe for calling, transgenderism a mental illness. No, I'm not. I brought up this many times. Bulimia, anorexia. Am I, anorexic phobe? Because I want people to have healthy bodies and a healthy mentality about their self. So, there's not room for debate with the left. It's just replaced with these outrage mobs. It's replaced with, cancellation campaigns. But the truth is, hatred is a political narcotic. And that's what so many on the left are addicted to. It feels good for a moment, but it doesn't build anything. It doesn't fix the border. It doesn't fix the economy. It doesn't lower the price of food. It doesn't make our streets safer. It just gets people angry enough to pull the lever for these same politicians who are responsible for this disaster to begin with. Hatred is not leadership, folks. Hatred is manipulation, pure and simple. And, until more Americans wake up to how the left has been weaponizing this hatred, this country is going to stay divided. And it's not going to stay divided because of Trump or because of Republicans or because of, MAGA. It's not because of conservative. It's because the left needs division to survive. This is what you have to understand about the left. I mean, their strategy is dependent upon this. I'll get into, I don't know what, let me do this first because I really want to take my time on this today. And, God bless you all. I'm really thankful that you're here with me today. And then I'm here with you. I'm not going to go for two and a half hours here, but I'm fortunate because of the way this show is done. I don't have to stick to exactly 56 minutes and so on and so forth. I can go a little long if people are still with me, and I can read a room even if I don't see you. But I want to talk about something else related to the trans issue. And because it's not, trans obviously is not the only, group out there that is responsible for mass shootings and violence. And look, we talk about mass shootings because of how awful it is. A mass shooting, depending on, whose metrics we're using, it's 4 or 5 more people shot. They don't have to be killed, but that's a mass shooting. And the left plays with that all the time. But, more people are killed. Oh, I just want to interrupt myself because I got the comments up. David Sassoon, how can one have watched that Senate hearing and conclude RFK Jr. humiliated an army of big pharma stooges? Seriously. I can't wait to get to your question, David. Do not tune out. Do not tune out. I'll play the clips and you can decide for yourself. If you're not delusional and deranged, you will see exactly what I'm talking about. But anyway, look, let's talk about other crime. Because while mass shootings are horrific, predominantly because of the way they're conducted, right? Somebody targeting a school, children, the most vulnerable amongst us. It's horrific. But obviously more people in this country die, not from mass shootings, but from just non-mass shootings, violence. Black communities in America. I want to talk about this because this is one of those things that we're not allowed to talk about. Black communities in America, which obviously make up a disproportionate amount of crime. These communities were hijacked in this country a long time ago. what we call, black culture today is not organic. As a matter of fact, if you go back in history before the Democrat got its hands all over the black community and took ownership of them, put them back on the Democrat plantation after they got free, the black communities were some of the most remarkable communities in this country. Um, just stellar in every way, even despite the obstacles that they did have to overcome. But these were communities that were somehow managed to flourish even amidst Democrat racism in America. And so black culture today, it's been twisted, it's been manipulated, it's packaged into something dangerous in a lot of the communities. And instead of lifting people up, right, it celebrates the very things that are going to tear them down. And those are straight from the Democrat Party and their strategy. Think about this. Fatherless homes are treated like normal, even though we know for a fact that the absence of a father, the absence of fathers, is one of the biggest drivers of poverty, one of the biggest drivers of crime and broken families. And the music industry has done what? It's glorified drugs, it's glorified violence, it's glorified, the degradation of women, and it sells this as empowerment. Hollywood, corporate America, they pour billions of dollars, have poured billions of dollars into pushing these images. Because what? Chaos, dependency, these keep people voting the same way every 2 or 4 years. And the tragedy, like I was getting at, is that this is not the true legacy of Black America. The real legacy of Black America is faith, it's resilience, it's family, it's contribution. And that story has been totally buried under a culture of vices. And it's so sad to me. When a culture teaches young men to idolize gangsters instead of fathers, and young women to value attention over family, that's not liberation. That's enslavement with a new name. And this did not happen by accident. I have to, reinforce. It is deliberate and it is political, and it's coming from the Democrat Party. And until we call it what it is, the cycle is going to keep destroying these lives. It's going to keep destroying them while the very people responsible for it keep cashing in. And so when I talk about this, I'm not anti-Black, obviously. I just expressed in, 2 minutes more appreciation and love for Black people than any Democrat out there, politician, has done in their entire lifetime. But, victimhood has replaced victory. Dependency has replaced dignity. And, until we break that cycle, these very communities that once embodied strength, they're going to remain trapped in weakness. Manufactured for what? For someone else's political game. And it's sickening to me. Black communities in this country have been totally robbed of confidence, of opportunity, of hope, of the very belief, that they can control their own destiny. And that is so pertinent to the American dream. Belief that you control your own destiny to some degree. And, victimhood's replaced responsibility. And what do you get? What's the result of that? It's despair, plain and simple. All right, I'm going to finish up with this in just a second. But first, are you ready to move more easily and independently without pain or stiffness holding you back? Do you want to look in the mirror and see Joe Biden, or do you want to see a plump, hydrated glow instead of more fine lines and wrinkles? Discover Native Path Collagen. You've heard me talk about this. It's made with only type 1 and 3 collagen fibers, the 2 most important types that make up 90% of the collagen in your body. It's found everywhere. Your cartilage, your bones, your skin, your hair, your nails, your gut. And these 2 types in particular, 1 and 3, provide maximum benefits. Now, Native Path Collagen is a single ingredient formula with no fillers, no additives, no artificial sweeteners. Plus, it is third-party tested for heavy metals, ensuring purity and safety. It's completely flavorless. It is its peptide formula makes it bioavailable. That means it doesn't clump. It mixes easily. And they offer amazing bundle deals. You can get 3 or 6 packs at a fraction of the price of other brands. So you can go to getnativepath.com/daily clout. Um, okay, let's see. I want to get to this in just a second. You know what? Let's switch gears for a minute. I want to cover the RFK Jr. Senate hearing, David Sassoon. I don't know if he's antagonistic or if he's open-minded, but I'm looking forward to it. Let's get into it because I've got a lot of clips to play. And then I've got some clips too of Democrats. You know, they're not shy anymore about coming out. To your point, Jenny Dumond, you know, they're not shy really about even admitting this. Jenny left a comment about what I'm saying consistent with the leftist globalist ideology of depopulation destroying our country. And I'm thankful for you, Jenny, that you have faith that God wins too. But I want to address some of this stuff. Let's how do I want to start with this first? So, you know, RFK Jr.'s performance was absolutely brilliant. He walked in there with every possible disadvantage. I mean, obviously he knew the media was going to smear him. As a conspiracy theorist, you know, the political class obviously was eager to dismiss him. Big Pharma's influence was, you know, lurking in the room, in the background. And in spite of all of this, you know, I hope that, you know, look, I don't agree with RFK Jr. on everything. You know, the measure of respect and admiration doesn't have to be agreement with every single position. But I am, and I mean, you know, I never imagined that I would be a champion of RFK Jr. I never imagined in my life. And, you know, the COVID stuff and these last years have really brought out a lot of heroes. And a hero to me is somebody who's willing to say the truth. You know, even when they know it's, of course, going to be unpopular. But, you know, it's not unpopular what RFK Jr. is saying with the people that matter, with the American public. It's unpopular with a bunch of crooks. And RFK Jr., I mean, he cut through with facts, with history, with actual common sense. And he didn't just challenge the status quo. He exposed it. He exposed it. And it was how he said it. He kept his cool and so on and so forth. So, all right. And look, Ross goes critical, but, you know, look, I let me explain something to you all personally. I live in the state of California. If you're just tuning in for the first time, you cannot live as a regular citizen in this state unless you are vaccinated. This state has eliminated all exemptions for vaccines. And I want to tell you how they do this in California too. There are no religious exemptions anymore. And there are not even exemptions really for health reasons. Now, the way California does this, you know, I talked to a doctor about this the other day in California, one of my former clients. Get this. So a doctor is given 5 exemptions in their lifetime practice. Not religious, those don't exist anymore, but like if kids have autoimmune disease or legitimate reasons that, you know, I'll get into it. If they have legitimate reasons, you know, obviously health reasons for not getting vaccinated, that doctor still only gets 5 exemptions they can hand out. Ever. Not in a year, ever. And if they give one exemption, the state of California will audit their business for the rest of their life. So, you know, it's Nazi Germany here in California. So this vaccine issue was never an issue for me until I had children. And I had children after the COVID revelations. I will be the first to tell you and admit to you that I was not ever skeptical of vaccines until the COVID vaccine. I implicitly trusted the medical establishment because I thought, you know, doctors are great people. You know, they swear an oath to do no harm. You know, these people are revered in society, these doctors. And many of them are angry now that they don't have this respect anymore, but respect has to be earned, and they have not earned the respect. They have done the opposite. And I'm not attacking all doctors out there. There are many champions out there. Jay Bashara, for example, came out and he said, the route we need to go here is that these vaccines should all be voluntary. And one of the most striking things I pointed out on the last episode of the Drew Allen Show a couple days ago was that as it has become less necessary to have vaccines, right? As the danger has all but disappeared and been eliminated for most of these viruses and diseases, the number of vaccines required has gone up. And anybody with a thinking, rational brain understands that something is off. But anyway, I want to get into some of this stuff. First off, I want to play RFK Jr. I don't know if I'll play the whole minute 46-second clip, but here is the beautiful background he gives, speaking for the American people who have experienced, all of us in 2020, the crimes against this country done in the name of COVID. Listen to this.
Do you believe COVID-19 was politicized?
Yeah, the whole process was politicized. Senator, I mean, we were lied to about everything. We were lied to about natural immunity. We were lied to about, we were told again and again the vaccines would prevent transmission, they prevent infection. It wasn't true. They knew it from the start it wasn't true because that's what the animal studies and the clinical trials showed. We were told that there was science behind cloth masks. The CDC allowed the teachers union to write the order closing our schools, which hurt working people all over the country, and then pretend it was science-based. All of these issues, and then I can show you, like, for example, Chairman Wyden was talking about me politicizing ACIP. During COVID, probably the most famous scientist on ACIP was Martin Kulldorff from Harvard, the great world-renowned epidemiologist and vaccinologist. And he criticized the COVID booster mandates. They ejected him from COVID because he wasn't in the orthodoxy. The two biggest health officials at FDA during COVID, Dr. Gruber and Dr. Krause, criticized the Biden mandates, vaccine mandates. President Biden said in August, I would never take that vaccine, the Trump vaccine. And he came in, he mandated it, and then he fired the two top health officials at FDA who said, hey, this thing has not been properly tested.
Man. Powerful stuff. And everything he said there was absolutely true. Absolutely true. He came to that room with facts. And how dare these people who perpetrated this crime against the American public, how dare these people that lied to us and betrayed our trust, how dare they lecture us about anything related to medicine, about anything related to these vaccines anymore? You did that. Have any of these mother-you-know-what apologized? Have any of them come out and said, I'm sorry that I lied to you. I am going to do whatever it takes to earn back your trust. I made a mistake. Has one person said that to you and me over COVID? Has anyone apologized for your kid not having a normal school year and graduating? Has anyone apologized for any of those things? No, not a single one of them. So I despise all of the people in this room that are going at RFK Jr. because RFK Jr., whether you like him all the time or not, he sat in that room as a representative of you and me. And boy, did he rip their faces off. Politely. Here's another one.
About anything you've done or plans to change it. And my last comment is, I hope that you will tell the American people how many preventable child deaths are an acceptable sacrifice for enacting an agenda that I think is fundamentally cruel and defies common sense. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do I got a reply? Or, Senator, you've sat in that chair for how long? 20, 25 years, while the chronic disease in our children went up to 76%. And you said nothing. You never asked the question why it's happening. Why is this happening? Today, for the first time in 20 years, we learned that infant mortality has increased in our country. It's not because I came in here. It's because of what happened during the Biden administration that we're going to end.
I'm going to let Senator Wyden respond.
God bless you, RFK Jr. God bless you, RFK Jr. Now, I want to play another clip here. This is Bernie Sanders here. I mean, so most of these people in Congress, I think Pocahontas has taken nearly $1 million from Big Pharma. By the way, all you people out there, I shouldn't do this. All you people out there that are obsessed with Jews and Israel and AIPAC, I'd like to hear you speaking up on the Big Pharma companies here and what they've done too. Don't be quiet now. I know you hate the Jews. I know we got a problem with AIPAC, but let's not forget about Big Pharma now. Listen to Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders just basically attack his own colleagues. Watch this exchange.
Every single Republican, I don't mean to be political here, Mr. Chairman, has received PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry. Are they all corrupt as well?
And I'm telling you, the American Heart Association has been co-opted by the food
Everybody
industry.
but you, Senator. But you know what? When you ran for president, we have a corrupt campaign finance system. Maybe you will agree with me on that. Okay, you were already president. You got a billionaire behind it. You received $300,000 from people, not from the industry, people in it, as I did, from individuals. You corrupt. President Trump got $3 million. Every Republican got corporate PAC money for the pharmaceutical industry. Democrats as well. Everybody is corrupt. But you? Is that what we're looking at? I don't think so. And I think the issue now...
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, I think you do know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The issue is every time anyone disagrees with you...
Are you saying the pharmaceutical industry was supporting my presidential campaign?
I'm saying...
I don't think so.
I'm not saying that.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. So anyway, I'm just giving you a taste of what happened in that room. Let me see if I've got another clip here I want to play. So here's one more. I want to play this for you.
Yes, Senator, this morning I got the latest numbers from CDC that 76.4% of Americans now have a chronic disease. This is stunning. When my uncle was president, it was 11%. 1950, it was 3%. Today, it's 76.4%. 8 out of 10 of our kids cannot qualify for military service. This is a national security issue. When my uncle was president, we spent 0 on chronic disease. Today, we spend $1.3 trillion. It's the biggest cause. It's increasing. And all of the arguments that Republicans and Democrats have about single-payer, Obamacare, or with the various ways to allocate the health dollars, they're all like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. If we don't end this chronic disease, we are the sickest country in the world. That's why we have to fire people at CDC. They did not do their job. This was...
I mean, it's just incredible. This issue... I saw a Sum poll recently, and support, basically this blind support for vaccines is down to like close to 50% now. I mean, I think several years ago it was up like 84%. And I told you again, because I think it's important to acknowledge and tell you that I was somebody who years ago would have called RFK Jr. a lunatic. And so my point is, I think here's what I want to say to you all, because, you're all heroes. You're all capable of influence. I've always said that, some of the greatest proponents of movements in history are people who once were against them. So Ronald Reagan was a Democrat. Okay. You could say something similar about Trump, but, look at the Bible. If you're a Christian, Saul, who persecuted Christians, became Paul. And obviously, we would not have Christianity like it is today without Paul's influence. And, I've always been, conservative minded, even though I always lived in liberal circles. So I could never claim that I came from the dark side to become a, more or less, conservative commentator. But I can say to you that when it comes to the vaccine issue, I'm a convert. I'm a convert. I thought I was a lunatic years ago. And then my eyes were opened with COVID, like so many of yours. And it's outrageous. But, this is an important issue to me because I live in a state where, Gavin Newsom and Democrats want to force vaccinate my children, or they can't participate in society. They can't go to school. They can't do many things. And it's absolutely sickening to me. And it's absolutely dangerous. And it should be the parent's choice. Absolutely be the parent's choice. You know, and you know, it's funny. I always hear these Democrats, they come up, well, you know, we got a measles outbreak now. You know what I mean? Measles that we eradicated a long time ago. Why do we have a measles issue now in New York City? Why do we have a measles issue now in downtown Los Angeles? Gee, why is that? Because of your policies. You imported a bunch of people from third world countries and brought measles back to the United States of America. That's why. Oh, yeah, they're like the measles vaccine again. It's so ridiculous, too, because these diseases that we're talking about, you know, it's very simple. And I got to credit my wife, by the way, who is brilliant, who is an expert in all of this, because she loves our children so much that she has become an expert and read every book and researched. And she's a health nut in the best possible way. She is a large contributor to the reason I am the way I am today as well. And I have had the privilege of working with many of these great doctors, legitimate doctors, who were leaders in this movement. And so I thank God that I encountered all of this information. But, you know, you have to weigh, you know, the danger. Why would you, if there is a risk, you know, that, you know, your child could face harm because of a vaccine, and if that harm outweighs the danger of the disease itself, why would you take the risk and roll the dice and give the person the vaccine? Measles isn't killing everyone. Polio's not here anymore. And of course, look, I get it too, you know, the whole natural immunity argument and things like that. But the point is, you don't need these things. You know, I talked about this the other day. You know, for those of you who've been through this recently, I have two kids, one's 2.5, one's 8 months old. So I've been through this twice. The child comes out and immediately they want to jab my daughters with a hepatitis B vaccine. My wife isn't shooting up heroin. She doesn't have hepatitis B. Why would I give my child a vaccine? And when I hear these doctors, well, you know, at daycare one day, there could be a kid in the class whose mom gave their child hepatitis B, and they could, they could slip on the floor and there could be glass beneath them and their blood could all mix, and then your kid could get a hepatitis B. Go after yourself. All right. So anyway, that's kind of the point here. I don't know. I hope whoever it was, you know, was saying, how can you say this about the thing? Yeah, actually, let me play this too, because I want to make this point again. I've said to you dozens of times on this show, just because someone is a senator or a congressman, just because someone is a surgeon, these people are not more important than you. They're not smarter than you necessarily. And in most cases, they're not. In our case, as citizens here, you listening to me right now, me talking to you, we are being ruled by our inferiors. The dumbest people, the least qualified people in the country are trying to tell us what to do. And I'll give you a case in point here. Listen to this exchange from this guy who is nothing short of an retard. Listen to him trying to criticize and, you know, really jab RFK Jr. This is a Democrat from New Mexico.
Look, two young ladies in Las Cruces, New Mexico at a town hall recently gave me this starfish pin. I was going to give it to you today, but after your questioning today, I don't think you deserve it, because what this represents is to remember that every one of us can make a difference, sir, to something as small as a starfish on a beach that maybe got washed up, you throw it back in the ocean. You might not save them all, but you can save one. I'm sorry that you're not worthy of this nice little pin, sir, as a nice reminder. I'm going to pray for you, Secretary Kennedy. I hope we do better. I want you to do better.
I mean, that's one of the dumbest people I've ever heard talk in my life. You know, they give me this little starfish thing in New Mexico, and you know what it represents? The tiniest little thing does amazing. And I was going to give you this little gold star today, RFK Jr. I was going to give you the gold star. Now I am not giving you a gold star. What are you, a kindergartner? You moron? Unbelievable. So anyway, that's the gist there. Let me finish the RFK Jr. thing like this for a minute. RFK Jr. is such a lunatic. This guy has no business being in that position. Let's see who the Democrats, who his predecessor was under Joe Biden, shall we?
What would you say to folks who think that they're being reasonable by saying, why can't children just wait till they're 18?
Adolescence is hard and puberty is hard. What if you're going through the wrong puberty? What if you inside feel that you are female, but now you're going through a male puberty?
The argument is, well, they're too young to know.
I want to make it clear that for prepubertal children, there are no medical procedures done. The standard of care allows them to explore that with therapy. Well, gender-affirming care is medical care. Gender-affirming care is mental health care.
So that's the guy we should listen to in the past. That guy was qualified who was saying that, we need more transgenderism in this country. We need to go and chop off as many 8-year-old PPs as we can and chop off their breasts and get them on these hormone therapies so they can change their gender. It's gender affirming care. No, it's gender denying care, you demon. So, Democrats have no credibility to talk about really any issue at all anymore based on their past performance and support. So that's their champion of health in America. Yes, let's cut off Johnny's pee-pee. That's gender-affirming care. Yeah, and let's jab them with 6,000 vaccines, okay? Incredible. Incredible. All right. Are you and your partner struggling to conceive? Serious question. If you took the COVID vaccine, there is a cause for concern, and you are not alone. You heard me talk about this in recent weeks. A recent study led by Danish researcher Dr. Becky Minichi analyzed birth data from women aged 18 to 39 over a 2-year period starting in 2021. And these findings suggest a significant decrease in birth rates among vaccinated women, with data indicating a reduction in egg count by nearly 60%. Since 2021, fertility rates have significantly declined in many regions around the world. The wellness company has created the 3-in-1 Ultimate Spike Detox, crafted with 100% natural ingredients, specifically designed to help your body clear harmful spike proteins, reduce inflammation, and support overall health. Do not wait. Experience the only formula approved by Dr. McCullough, a top freedom-fighting doctor who risked it all. Head to dailyclouthealth.com, use code dailyclout to get 10% off plus free shipping. All right. Let's a couple things here. I want to play a couple of clips of the Democrats just coming out and saying the quiet part out loud. And I want to talk about the Constitution. And I want to talk about this argument about the National Guard and going to these Democrat sanctuary cities and others and carrying out deportations, et cetera. Because look, it's fine to feel a certain way and have confidence about, how you feel and what you support. But it's important to ground our beliefs, because we're not on the left, in truth, in the Constitution, and not be like them. So let's just do a quick, intro to the Constitution here. What is it that makes our Constitution so unique in all world history? It is what? The fact that it establishes a relationship between the government and the governed that puts us in charge. It states explicitly, right, that our rights come from God, not from the government. Right? Everyone on the same page? We got that's like Constitution 101. We the people, right? Well, here's Tim Kaine, Democrat senator. Listen to him.
The notion that rights don't come from laws and don't come from the government, but come from the creator, that's what the Iranian government believes. It's a theocratic regime that bases its rule on Shia law and targets Sunnis, Baha'is, Jews, Christians, and other religious minorities. And they do it because they believe that they understand what natural rights are from their creator. So the statement that our rights do not come from our laws or our governments is extremely troubling.
What? Excuse me? It's our Constitution is troubling? You see, these people are tyrants. These people, whether they admit it nominally or not, are communists and Marxists. They reject our founding documents because they believe that they are superior to us. Unbelievable. Now, listen to this other brain trust. I mean, I just, oh man, it's just, you know what I would encourage you all to do? Start thinking about politics. Start thinking about running for stuff. Start becoming activists in your community because, you know, the only thing, one of the things preventing us is that, you know, the good people in society are busy doing other things besides running for office and having political power. But this Democrat Congress pronoun is what you get when good people do nothing.
Thank you, Congresswoman. You were referring to those in petition as your constituents. Do you view even those with absolutely no form of legal status at all as your constituents as well?
So I didn't realize this was such a controversy until the right-wing media started attacking me for using the word. So I Googled the word constituent. The definition of constituent is somebody who is part of a community. Doesn't matter what their legal status is. If somebody is an asylum seeker, if somebody has a green card, if somebody is a U.S. citizen, if somebody lives in the community, I represent them. Constituent does not mean voter. I don't care if none of these individuals can vote for me. I don't give a shit. I care about making sure that the United States government, with our taxpayer dollars, is treating human beings with dignity and respect. So,
yeah, well, under the Constitution, my tax dollars shouldn't be going to illegal immigrants who came across the border in an illegal fashion. Those are not citizens. Those are not your constituents. Imagine this. She has to go to a dictionary term. She's so desperate and stupid and pathetic that she has to look up the word constituent. Well, you know, in the dictionary, the constituent, it doesn't say that it doesn't include illegals. So based on this definition, do you think she could also find a medical dictionary or any kind of dictionary to determine what makes a man and a woman? Do you think she could do that too? Or just here with constituents, you know? But this is I mean, how anybody can vote for people like this, I cannot understand. I cannot understand you. Yes, it is my job to put illegals above everyone else in this country. That's my job. I was voted into office to represent illegals that come from Venezuela and Guatemala and Siberia or wherever else. That's why I'm here. I'm the president of the rest of the world, not Americans. My job is to F Americans and elevate everyone else and give them all the wealth. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. Incredible stuff to me. All right, let me talk about how we actually. Let me give you it's so controversial what I'm about to say. Oh my gosh, don't let this clip get out. You know what would actually make a difference in this country in terms of the gun violence epidemic? Are you ready for this? No, not another meaningless gun law. No. Not even banning, trans from having guns. Mandated classes in schoolrooms across the country that teach our history. Not the left's version of history, real history, true history. Not the sanitized one. Or the bastardized one, where we're just all rotten, slave owners. And our rights don't come from God. They come from Tim Kaine. Yeah, not that history. Kids can tell you, 100 different TikTok dances today. But, if you ask them what the Second Amendment actually says, most could not give you an answer. And, of course, that's not by accident. That's intentional. The less people know about their rights in America, the easier it is for politicians to take them away, like Tim Kaine. The Second Amendment is not about hunting. The Second Amendment is not about sport shooting. It's about making sure that citizens have a right to defend themselves against criminals, yes, but against their government, against tyranny. The founders, obviously, Tim Kaine, I hope you tune in, Tim. Here's a lesson for you. The founders had just fought off a government that tried to disarm them, and they enshrined that right because they knew freedom depends on it. But the part the schools never touch, of course, is that, that right comes with responsibility. Gun ownership is not casual. It's sacred. It's unique. No nation enjoys that privilege, that right. That's the correct word. That right, like we do. And to have that right, it does. It demands respect, discipline. It demands a moral seriousness. And a true civics class would teach students not only why we have the Second Amendment, but also the duty that comes with it. The duty to handle firearms safely. To use them with an understanding that they are instruments of both protection and liberty. Imagine a generation of Americans that was raised to see the Second Amendment not as a political football, but as a birthright tied to their responsibility as citizens. That is how you preserve freedom. Not by erasing history, but by teaching it, enshrining it, embracing it, instilling that sacred responsibility that comes with exercising our rights. That would go a long way towards solving these problems. Teaching people about reverence for guns and how unique it is and how special it is and that responsibility that comes from it. That would do it. All right. Let me get into let's close up with this today. I want to talk about two things. First this. Remember this. So you've got the former head of the Chicago Police Department, Jody Weiss, who has called out the top two Democrats in Illinois, which would be the mayor, Brandon Johnson, and then Pritzker, the donut man. And he's arguing that they're afraid of being humiliated by President Donald Trump successfully bringing down crime in the city. And this is so spot on. Because the one things Democrats fear is that Trump's policies will be enacted because it will prove that Democrats are responsible for the crime and danger in their cities. Because right now, Democrats always play this game of, it's not our policies. It's, red states with guns or whatever else. Their policies are destroying their own cities and are responsible for destruction. And if Donald Trump can be allowed to come in and implement his policies in Chicago, and suddenly the crime effectively goes away, which is what would happen, the people will realize that they've been lied to by Brandon Johnson and Democrats and Pritzker. The most important thing that we do over the next 3 years is implement Donald Trump's agenda. Because the moment Americans actually see, it's one thing for Republicans to run every time about, our agenda is going to do X, Y, and Z for you. Well, if you don't actually get the agenda implemented and the American people don't have the benefit of experiencing life under your policies versus the Democrat policies, and you can't draw a clear line of distinction between the benefits of your policies and the destruction of theirs, well, then there's no reason for them to buy that Democrats suck and, maybe MAGA works. All right. So, the constitutional question, can Donald Trump send the National Guard into these different cities? The constitutionally correct answer is yes, he can. There are a number of clauses in the Constitution that support this. You've got the guarantee clause. This is the foundation for federal troops being sent into states during unrest. Look, effectively, if a state fails to maintain law and order, if a state fails, if a state collapses into chaos, the federal government has constitutional authority to intervene. That's number one. How about the supremacy clause? Well, if Gavin Newsom refuses to enforce or undermines federal law, the federal government can override state inaction. The 14th Amendment, due process, equal protection clause, that empowers the federal government to intervene when states deny citizens' rights. Interstate impact and commerce clause. I just went through the Constitution. I just pulled them out. If a state abdication has national consequences, criminal havens, breakdown of interstate trade, border security, Congress may act under its Commerce Clause powers. Federal laws on organized crime, drug trafficking, or even, pandemic response. Emergency Powers and Insurrection Act. That's what was used in Little Rock back in 1957 when Eisenhower sent in federal troops to enforce desegregation against the Arkansas governor's resistance. Messenger 911. I think he's being smarmy. Donald Trump is Jesus Christ. No, that's Barack Obama. He's the Messiah walking on water. Nobody thinks Donald Trump is Jesus Christ. The standard is low, though, in politics, Messenger 911. A lot of morons have been in office for a long time. Donald Trump has some common sense. So, all of these things, look, it is the state. The state has an obligation. Look, these states that are claiming to be sanctuary states, for example, plain and simple, that's not constitutional. You can't do that. It is criminal to allow these illegals to pour across the border and give them safe haven in the country. So if you're going to help deport them, the federal government has every authority, every ability to send in National Guard troops to handle the problem if you're going to not do that duty. This is not rocket science. And, we've got to change our thinking a little bit because some of these things, look, I mean, we've always got to exercise restraint. Like me with the transgender thing, that's restraint. Like, no, you can't ban. Also, that's not going to solve the problem mainly, but it's not constitutional to ban, trans people, even if they are mentally ill, which they are, from, having firearms. So, I exercise restraint when I need to, but you can't think, oh, well, what if the Democrats do what we're doing? No, it's not the same every single time. It's like the Democrats going after Trump, Christians, anti-abortion, activists, raiding their homes and, pre-dawn raids. When the Democrats weaponized the justice system to go after Trump and others that were innocent, that's one thing. It's not the same thing for us to turn around and go after actual criminals like Adam Schiff, who's committed mortgage fraud and other things. It's not the same. We're not politicizing and weaponizing the Justice Department, not if there's an obvious crime. So, be careful there. But anyway, that's, we'll see where a lot of this goes. It's Friday. I hope you guys have an amazing weekend. I'll be back with you next week. Submit your questions, comments, whatever else. We can get in some different stuff. Even detractors out there, I love you. Okay. I love you. Okay. I'm not, I don't hate you, but I love calling you out. I love your criticisms and stuff too. It's always fun for me. I grew up around liberals, so this is good for me. I can't imagine a world in which I don't get to address you. This is what makes this show fun. But I want to thank all of you for tuning in today. God bless you all truly. And until next time.
On today's episode today, we have a very special interview. Let me put my headphones on because I'm slacking. I'm making myself look bad. We have a very special guest. We have Stephen Eugene Kuhn, is a globally recognized business leader, speaker, advisor, entrepreneur with over 30 years experience, scaling companies, securing funding, and engineering transformative exits across 10 countries. He is also a decorated U.S. military combat veteran, and as a combat veteran myself, we absolutely love that here. Service over self is what it's all about, right? He's got networks that that would baffle most people, rock stars, singers, actors, business leaders, politicians, and he is very well adept at foreign policy, politics, markets, business, and everything of the like. And I have found his content to be extremely refreshing. He's got a book coming up. We're going to get into that as well. Unleash your humble alpha, own your presence in life, and become the epic leader you are meant to be. Thank you for coming on the show, sir.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
So I ask every guest the same thing. What got you into this? What sparked this in the first place? Everyone has that halo moment, that epiphany that says that I got something to say, people need to hear it, and nobody else is saying what needs to be said. What was that moment for you?
Well, it was a process. So basically, I was living in Germany after I got out of the military, which is where I was stationed, and from 96 until 2002, I was running my businesses. And in 2002, I met a guy on a boat ride in the river in Berlin, and we hit it off. Turns out he's one of the royals, and we started talking about politics. And it turns out that I actually, based on common sense and sort of my intuition, I had a lot of answers that he was surprised about. So he introduced me to one of the ex-prime ministers of Germany and the defense minister, and they asked me some questions out of curiosity at a dinner, and I happened to be right about my forecast about what was going to happen under the current president at the time. And that got me into their den, so to say. And they started asking me for advice. So over the last years, not only was I the co-founder of the Civil Coalition of Germany, which turned into the AfD, which is the Alternative for Germany, Alternative für Deutschland, the most popular party right now in Germany. But I kept going on and consulting them. Then I branched out and I consulted other governments and other leaders. And at the same time, I was doing celebrities and businesses, and Andrea Bocelli, Mick Jagger. I worked for him, Olivia Newton-John, and things like that. And it was always based on a few core models that I live by, which are integrity and all this kind of stuff that we can talk about later. But in the end, I got married 3.5 years ago to a Ukrainian woman. Sorry, 4.5 years ago to a Ukrainian woman. And when the war broke out, we took her family from her mother and father from Ukraine and brought them to Turkey, where we live. I'm currently in Hungary, but we live in Turkey. And after about a couple of years, I forget what it was, in December 24, they were talking about sending rockets into Russia. Mm-hmm. And it was like, come on, are you serious? So I just made a video, just me talking about a video. And Alex Jones shared that video, and it got, 30 million views or something like that. I waited a month and I did another video. Hey, it's me. As you may remember, that got 30, 40 million views.
Holy shit. I remember the video you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually remember the video you're talking about. I've been on a couple of Alex Jones shows. He does some of his stuff on Spaces, and his booker Chase has had me on to discuss quite a bit. So, I remember the video you're referring to.
So I said, well, maybe I should. People seem to enjoy what I'm talking about, so let me just start doing videos. So, I'm at video 185 since that day. I've done a video every day, and it comes quite easily for me, because I see the connections between people, politics, impact, society, and because I've lived in 10 countries. And I've worked and owned businesses in most of those countries as well. So I got a really good feel for people, right? Yeah. For different cultures and sort of the mix of what's going on in the world. And I know sort of how people think, because I had cocktail bars, I had nightclubs, and insurance agencies and things like that. So it was always with people. It was never like, some agency or something. It was always with the people.
With normal people.
Blue collar, some white collar, just normal people. Which brings me to today, where I do funding for projects, large projects. My partner and I, we've raised almost $3 billion since January.
Nice.
And that's literally from my kitchen table. You know what I mean? It's like, it isn't even office suit and tie, like we were talking earlier before the show, t-shirt, and it isn't about, what I know or how good I am or if I'm this, that, or it's about who can I connect where both people win.
Yep.
Right? And that's how I think about politics. Like, what are the relationships that I can build within the political realm that can bring a balance to what's out there? Because the only way we're going to make through any of this is through unity. Mm-hmm. Right? Unity doesn't mean we have to be kumbaya and hug and kiss each other. That means unity. We agree to disagree. We have a balance between each of us. Each person has their own role, and then we can move forward like that. So everybody think it's got to be this or that. It's absolutely not going to happen.
I gotta say, so similar backgrounds, obviously military service. My parents, my whole family served for 140 years, 150 years, basically since the end of slavery, and on the Italian side of the family since World War One. Every
What's the
generation
other
has
side?
served.
Italian and what? Are you Italian and what? What's the other side?
Italian and black.
Okay, I'm Italian German, so I have the
Yep.
same thing. Our family served as well. My German grandparents, grandfather served in. I'm so sons of the American Revolution kind
Yep.
of thing. Got that little thing going on there. Yeah.
I'm
So amen.
the only Marine in the family. But
Oh, well, there you go.
yeah, our Thanksgivings involve a lot of shit talking. But you know
Someone's
how
got
it
to do it,
is.
right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
Yeah,
the brotherhood.
You guys got the best uniforms. Yeah, you guys got the best uniforms though, man. You can't complain.
Oh no, yep, that is true. Women rate the dress blues as the top uniform every single year, and then I think Navy dress whites, officer dress whites comes in second, and Silkies comes in third. Ranger panties comes in third. But so like I have a similar background. After the Marine Corps, went back to college. Went from being a homeless veteran to going back to college studying Homeland Security, anti-terrorism, business, and psychology because most of my experience in the military as military police combat side, not the asshole, not the Blue Falcon kind, but I did celebrity protection for a while, did private protection, worked a lot, bars, security gigs, and I got to know, even throughout my service, my parents always instilled me with this idea of when you're wrong or you don't know, you keep your mouth shut. Yeah. But when you're right, you never back down. Yeah. And your intellect and your intellect and your knowledge is going to get you into rooms that your pedigree never that a pedigree otherwise would be required to get you in. And I was able to have cigars with General Mattis, with colonels and generals, playing golf, stuff like that. And I realized, because I have an insatiable addiction to knowledge, I read constantly, it opened a lot of doors. And that, because I spend the majority of my time around normal people, obviously lower enlisted guy, I understand how normal, average, everyday troops, and when you're talking to general officers, they don't hear a lot from average, everyday troops. They hear from staff NCOs and officers who are kissing their ass. And my whole thing was, well, that's not how we look at it on the ground, and that's not what we're experiencing. Yeah. So, and even in the business world, I brought that same sort of methodology of, regardless of the situation, we all put our pants on the same way. I'm going to be honest with you, no matter what the situation is. I agree with your statement about unity, because I very much have the same ethos. I am a hardcore conservative at heart. I lean very libertarian on a lot of social issues because I don't care what people do with their daily lives as long as you're not asking me to pay for it, you're not trying to force agreement, and you're not trying to shove it down my throat or, talk to my kids about it. Like, if I don't have to fund it, I don't care. However, when I've been looking at a lot of the stuff that's been happening in the world, and the way I got into politics was my dad's been on budget committee since I was 12. And I got into politics listening to Rush Limbaugh in our cleaning company, because I was my dad's first employee. And throughout that process, I realized, and what I'm grasping from you is this diverse set of experiences throughout both military, business world, conversations with normal people that allow you to be able to see things in a way that the average person within the Beltway in DC or on Fox News or CNN or MSNBC can't look at things, because they're so embroiled in ideology and political think tank pieces that they don't understand how to talk to normal people or how to take the 1,000,000-foot view of everything outside of their ideological perspective and disperse it.
Well, it's because most people are bought into a system where they're profiting from it or are dependent on it.
Yeah.
So they have to deliver a certain message, a certain way, a certain vibe. They have to fit in, all these things, and that's what it's like when you have a job, right?
Yep.
You have a job, you got to do what they say, and so people are scared to speak out. I knew a cop during COVID. He threw someone on the ground, like broke his nose because he wasn't wearing a mask, and I was like, dude, what are you doing, man? He said, look, if I don't do this, if I don't do what they tell me to do, we're supposed to be really harsh with these people. I'll lose my job. I'll lose my pension. I can't pay my mortgage. My kids can't go to school. So he's infringing on civil liberties for a 40K a year job, a pension. And it's like, it sounds rough, but it's true. The problem aren't the elites. The problem is the millions of people underneath them that do the little pieces at a time that all fit together to give them the power. That's the issue. And then they do it through debt and they do it through fear, right? So debt is absolute slavery. You mentioned that, absolute slavery. When you have a mortgage to pay, you're not going to step out of line.
No.
Right?
No, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, so these people that actually are typically good people, they can think for themselves, they're intelligent, they buy into it and say, I have to do this, so I'm not going to think about is it right or wrong. I'm just going to do it because that's what I got to do to pay my bills. I'm here for my family. I'm paying the bills. I'm making sure my family's solid. So in their minds, they're doing the right thing, right? And in theory, they are, because everyone says family first, right? But in the end, what are they actually building that may be impossible to tear down later? That's where we are right now.
Yeah. Well, most people aren't building anything. That's the problem.
No, exactly. That's the point. They don't want them building anything. They want to be a piece. They want everyone to be a piece of the cosmos, right? Like, everyone has a little piece of the puzzle, and when it's put together, it's there.
Yeah.
Right. So you'll never know, maybe, what you're actually doing and what it contributes to.
Yeah, in most cases,
Yeah, they don't want you to know. Oh, just do this thing. It's what do I do? I don't worry about it. It's part of the job. Okay. And you're like, okay, I don't have to worry about it. It's not my problem. I'm not doing anything wrong, right? Whereas that piece is pivotal for the next piece, for the next piece, and for the next piece. And a lot of people don't understand that. I tried to break it down in a video 2 days ago, and I got a lot of good comments from it. A lot of positive feedback from it. One of the very few videos where I didn't get any negative feedback, except for the occasional, was it Russian propaganda or whatever?
I think that's the one where you were wearing the gray shirt. I literally just finished watching that video. I sent it to Juan because I wanted to touch on that. And I'm glad you went there because that is it touches on something I've said often on the show, which is real conspiracies actually involve very, very, very few people, and it trusts on everybody else just to act in their own self-interest. And because of that, like, the more you start to get introspective into examining yourself and then start to examine how you've interacted with the world around you, and you start to see how the different pieces start to work together, the harder it is to look at yourself in the mirror, because you're going to have to sit there and do that. What have I been doing this whole time?
Yeah.
The harder it is to sleep at night, because then you're wondering, how the hell do I get out of this hamster wheel? And two, how do I stop contributing to the machine that is ultimately keeping me right where I am?
Well, it's self-preservation will trump integrity almost every time, unfortunately. It's like, am I going to send my kids to school, or am I going to lose my job because I spoke out? And, some people, and this is what happened in Canada at the last election. They did a poll on who voted, who didn't, and who thought conservative but voted status quo. It was all the baby boomers.
Yep.
All the baby boomers think conservative, but they said, no, I don't want to rock the boat. I got my pension. Everything's fine. I'm relaxed. They're the ones that don't want to rock the boat. Okay, it's bad, but hey, I'm good.
We're seeing that here too.
Oh yeah.
I've often excoriated baby boomers, going, look, I'm sorry to tell you, greatest generation baby boomers. You guys are awesome for the wars you fought in and the things you accomplished and the greatness you brought to the world, but you're also responsible for a lot of things that we are dealing with now. Because there were moments where you could have gone through short-term pain to solve long-term problems, and instead you chose short-term ease and created bigger long-term problems. And now it requires Trump to do the incredibly unorthodox in order to fix a lot of things that we shouldn't be dealing with right now.
Absolutely. And, I don't want to, blame one person, but as you get older, you're supposed to get more critical.
Yes.
But it seems like as you get older, I mean, they always say the older you get, the more conservative you get, like literally. But it seems something has happened to our society where that stopped.
Yeah.
Where it seems like they're like, okay, yeah, it's too much now. Let me just sort of back off and enjoy the fruits of my efforts for the last 60, 70 years.
Yeah.
And that's, for me, that's a big problem, because, look where we are.
Mm-hmm.
It's a scary. I mean, if you think about it, it's pretty amazing if you think about how the world was formed as far as philosophies go.
Yeah.
And you have basically the world split into two: Plato and Aristotle, right? So Plato is all about collectivism, mysticism, the group above the individual, which leads to communism, fascism, radical Islam, and socialism. Then you have Aristotle, which is logic, reason, observation, and individual rights,
Yes.
which led to the Renaissance, Enlightenment, and the only constitution on the world that was based on individual rights, and that's the American Constitution.
What I always found interesting, about that is the Plato at the end of the Republic actually came to the conclusion that it was impossible because it was against human nature. That the collectivism, the idea, everything you have to do to get to your utopia, your collectivist utopia, is so against human nature. You tear down everything you need to create. I've gone down the rabbit hole on Marxism, all that stuff, and I've examined it, and I'm sitting there going, you have to destroy everything between the individual and the state. And in order to destroy everything between the individual and the state, you destroy everything that creates responsible, critical thinking, community-centric individuals who actually care about the people in their community outside of government force. So you're collapsing society. So you get to the collectivist enforced system, but everything that's required to make it work without people taking advantage of it, you get rid of.
Yeah, and it's happening. You can see it happening right now in America, especially.
Yeah.
It's more crass in America. In Europe, it's happened slower. In America, it's happened quicker. So that's why it's sticking out. I mean, in Germany, for instance, it's just slowly oozed in, and then now we're suddenly there. It's like everybody's waking up, going, "What the hell are we doing? What are we even here?" But politics is only one part of the whole thing. You have, politics is just like how society is supposed to be run, but then underneath that, you have ethics, what's good versus bad, which you're talking about is losing. Underneath that, you have metaphysics, which is basically what's real. Is there a God? Isn't there a God? And you have underneath that, you have epistemology, which is how do we know what we know?
Yeah.
And when Plato is like, let's just delete those bottom three and go with politics and then make everybody a talking head, and then people will follow. And so you're right. It's destroying society. It's destroying the wholeness of any society that's healthy. And this is one of the reasons I live in Turkey, is based upon core family values.
Yes.
If there's a family value in that society is going to be healthy, right? One way or the other, there's a way around it.
Mm-hmm.
And I live in Turkey, and I'll tell you what, there's kids can walk down the street 10 o'clock at night, 10 years old, 12 years old, and every adult has an eye on that kid.
Yep.
There's no mobbing, there's no bullying, there's no name calling, there's no, even for adults on the street, there's no road rage, and believe me, they drive crazy. No road rage, no flipping people off, no arguments in the grocery store, none of that. There's respect for the elders. They even have a name for anyone who's older than you. It's Abi, means older brother.
Mm-hmm.
So you would call me Abi right now because I'm older than you, right?
Yep.
So just out of respect, that's how a society based on family values works. An older woman, you call her Abla, which is sister. And so when you live in a society like this, you feel whole. You feel a responsibility for those around you. You feel you have to do your part, otherwise you're ostracized. And now in our society, in the West, it's almost opposite.
Yeah. We've completely destroyed everything that built the family. So I made this back in the early 1900s, between, I want to say 1890 to around 1939, 1940. There was this push towards getting rid of the extended family and making a more nuclear family-centric society. And the extended family, we do a lot of talking about the power of the nuclear family being a burgeoning force, a wall against anything in society. But it was really the extended family prior to that. It was the ability for your grandparents, for the elders to pass down wisdom and experience. And while they're not still the heads of the household anymore, they're not the patriarch anymore. They're there to pass down those wisdom and lessons through life experience that they learned. We're not having that anymore. And then we started to deconstruct the nuclear family as well through the radical feminist movement, third and fourth wave feminism, so on and so forth.
It's funny you say that because they passed it down because they lived with you.
Yep.
You took care of your grandparents. like they still do in Japan, like they still do in China, like they still do in Turkey.
I take care of my mom.
Yeah, exactly. That's how the wisdom is passed down. It isn't like, hey, let's sit down every Sunday and do schoolwork. It's passed down every day, daily, little things here, little things there, sometimes story night or whatever. And when you destroy that, that makes the family unit tighter and less secure. And now they're taking that away as well. They don't want us to be strong, right? I'm just saying, whoever the globalists are, don't want us to be strong. And so the way to do that is frontal attack or piece for piece, like they're doing now, putting people in debt, putting people in positions where if they do something wrong, they'll lose. Look at COVID, same thing, right? It was a litmus test to see if people would comply. And it's a scary thing. And I'm telling you what, if people don't stop arguing with each other, we can kiss our life as we know it goodbye. And I mean that. We can literally kiss it goodbye. You'll be controlled. You're going to have a certain amount of money a month that you can spend. And if you don't spend it, it's gone. And you get the same amount next month. You can't save money. You can't own nothing, all this kind of stuff. It's getting more and more. And the prices worldwide here in Hungary, I just cannot believe how expensive it's gotten here in the last 2 years. In Turkey, 400% to 500% increase in costs of everything.
I completely believe it. Like here in New Hampshire, it's housing prices, energy costs have skyrocketed. It's to the point where the average elderly person is looking at losing their house due to property taxes or not being able to keep up with their energy bill. We had multiple elderly people over the last few years die because they couldn't keep the heat on in their house.
Incredible. That's the world we live in, man.
And we're supposed to be the most advanced country in the world, or at least we like to think that we are.
Well, you're not. America's not. Definitely not. Look at the infrastructure. It's the 1950s. That's pretty much it.
Well, that's the problem.
They have the worst broadband coverage of any Western country.
Yep.
Like you can't even internet. Like that commercial. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Whatever that was. That doesn't happen in other countries. Like, what does that mean? Can you hear me now?
I live that in New Hampshire on a daily basis. That has been a promise of our representatives in Congress for like the past 10 years. We're going to bring better broadband to New England. Juan, we still don't got it, do we, buddy? It is bad. But you hit on something. Our infrastructure, and I think there's a reason for this, though. One, perverse incentives in how contracts are being dealt out. Politically, to buddies and stuff. And as somebody who's actually had government contracts, I can see the amount of waste when we bid for a government contract. We have to bid 3, 4, 5, 6 times over what we would actually charge to do a job. And they look at us like we're trying to scam them if we actually give them a bargain for what they're doing. I'm like, I'm giving you a bargain because I want more government contracts. And I'm giving you good labor and good quality of work. Why are you telling me that I need to bid 6 times more than what I normally bid?
Because if they don't spend their budget, they don't get it next year.
Use it or lose it spending. I absolutely hate it. The other thing is, it's not sexy to talk about infrastructure during a campaign cycle. Because that's not when people think about the stuff that hits them in their pocketbook or the stuff that hits them daily. One, the fast way to win an election is to get people emotional, right? If you can get people emotional, talk about social issues, stuff like that, you can rally people to the polls. The other issue is the infrastructure stuff isn't sexy. The reason why Flint, Michigan had their issue is because at a local level, they had the ability to fix it. Then they kept pushing it back till then it became a citywide issue. Then it became a statewide issue. Then it became an issue that now presidents are being asked to step in to solve something that could have been solved 20 years ago by just updating their system. But that's not sexy. That doesn't get you reelected.
No, exactly. Look, I'm a big proponent, especially in business. Identify the problem, seek a solution. Right? Identify the problem, seek a solution. And the world, the media, the press, the online, social media, everybody talks about the problem.
Nobody talks about a solution.
Nobody. So I put out, here's 3 things that you can do right now to start changing your world. Because let's face it, I'm not going to walk up to Putin and say, hey, stop the war. He'll say, okay, right? I can't change that world. I can only change my world. And my world I change by first changing this, listening more to this, right? Getting faith in whatever it is that you believe in. And then moving forward, causing what I say, radiant value or a ripple effect to those around you to help them see the light as well, whatever light that is, right, for you. And that's the only way that we're going to change this world, is if each person does that in their microcosm. It starts in your house with your family, then it goes to your neighbors, maybe it goes to your community. When everyone does that and people start looking, the problem is, what are we talking about? Where are we going and where are we headed? There's no one out there saying we have to do this, we have to do this. Everyone's saying something different.
Yep.
People are against the left, people are against the right, people are against the middle, the back, the front, the down, the LGBT, whatever it is. It's all these different things. It's, for me, it's real simple. You and your family, safe, sound, secure, psychologically healthy, financially, and financially and geographically independent, so that if shit hits a fan, you can move, right? You can get out of there. If it's 20 miles down the road, like when 3 Mile Island in 1977 was about ready to explode, I was sitting in, I don't remember, 5th grade, looking out the window at 3 Mile Island. They put us on buses and took us 100 miles away in case it blew up. That's, for me, that's a memory. It's like, okay, that's how I have to live. Because if something happens, what am I going to do? Hunker down in my basement? Like, come on. So how do we do that? You got to get debt free. You got to get debt free. And America is the #1 consumption society on the planet.
Yep.
The biggest consumer on the planet. When I go home on vacation, it's all about shopping and eating. That's all we ever do. I can't spend more than 2 weeks there. Otherwise I go crazy, right? Where's the time with the family, chilling out, relaxing, have a good time, not worrying about buying anything, ordering food, going to the store, getting the groceries, constantly. It's like this endless thing. And so much money is spent on garbage in America. And then there's so much garbage in America because they just throw it away.
Yeah.
So what don't you need in your life, right? I'm not talking about prepper. I'm talking about, can you pick up right now if you had to and move? I can.
I'll be honest, I can't.
Yeah.
I'm heading in that direction. I mean, I started to put myself on a path a while back I changed how my kids ate. I changed what we bring into the household. I changed what my expectations are for them. As a leader in my household, I have very rigid expectations that it doesn't matter whether you had a good day or a bad day. It doesn't matter whether you're tired or whether you're sick. The world expects you to perform. You have a burden of performance. I expect that same burden of performance. Your room will be clean. You will carry yourself with a level of self-respect. You will take care of your personal hygiene. You will do certain things. And that has changed things. And throughout that process, I've been getting rid of debt, trying to get myself in a position where if I need to bug out, I can bug out.
Well, it's about, how do you leverage your network? Now we're getting into business.
Yeah.
How do you leverage your network to earn as much as possible for as little time put in as possible? Like, how do you do that? And I remember when I was starting out, so I had cocktail bars and nightclubs, like I said, and I was working my ass off. And I said, man, this isn't working. Like, I have to run 20 businesses to make, a couple $1 million. So how do I do this? How do I make a couple $1 million without running all these businesses and actually not doing nothing? So I said, what's the biggest thing I can sell? Right? What's the biggest thing? A house. And I want to sell houses. So if I had an employee, she's like, her dad sells the industrial size washers and dryers for hotels.
Okay.
Like wash on sheets and stuff. And they cost like $150,000, right? And I said, hey, what if I sold one of those? How much commission would you give me? He's like, usually I give you like 15, 20K. I'm like, to sell one washing machine? He's like, yeah. I'm like, shit, I'm going to make 100K this month. So I'm like, all right, I don't need anything. Just tell me who to call and I'll go out and call them. And he's like, here's a list. And I went out and I sold like 3 machines in my first month. And I was like, damn, that was easy.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's how I started thinking, like, what's the biggest thing? And now I'm into, okay, you have a project, you need $150 million. I know a funding partner, you get $150 million, give me a fee to get that relationship going. Then I get a success fee on that as well. $150 million, probably between $4 and $6 million. Right, for an introduction, a little bit of helping you out with your data and with your data room, and finding maybe a bridge investor and things like that, and boom, there you go. Right. So, what kind of networks do you have where you can do that at a smaller scale and then build up from there? Right. I remember there's someone said to me, why do you always like introducing people? I said, that's what life's about, man. It's a patchwork. Mm-hmm. You need someone to paint your house. I know a guy that can paint your house. I'll go tell that guy, hey, dude, I'm going to give you a client right now. I want 10%.
Yeah.
There you go. You made some bucks. That's how I do everything. So I do everything. So I don't sit down 9 to 5 and work. I do that. And it took me years of doing this. I mean, even when I was running the businesses, I was doing that in the business for the business. Barter deals and tit for tat and all this kind of things. And so it's about a win-win for everyone in that situation. Look, you get someone who paints your house who you can trust because I know them and I make a little bucks off of it, and there you go.
Well, that's how things work in politics too, and that's why I've tried to. I'm a political strategist, so I leverage my understanding of the business world, marketing, behavioral science, how people think and how people operate, and I apply it to politics by explaining to prospective politicians and think tanks and other political strategists that, you guys have your green papers here, but let me explain to you how it really works on the ground and how to explain to the average person. You're speaking intellectually about a topic. You're speaking theoretically about a topic. Hypothetically, you need to explain to this average person how it hits their kitchen table. So let me explain to you. Let me introduce you to average people and get you on par with them, so that now you guys can have a good conversation with each other, and now you can address their grievances. Because as a business mindset, when I walk into somebody's with a commercial cleaning company, I never tell a client that I can't solve their problem. I always apply whatever solutions and tools I have in my belt to whatever grievance they have, and I take that same methodology to politics. So very much like you leverage relationships, I leverage relationships as well.
Great, and it's the only way to go. People have to deal with people, and then people want to deal with people in the end anyway. Mm-hmm. And we're the ones who solve each other's problems. It's as simple as that. And you said something about politicians, and you teach them how to talk to normal people. I teach them how to be people.
Yes, that is pretty much what I'm doing.
No one talks like that. Only politicians talk like that. Stop talking like that.
Yep.
I've literally, you can't imagine the people that I've spoken to. You cannot imagine the people that I've had in front of me, and I had to talk to them like that.
Oh, yes.
And I'm talking like people you would know and everybody would know. And it's just like, look, you can't be too far that way, and you can't be too relaxed. You can't be too that way. You got to be you. Who are you? And that's where, in my book, Unleash Your Humble Alpha, the first chapter is all about identity. If I ask somebody who they are, they say, "Oh, I'm a father, I'm a CEO, I'm a business owner." That's not who you are. That's what you do.
Yeah.
Who are you? Right? And 99% of society do not know who they are. Right? So once you realize who you are, your purpose almost crystallizes in front of you. I remember when I figured out who I was, and my purpose was like, I'm the connector. I'm a powerful connector. That's what I do. And so I focused on only that, and that's when everything exploded. And so I teach people this in the book. There's actually, after each chapter, there's 5 models to live by. And after each chapter, there's exact action steps that you can take to get you to where you need to go to build a foundation, or what I call your hard drive, your operating system, right? Where you'll never fall from that again. Because I was homeless too. I didn't have an operating system, right?
Yep.
I lost my job. Next thing you know, right? I'm like, shit, what am I going to do now? Well, that can't happen anymore because I have an operating system by which I live by, which is core principles and values, and like what I call investing in relational capital, creating space, honesty, integrity, and transparency. How do you operate in the world? How does your reputation precede you as a person of integrity, and all these kind of things? It's all in the book. And that book is so successful that it's in universities now in America. Harvard and Stanford even has it on their desk right now. And the only reason that is because after each chapter, when I was reading all these books growing up, and even in the business world, one thing that always pissed me off was like Think and Grow Rich, right? You have to have a highlighter, and you're putting tabs on the, and then when you want to remember something, you got to go back and where was that? And you have all these notes, the book's completely destroyed. Well, in our book, my book, every chapter has its own action steps.
Okay.
So you know exactly where to go. You don't have to remember and highlight and all this kind of stuff. That was one of the things. See, keep it simple.
Yep.
Right? Keep it simple. Keep it super simple. And that's politics. I speak on my videos at a 5th to 6th grade level. Right? I speak very, very basic. Some words I can't help using, but very, very basic, very poignant, very short and punchy, so that there's not too much blah, blah going on. People just understand the main message. And I do that because you remember when John Kerry was running for president and he said just one thing, he said something in French. That's when he lost.
Yeah.
Because he spoke French. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
It's like, oh, look at him, Mr. Big Shot speaks French. Oh, next thing you know, no one wants to vote for him anymore. Who was the other guy who went, yeehaw? Remember that? He lost it.
Yep.
Remember? Well, yeah. I forget what his name was. He was leading in the polls, and when he went crazy and raised his hand and he did like a cowboy thing, immediately dropped off. The entire press, sort of massacred him. So you as a politician, you got to be genuine. You got to be real. You got to be who you are. And in the end, you cannot give a shit about what other people are going to say about you. And
Exactly.
That's the issue. That's it. Trump doesn't have that issue, obviously.
Yeah. No, that's his greatest superpower, as a matter of fact, is not caring.
Yeah. So, most politicians want to toe the line. They're owned by some lobbyist group or lobbyists. And getting into politics, and I was slated to be a senator in 2012. A certain group came to me when I was living in Zurich, Switzerland, and they pitched to me to be a senator of Illinois, a Democratic senator. I'm like, I'm Republican. And they said, doesn't matter. They said, you're the perfect poster boy for the Democrat senator. You're 6'4", you're 240, you're muscular, you're good looking, you've never been indicted. I thought that was a strange qualification.
In DC, it's surprising how many people have criminal records. Trust me.
Like, you've never been indicted. And I went through about 6 months of interviews with people that you would know that are very devious and on the left.
Oh, yes.
At the time, I was, leading businesses, and I was like, man, I want to be a senator. I got caught up in it. And then one thing stuck with me, poster boy, they said to me, you're the perfect poster boy. So, and they also saw what I did in Germany with building the AFD and all this kind of stuff. And so they said, if you can activate 500,000 people within a year and a half in Germany, you can sure as hell do that in America from zero. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So then one day I said, look, guys, I need to know what's going on here, because if we're going to do this, and there was like they had to find me a job in the UN and in NATO because I was a civilian.
Yeah.
And I just can't move from Switzerland over to Illinois and be a senator. I have to be in the system. So they organized jobs for me in NATO and the UN. I could choose from one or the other. And they were just basically positions. I didn't have to do anything. I just had to pretend that I was working for a year, and then I could go over. This actually happened. For me, it blows my mind, because at the time I'm like, wow, this is really cool. Only a few people get, no, it's absolute crookery.
Yes, it is.
Anyways, I said, so guys, what are the issues? Because I have things that I care about. And they're like, what don't you understand about poster boy? You're going to have the best life of anybody in the world. There's only 100 senators in America. Mm-hmm. Everyone's going to know your name. You're going to be popular, famous, the whole works. What do you care about what you're talking about? And the first thought that went through my head was, I will be the first senator ever assassinated.
Yeah.
Because
trust me. I ran for Congress, and I talked to senators and congressmen on a regular basis. I completely understand. I got the pitch too. I got sat down across the table from lobbyists, military background. They're like, oh, we're going to immediately sit you in front of the guys from Lockheed Martin and Boeing and Raytheon and all that. And I was like, yeah, I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. As a matter of fact, one of the senators that I know that I was down there for a meeting with, he didn't even know they were going to be there. He apologized to me. He knew straight out the gate, because we've had bourbon together, and he's like, yeah, as soon as they showed up, he's like, I'm sorry, I already see where this is going. I was like, yeah, it's all right. They can buy me drinks. They can buy me the Wagyu beef steaks, and I'll eat them, but I'm not going to do what you want me to do.
We can talk to them all day long. You can understand where I'm coming from, what I'm about, why I do what I do, how I think what I think. You can talk about all that stuff. But I'm not doing what you say for money, period.
Exactly. And you know what?
If I agree with you, maybe we'll do the same thing. But I'm not doing jack for money. Then you're an operative. Then you're a paid operative. And that's just not how like right now, I get information from everywhere. I'm talking intel, I'm talking from Russia, from Ukraine, from Germany, from Italy, from France, like real intel. I have people on the ground. I have people working the intel. Like, people talk to me. I cannot take money for anything that I do. Then I'll be an operative. It'd be illegal, wouldn't it? So everything I do is because I do it. And all these videos I do, I don't get paid for that, right? I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do, damn it. And I'm tired of people giving up. I'm tired of people giving in. Just giving in. It's like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I got to protect my family. Yeah, you should protect your family, but you're not protecting their future.
Mm-hmm.
We need change right now. And the only change that we're going to get is through unity. And again, we don't have to hug and kiss. Right? We agree to disagree. Like, I remember growing up, my mom said, I didn't even know who my mom voted for until I got in the Army, because she never would tell me.
Mm-hmm.
We never talked politics, ever. In our family, friends, anybody. So I was 18 years old when I found out my mom was Republican. I had no idea.
I can honestly say that my house was definitely not like that. My parents have both been really big into politics since I was little. Like my mom was an activist as a teenager before joining the Air Force. My dad was big in the union after he got out of the Air Force. It was like it's always been just a staple in our household, but it's always been whatever position you have, you need to justify it. So make sure you do your own research. Don't take us at our word. Make sure you know what you're talking about.
You didn't get beaten down for it. You didn't get beaten down for it,
Yeah.
dog labeled and, called names and tied up and hog tied. Like that's what happens now.
Yeah.
It's just the level of discourse on social media is sickening.
I stopped logging on.
Yeah, I do the videos because that's how I reach people.
Yeah,
right. That's the best way to reach people. And just some of the comments here, like, is this a real person? I mean, how can someone even think like that?
In a lot of cases, from what I've seen from the data from X is looking at probably about 40% of the population being bots. So they're definitely not real people in a lot of cases. But what I've seen, and I wanted to touch on this because you were talking about getting intel and having insights from all over the place. Your insights when it comes to Ukraine and foreign policy, I've found to be absolutely fantastic. I'd like you to go a little bit deeper into that from your perspective, having been all over the place. I mean, we have different perspectives than most people. I've been to 30 countries, 48 states. You're now living in Turkey. You're in Hungary right now. You've been stationed in Germany. What's your perspective on all this?
First of all, the obvious is Zelensky's never been in charge. Obviously, the European Union is sticking their nose in everything. Why are they sticking their nose in anything? Ukraine's not in the European Union, and they're not in NATO.
Yep.
Right. So why is the EU even involved? Right. What are they talking about? He's talking about Article 5 the other day. Like, Article 5, first of all, Article 5 doesn't force anyone to take any military action. It forces them to take political action.
Yes.
So that's a big mistake. And second of all, you have a president unelected from a country that we're pouring billions of dollars into, telling the West that they have to invoke Article 5 if something happens and they get attacked again. You got the European Union lobbying for this guy all over the world, preaching constantly about Ukraine and saving Ukraine and sovereignty from Ukraine. Ukraine's being destroyed, absolutely destroyed. Over 1 million people have died there, right? Soldiers have died. The numbers say 35,000, whatever, bullshit. It's double what World War II, Korea, and Vietnam combined. The deaths that we had, American soldiers, it's double that in Ukraine alone. That right there should tell you something. Why are they still going? Why are they still going? Why is Trump flip-flopping? Why is he going back and forth? Why is he, one day he says, oh, Putin and I in Alaska, we have a great deal. We're going to work in the Antarctica. We're going to do an Antarctica deal. We're going to do this, that, and the other. And 3 days later, he's like, you got 2 weeks. It's like, why? Think about that, right? So for me, it's real simple. You got the European Union who needs this war. There's actually documentation they want a war. It's planned by 2030, one way or the other. They're going to make it happen. That's just the plan. Right. Then you have the Balkan states. The Balkan states are the tripwire. They're the ones who are going to fight the war. They're the ones who are going to die for Europe.
Yep.
Right. And for the West. That's the plan. Right. People think I'm crazy, but I've seen it written. It's the plan. Written plans don't always come true, but that's what it is. And then you have Zelensky, who's in a place right now where he can't do anything else but what he's doing right now because he's owned, completely owned. Just like Macron is owned, just like Merkel was owned, just like Merz is owned, just like von der Leyen is owned, just like they're all owned. Right. And I got myself in trouble here, man. It's being so deep in politics like I am in more than one country, but specifically in America and in Germany. I see it every day, and I see the people. I can tell you a story. I can't tell them now because it's too recent, but there's stories that you can't believe that the party that you think is for what you think it is for is the one trying to stop people to talk about a certain thing that would make them look better and make them stronger, make them bigger, make them more popular. And it's a shame. Or the fake sort of division when MAGA went against Trump. That was all orchestrated. I saw that before it even happened. I saw that it was going to happen before it even happened. And that was to give him room against the globalists to be able to say, look, I can't act right now because look at my base is splitting. So he had to play a role in order to, not to have to face a globalist right off and do what they say. It's a shame. In the end, it's like this. My in-laws are living in Turkey. They're not at home. They miss their home. They don't speak Turkish. They can't earn any money. They're both pensioners, retirees, and their pensions were cut when they left. I think they get like $150 a month each, and $150 doesn't even pay for groceries, now in Turkey. So, we're supporting them, their apartment, their car, their food, everything, right? Plus our apartment, car, and food, So it's like, it's a lot. And it's because there's a non-sovereign country called Ukraine that's completely owned by the West, completely. And whether it was the biolabs that were in there, there weren't sort of disputes, but it's there and it's proven. They were there and they're proven. That's why Putin went in as well. One of the reasons, first thing he did is he went into the east and he destroyed all the weapons labs. Took them over and destroyed them. And of course, you have the Donbass region where the Ukrainians were being bombarded for, since 2014. And then you have the outlawing of the Russian language, which makes absolutely no sense because the entire East, that's all they spoke was Russian. And no one even spoke Ukrainian. Not no one, but many of them didn't speak Ukrainian. And all of a sudden it's outlawed. You can't speak it. And if you didn't speak it, you lost your job. I mean, this is how they started working against ethnic Russians in Ukraine. And that's not because they hate Russia. That's because the West wants Ukraine and the avenue of approach of Ukraine for theirs as their own, put it that way.
I mean, at one point we were even trying to put missiles in the Donbass region in Ukraine, which to me, when I've always said our foreign policy is schizophrenic at best. And I'd often say that foreign policy really devolves down to about a measuring contest between world leaders. When I say I'm going to do something, you have to believe I'm going to do it, otherwise you're going to walk all over me. And every time a new president comes in, he gets tested by one of the smaller dictators in the world. At the behest of China or Russia, it's either Little Kim or some, pot to piss in dictator in the Middle East or whatever. It's Iran, it's somebody. And Trump being the guy that refuses to back down and being actually willing to drop a Moab on somebody changes the game in a lot of ways, because it lets you know when I draw the red line in the sand, I will follow up on that red line. So it changes to some degree the level of discourse. But what I'm looking at Ukraine, I'm going, how is this any different than the Cuban Missile Crisis? If we were going to put missiles in the Donbass region, we wouldn't have allowed that. We didn't allow Russia to do it to us.
Nope.
Like, why did we allow ourselves to be manipulated and pushed into this?
And that's the whole point, is that people forget, people choose history. Oh, Putin invaded. Why did he invade? Because he's a tyrant and he's a dictator and he's a murderer. Okay. So your neighbor, right, keeps throwing stuff over your fence. You're like, hey, stop throwing stuff over my fence. He does it for 14 years, right? Keeps moving this fence a little closer to yours, a little closer to yours, a little closer to yours. How long are you going to put up with that before you do something? Just to make it simple terms, right? And that's what happened. And he warned and warned and warned and warned and warned. And when I tell facts like this, people automatically say, oh, he's pro-Putin, he's pro-Russia. No, I'm pro-facts, man. I'm pro-facts. This is what happened. This is what we're looking at. If you go back in history and you see, Victoria Nuland and the whole team that, basically ousted in one night the president, the duly elected president of Ukraine, to take it over with a puppet, and then sort of wield influence there. And then you got Biden going in there, billions of dollars and this, that, and the other. What do you think that is? It's a freaking washing machine, man.
Yeah.
All that billions of dollars that went to Ukraine went right back into the contractor's hands. That's how it works. That's when for instance, South America, I don't know if you've ever seen the Economic Hitman series books or anything. The World Bank, the IMF, and all these guys, they'll go into to a president and say, hey, we'll give you, $500 million to build infrastructure in your city. We'll build your internet, we'll build this, that, and the other, but you'll never see the money. We're going to build it for you, right? But you get to go out there and you get to say, look what I'm doing for my country, this, that, and the other. But in return, their kids get seats in Ivy League schools. They get all these perks for him and his cabinet, or her and their cabinet. And so they're bought by the system, just like I said. Now they're beholden. And that's why a lot of these presidents end up dead.
Yep.
Because they finally get conscience and like, look, I'm the president. I can make this decision. Wait, you're delusions of grandeur, my friend. You're nobody. You know, and all of a sudden they get this power trip and they think they can do. Look at Saddam Hussein, same thing. He thought he could work it. You know, Saddam's another thing. Weapons of mass destruction. Do you know why we went in there?
Because I know it wasn't weapons of mass destruction.
They were there.
I know they were there, but that's not why we went in.
You know whose they were, right?
They were ours.
Yeah. And Saddam's like, look, you want to mess with me? I'll tell the world that there are weapons of mass destruction here and they're yours and you gave them to me.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to start that. Netanyahu's like, you got to go in. He's the one who made us do it because he did it on national TV. There's weapons of mass destruction there. America has to go in. So he basically made us go in because we had to cover our own ass to go in there to make sure that we got the weapons of mass destruction out of there. And guess who blew them up? I was one of the guys, my unit, we blew them up. And what happened? We poisoned ourselves with sarin and cyclosarin nerve gas. Mm-hmm. I was sick for 25 years, man. You know, and a lot of people died. A lot of people had issues. All these nerve gas agent things were going off. All these nerve gas alarms were going off. They said, oh, they're defect. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We were crawling around on our hands and knees with no underwear on because we had no control of our bowels.
Well, that's
couldn't even walk.
That's one of the things that
we were there.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I always found to be incredibly dishonest about the media and the way that people conduct themselves in regard to the Iraq War is the idea that we didn't have weapons of mass destruction there, and weapons of mass destruction are characterized as nuclear, biological, or chemical. Yeah. There were chemical and biological weapons there. Hell, we even at one point did have nuclear weapons there. But the reality is, you know, the media took over and, you know, it becomes this battle of, you know, one party versus the other party, the political gangbanging here in America that seems to always supersede the truth. And, of course, you can't tell the American populace the truth. I held the position that we should have never took Saddam out of power. My position was that what we should have done is... Yeah, my position was that what we should have done is, if you're going to go in there, because he was a stabilizing force in the region, if you're going to go in there, walk over his military in the course of about a week, because we had the capability to do so, walk right into his office, and the highest ranking officer walk up to him and bitch slap him across the face and say, the president's on the phone, don't make us have to come back. Yeah. And just make it that clear. Because if this guy is really that bad of a guy, put him in check. Put him in checkmate. But don't destroy the entire region by creating a vacuum.
But we created him.
Yes, we did.
You know what I mean? Like, how bad can it be? Really bad. Because we created
we created most of the dictators in the Middle East.
That's the whole point. Exactly.
I mean, you go back to the Rockefellers and the Sierra Nevada Club convincing us to stop domestic oil production all over the country and to go start getting our oil all over the world. And when each one of these tin pot dictators and royal families refused to sell us their oil, all of a sudden we find a reason to have to change regimes. And then we wonder why each person we put in that regime no longer wants to be a puppet, ends up being worse than the last as we destroy heretical bloodlines and royal families and stuff generation after generation. You wonder why the entire Middle East hates us.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say the entire Middle East, but a lot of them do, yeah. I mean, I have some very good friends and some Emirati locals, Saudi Arabians. They absolutely love the American mindset. They absolutely love the American can-do attitude. They absolutely love the way that I do business. Candor, straightforward, but understands their cultures and act accordingly. You know, so when I'm there with my wife, she doesn't wear burqa, but she wears proper dress and everything. And they absolutely respect that. And they love the fact that there's an American that understands culture, can adapt, but still keeps that American mindset without kissing up, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not trying to be somebody I'm not. I am who I am, deal with it. Right? That's kind of thing. But I'm not going to disrespect you. And so I have a lot of, like, I honestly, as an American, I've never had anything distasteful anywhere in any country that I've ever lived in anywhere. It's always a bonus to be an American. And so the media is what spreads that stuff. The media, oh, America, this, they're bad, look at Trump and all this kind of stuff. But when you talk person to person, you know, no one's ever said anything to me. Maybe it's because I'm big and, you know, they're scared. I don't know. But no one's ever said anything.
I've always found in every country that I'm in, as long as you're respectful of them and their culture, they will be respectful of you and yours. And that's the American arrogance I hear often being that trope in the media is often from people who go to other countries and expect other countries to, I guess, make themselves subservient to the Americans who visit there. But I do want to give you a chance to push your book.
They're like, you don't speak English? You know,
Yeah.
like, you don't speak English? I'm like, no, we live in Germany. We live in Germany. We don't speak English. You know, it's like, why would you speak? Everybody speaks English. No, they don't. Or even worse, you don't speak American?
Oh, God. I would settle for most Americans speaking the Queen's English. But I want you to push your book. I want everybody to know, well, one, what inspired the book? You touched on it a little bit earlier, and where can people get it? Because,
Sure. Well, what inspired the book is that people kept asking me, like, how did you go work for Mick Jagger? How did you work for Olivia Newton-John? How did you work for Andrea Bocelli? How did you get to work for the Parliaments? How did you get to do all these things? I'm like, I just did it. You know, I walked up to Mick and said, I'm your new guy. You know, I walked up to Olivia Newton-John, I'm your new guy. And they're like, yeah, but it's got to be more than that. I'm like, no, not really. But then people said, well, what was your mindset? What were you thinking? What was the feeling you had inside? So I said, I guess I better write down. So it took about a year. And I had a buddy, Lane Balone, who's an SF veteran, Special Forces veteran, combat. And he's much younger than me. So I wrote my part and I said, add what parts you want to add in there that are relevant to what I wrote. And basically what I did is I decoded my entire life. I wrote it down and I said, where were the highs? Where were the lows? When I was homeless, what wasn't working anymore? When I was at my highest peak making millions, what was working, right? And then I looked at all these different highs and lows and I made models out of each of the ones that I could turn into a system that I could teach. And that's what the book ended up being. So like I said, 5 core models of which to live by to build a foundation, your operating system for your life where you won't fall anymore. If you do fall, you won't fall below that foundation and you always know where to stand. So anything I talk about, whether it's politics, whether it's business, whether it's relationships, it doesn't matter what it is, based on those 5 core models. And those 5 core models carry you through life. And when you know where you come from and you know who you are, you know where you're going, you're more powerful than 99% of the people around you. And that's why I can walk into any room. That's why I've, been in just about every room you can imagine, speaking to just about every person you can imagine all the way up without even having to say, hey, it's me. It's just because of that, because I know how to carry myself. I know what they expect. I know what they need. I know how to talk to people. And it comes through owning who you are. Certainty in your abilities to deploy your genius in any given situation. That's the whole book. That's what it boils down to. Gaining certainty in your abilities to deploy your genius in any given situation. When you have that, my friend, life is completely different. Because you don't think about what they want, what they need, how they're going to act, who says what, none of that stuff. You're coming from a place of core integrity. You're moving forward, knowing your value, knowing your worth. That's what the book's about. That's what you learn when you read it. And you actually do the work, you'll come out the other end a changed person. And thousands of people. You get on Amazon, you get on Audible.
I'm definitely going to have to read the book because I absolutely love that. I do want to know, because you did touch on it a little bit earlier, what were the tools that you used to get people to understand who they really are?
You mean as far in the book, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, you had touched on the vast majority of people don't know who they really are. Most people, they describe what they do, but...
Well, it's like you got to look at what how are you at your base. So basically, how do you treat animals? How do you treat other people? How do you treat your kids? How do you treat your neighbors? Right? How do you treat yourself? That's the core foundation right there, and you have to answer those questions truthfully. Like, are you looking in the mirror going, you loser, right? Or are you going, you winner, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you looking at your neighbors jealously? Why are you jealous? What is that triggering in you? Why are you jealous of them? What does that mean to you? Like, how do you treat animals? Why are you rude to animals but only good to cats? Like, what does this mean to you? Why are you like that? Think deeper. Figure out what that's all about. You start decoding. Because look, every single person is already 100% who they're supposed to be, but it's covered up with masks, shields, costumes. All you need to do is peel that back. And those questions help you peel that back and you become the full version of who you're supposed to be. And it's evolving. It never, you're not just like there and that's it. It's evolving because those layers, there's centuries of our parents, our grandparents, our great grandparents giving you that luggage those beliefs, those core values, those morals. It's passed along. And we have to, it's our job, if you want to be one of the ones, to actually peel it away and make a difference. Look, there's more strength in knowing who you are than there is sitting in an Abrams tank.
Yeah.
There's more strength in knowing who you are than any speech you can give, any politician you can speak to, it doesn't matter who they are. I can walk into a room, in any room, and own that room without even thinking about it, because I don't care. And if I don't care, I'm not sending out that vibe. Look at me. Who's that? Who's this? Who's why? What do I need to go? I just walk in and I own it. I spoke on stage a year and a half ago. It was Tucker Carlson, and then I came on, and it was in West Palm Beach. No, it was in West Palm. No, it was in Tampa, Florida. And I walked in that room, and there was 2,500 or 3,500, I don't know, entrepreneurs, and the room stopped when I walked in with my wife. Maybe it was because of her. I walked in, and then later I asked, and there were some veterans there, and they said, "Dude, when you walked in, I knew you were somebody." I said, "Why do you think that?" It's because you didn't look at anybody. You just walked in like you owned the place. But that's not how I'm walking in. I'm walking in like I'm me. I'm just doing what I'm doing here. All is well. But I own my presence, right? It's mine. I'm not doing it for anybody. I'm not trying to be anybody. I'm not trying to act like anybody, and I can give a damn. Right? But it's not a negative I could give a damn. It's just, it doesn't affect me and my operations.
I absolutely love that. I want to have you, if you don't mind, I'd definitely like to have you back on, because I absolutely love this conversation, and I feel like we could go so much deeper in a round two, if you don't mind.
Let's go.
All right. All right. It has been such a pleasure to get to talk to you. This is I'm definitely gonna have to read the book. It's gonna help me in my journey, because what
it does is it solidifies what you already know, but it breaks it down real simple for you to be able to utilize, and implement. It's that simple. And you're like, damn, I should have been doing this all along. This is simple. This is great. This is amazing. I feel amazing. I had a lieutenant colonel. It usually takes, maybe, if someone does the work hard, they can do it in a day or two, write the whole book and doing all the work. There's a lieutenant colonel. It took him a month and a half, because he said he couldn't get out of his soldier identity. Mm-hmm. That's what he did for 30 years, right? Because when you lose it, when you lose that identity, look, you're in the military. I don't even need to hear you speak. I don't need to know your name. I look at you. I see your rank, where you've been, your combat pad, I already know about what, where, how, and when. Suddenly, the next day when you leave the military, you're a doorman at a club, like I was. You have a 14-year-old kid walk up to you and says, "Oh, look at you, old man. Why don't you get a real job?"
Yeah.
A day after, you were just serving freedom, so to say, right?
Yep.
That identity loss is what causes people to go crazy.
That actually damn near destroyed my entire life. I literally was just talking to a therapist about that. I've been on this journey for like the past month and a half, realizing where my depression came from, realizing where my codependency came from, and realizing that it was losing that identity, that pillar of who I thought I was, leading to a cascading series of events and choices that led me to where I am now. And now I'm on this path of fixing everything. And I've been slowly on this path for years, but it got more defined as I was able to find my center of who I am and what I'm supposed to be doing.
Well, hopefully, as we get older, like I said, but when you get more conservative, you put up with less BS. You start looking for the straight and narrow instead of the windy road kind of thing. I was just talking to my wife about this last night, actually, and about that purpose that we had in the military. That we knew we were serving the highest of high, right? At least that's what we believed at the time.
Yep.
And when you have that purpose greater than yourself, that's why faith is so important.
Yes. Because
it's something greater than yourself. To have that faith in something greater, and faith is even an understatement, because everyone says they have faith, but they go to church and pray for the same thing every Sunday. If you had faith, you wouldn't keep praying for the same thing, would you? You would say it one time and know it's taken care of, right? Yeah. So that's certainty. We're talking about certainty right there, and certainty comes from knowing and not hoping. So that certainty that you have, certainty again in your abilities, right? Yeah. To deploy your genius in any given situation. That comes from here. Your solar plexus, your nuclear reactor, right here. That's where it comes from. And that's why it's humble alpha. Humble on the outside, alpha on the inside.
All right. Well, thank you for coming on, sir. Again, everybody, this is Stephen Eugene Kuhn. He is the author of Unleash Your Humble Alpha. Please go buy it on Amazon or Audible. Make sure that you get the book, you read it, and you implement the lessons that are in it so that you can get to that point of self-actualization and becoming the best version of yourself and peel back the layers of everything that's been holding you back. Wow. I'm absolutely dumbfounded. I keep having on these rock star guests that are right at the perfect time in my life where I need to. It's like every single episode we're having on somebody that's like right at the perfect time in my life where it's like, wow, I'm implementing things right now, and I appreciate that.
It's your frequency. It's your frequency. Your frequency is what's attracting it. No, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. You attract your frequency. If you have a low frequency, you attract low frequency. You have a high frequency, you attract high frequency.
Well,
simple as that.
I will take that, and hopefully I can keep it up, because that's at this pace. I'm going to be somewhere next year. So
well, let's look forward to it, man. Looking forward to that. Man,
all right,
keep me posted.
Will do.
And if you guys want to have me on, just let me know.
Definitely. All right. That's it for this interview. Make sure you go check the replay on RAMTV.LIVE. Make sure you follow, like, subscribe. Make sure you follow Stephen Eugene Kuhn on TikTok and listen to some of the videos. I've found them very, very refreshing and very, very informative. And I bet you're going to want to share them with a lot of your friends. All right. Have a good day, sir.
It's the Elsa Kurt Show with Clay Novak. Serving up trending news and conservative views. Brought to you by the Elsa Kurt Collection. And Refuge Medical. And now, it's time for the show.
So I'm looking at this guy on this screen here, and I'm like, you look familiar. Do I know you from somewhere? I feel like it's been forever. It's been like a million years. It's been 2 weeks. I know. How are you, Clay?
I'm good, and it's been 2 weeks, but in those 2 weeks, we actually met in person for the very first time. I know people, it's weird, but after 3 years of knowing each other and 2 years of doing this podcast, Elsa and I finally met. I don't know if y'all saw it on social media or not.
But here it is.
There it is.
Here is Clay and Elsa finally together in person for the first time ever. And I'm with you, Clay. I don't know how many people had any idea of this. Like, I don't think probably a lot of people don't really even know the backstory, because we've been so blessed to acquire some new friends who follow the show and join us on here. So very quickly, guys, Clay and I met, like Clay said, like 3 years ago, right? I interviewed you for your book, Keep Moving, Keep Shooting, the original version. And here's where it got kind of funny. So we did our interview. It was great. Liked each other right off the bat. It was just a really easy time. And then, as what happens, we were friends on social media, I think, but hadn't spoken to each other in a while. And then you had the idea to reach out and say, hey, if you're, looking for a guest again, I'd love to come back on and, talk some more about, because I think you're working on your second book and all that kind of stuff, right? And at that same time, in the same time frame that you sent that email, I was in the thought process that I wanted to add a co-host, because I was just doing it by myself, and it was fine, but it gets for me, and maybe even for you guys, the viewers and listeners, it gets a little boring listening to just one person blather on about their thoughts and opinions and blah blah blah. And I was like, gosh, I'd really like a co-host, but who? I just don't know who. Who would I pick? How do I even go about finding somebody that would be interested? Oh, it's going to be such a process. And then I opened Clay's email and I went, hang on a second. And I pulled up our interview and I went, Yeah, this guy is like the perfect counter to me, to my personality, because we're very different. We have the same kind of values and and beliefs generally and all that kind of stuff, but different perspectives, different ways, and everything. I'm like, and that's I don't want another. Who wants another me? Everybody is supposed to say we all do, Elsa. We all do. It's okay. It's okay. Stop, guys. Stop. No, I'm kidding. So I was like, oh, this is perfect. This is a great balance. And so without really honestly giving it more than a few minutes of thought, I'd love to say I'm a big, deep thinker like that, but it's not impulsive. It's just quick decision making. I was like, Clay would be perfect. I'm going to ask him. And I did. And you were like, are you serious? Right? Did you actually think I was kidding or?
I thought so, but it was very, a little bit surreal. And so I was like, yeah. But it's been 2 years. And truthfully, it was really right about now, because I think we came back, like I did, I think 1 episode. And then you were like, hey, I've got like 2 weeks of vacation planned, which has now become normal for us every year in August. And you were like, so we did the 1 episode, and then, and then we've been back since then, and it's been 2 years solid. So, but we had never met, people, like never in all of that time, had never met in person. And I was, up near Elsa a couple of weeks ago, seeing some family, and saw an opportunity, and we went and had lunch together, and, had a blast. Listen, we were sitting across the table from each other, and it was literally just like this. It was the exact same. It was so funny.
It was so abnormally normal. Like
normal, yes. That's a great description. But we took that photo before we left, and then you posted it, and I reposted. And I was just telling Elsa this before we started recording. I got more responses from people that were like, "That's a lucky guy. I wish I was him." Blah blah blah. And let me tell you, folks, I will tell you that Elsa is everything in person that you see on the screen. No, that's honest truth. She is exactly what you think she is, and so it was great. It was great to have lunch, and great to meet in person. But listen, awesome. We had in 2 weeks off. We got a bunch of stuff to catch up on. So story time's great, but we got some stuff to talk about.
Yeah. So I'm actually really glad that we could. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm so glad we started a little bit light, because we have to jump right into something that's really heavy, really upsetting. And I'll be honest, Clay, I was absolutely dreading even talking about this. I have such a hard time, mother, grandmother, father, I have such a hard time talking about things like this. Like I'll be honest, I would like to bury my head in the sand and pretend that it didn't happen. It doesn't exist, that these people aren't dealing with this reality right now. And obviously we know that that is not the case, especially in what we do as part of our chosen job here to talk about the incredibly difficult, upsetting things. I know that everybody already knows. All of our watchers and listeners already know the story. I will recap this very quickly for you. A brutal act of violence shook Minneapolis, Minnesota this week when a 22, but I have here 23-year-old biological male, Robin, formerly Robert, legal name change, so I'm referring to this person as Robin, Westman, opened fire at Annunciation Catholic School, killing 2 children and injuring 17 others before taking his own life. Despite claiming a transgender identity, the facts are clear. He was a man who targeted innocent kids in a house of God. Federal investigators are weighing hate crime charges against Catholics. The tragedy has reignited the debate over mental illness and security in faith-based schools, and the destructive culture that lies and denies truth and enables this kind of chaos. So that's my personal takeaway on that. What are your thoughts, Clay, and your perspectives on this, please?
Yeah, just a little forewarning, folks. I'm pretty salty about this. I'm pretty upset for a lot of reasons, and my language might be a little harsher than it normally is. But when this happened, the first reports came out. My brain did what it does. And so I went through analytics right away, and we've all learned, I learned in the military for years, first reports are always wrong. So I waited. I honestly didn't follow for probably the first hour, maybe 2 hours. I didn't read anything about it other than headlines, because I knew the details were going to be probably misreported or misrepresented. But my brain was cycling. So it was, initial reports of Minneapolis, initial reports of a Catholic school, and my brain went to probably Somali, because there's a heavy Somali Muslim population, as we all know, in Minneapolis. So I went to domestic terrorism or terrorism in general. And then, the thoughts of Catholics specifically, because you don't see that often, targeted religious site. So then I waited and everything, kind of unveiled itself with some clarity. So then the reports came through of a trans, individual, and then it went immediately to mental health, which is what this is about. And so, for those of you that do or don't know or follow this, there's a manual for mental illness. It's the DSM, I think 5 is what it is. Gender dysphoria, which is what leads people to a trans procedure or trans lifestyle, is no longer classified as a mental illness, which is tragic, because what it also says in there is, while it's no longer classified as a mental illness, the people who suffer from gender dysphoria, and they've renamed it to something else, something lighter, something less offensive, tend to suffer from significant other mental illness issues or mental illnesses. And so, they've clouded the issue by saying, yeah, they've got mental issues, but this isn't one of them, which I completely disagree with. I think gender dysphoria, especially when it leads to mutilation of your own body, is a mental illness. That is a mental illness. I think that we are, softening this to the point where we're excusing it. There was a lot of follow-up yesterday about how many trans or trans-associated people have been responsible for mass shootings in the last few years. The number is astronomically high if you haven't looked at that. And then immediately, of course, everybody turns around and wants to blame guns instead of some of the key facts, which are mental illness, 1, 2, parental responsibility. By the way, this transition started before this individual was 18 years old, endorsed by the parents, yes, who I found out this morning, and I don't know if this, I would assume 24 hours or 18 hours afterwards, this individual's mother worked at this school. Yes. So now you've got a religious hate crime, like there clearly was motivation against either the Catholic Church or the mother who worked at the Catholic Church. I hate my parents because they allowed me to do this to myself. We all know that there's, in the trans world, there's tons of stories of regret that happen as these people who transition as children grow into adults. I think that this person was suffering from that, and lashed out. I think there was tons of mental instability, anger issues, but of course, people, and I'm taking a breath, people like Jen Psaki, and I've got a list of names in the back of my head right now that I would like to call her and others, their immediate reaction is to blame guns and not everything else associated with it. And she, of course, also went after religion in a very backhanded way. I don't know if you saw her comments, but it was the typical thoughts and prayers aren't enough. Yeah. Praying is not enough. Basically she said your religion is irrelevant in this discussion and that action needs to be taken. Well, that's exactly what Jen Psaki and people like her, the liberal left, want. They want to whitewash and rid the nation of religion. They want a godless thought process in anything and everything that we do. Right. And it's relevant and it's apparent in everything they say. When you've got an adult like this who has severe mental issues, who has no problems going in and shooting and killing children, this starts with the legitimization of abortion. I'm sorry, I don't care what your opinion is, but when you start with it's okay to kill unborn children, then all of your, belief system is based there. The irrelevant value of human life goes out, that is your baseline. And I don't want to hear any other sympathy. And I am so sick and tired of the excusal of the oh, well, this person's trans. The mayor of Minneapolis yesterday, right, was blaming Christians, was telling Christians to stop praying, to this is stop blaming the trans community, stop, seriously, shut the F up. I'm tired of it. I really, really am. And everybody who is on board with this, truthfully, is sick. They have serious moral and ethical issues. And Jen Psaki is the epitome of it right now.
Absolutely. Listen, if I nodded my head in agreement any harder, I would have whacked my forehead on the microphone, because you are spot on 100% in everything that you just said. I fully agree. And I especially love your reference to justifying and excusing and accepting, normalizing, because I love that word, normalizing abortion. Yes, the devaluing of God-given, God-created life is unacceptable in any way, shape, or form. And excusing it and justifying it is the beginning of the depravity, really. And to allow, and then we move into this agreeing with someone with gender dysphoria that their body that they were born in is wrong and bad, and they should mutilate it, and they should take hormones and drugs and things to stop the natural biological process of your body and your brain. We know now the impact. We have enough cases and enough studies that have been done on the long-term effects on this. We witness what is happening with these people. Mental illness, period. Like, that is what this is. It's not guns. It's not. And by the way, I'm not going to, Clay and I have had a pretty long-standing agreement that we're not going to give platform to these evildoers, to these people. So I'm not going to be showing the videos of the person. They're out there. They're all over X. If you want to see them, we won't have our feelings hurt if you step away and want to go watch those. And I'm not knocking you if you choose to watch them. We just agree that we're not going to be ones to give them more of a platform than what they deserve. I would rather give the attention to the victims and the victims' families. And the other thing that I have been doing and will always continue to do, despite the Jen Psaki's of the world, is to pray for the victims and for the families and for the communities and for this world and for this country and everyone and everything in it. So no matter what these jackasses say to the contrary, prayer is incredibly powerful. It is comforting. It is effective. It does so much. And for those that tell you that your thoughts and prayers are invaluable and they mean nothing in cases like this, you are incredibly woefully misguided as to the power of prayer and the purpose of prayer. Prayer is not like rubbing a genie bottle and getting wishes granted. And I think that's where some of these people tend to get maybe willfully confused about it. When we pray, we're not making wishes to a genie. We are praying for the outcomes and the things that we want, but we are trusting in God, and that His will is greater than our own, and that His comfort can sustain us through the most horrific moments and times in our life. These are man-made incidents. These are man-created, not God-created. God did not create what happened here. He is not responsible for it. Evil people are responsible for it. People who promote evil and who instigate evil and who justify evil are to blame here. So we turn to God to comfort us and to guide us in our words and our actions and our behaviors. And yeah, I mean, that is the purpose and the power of prayer. And I do think that prayer is one of the most powerful, meaningful things that you can do. So if anybody tells you otherwise, pardon me, but they can suck it. So sorry. I had to go lowbrow there for a second. Somebody will come at me for like, oh, you were doing so good, Elsa, until you said that. Oh, listen, there's so much more that the me in me, and this is my phrase that I like to use, the me in me would like to say the very same words that Clay wanted to say as well. So yeah. And I learned from you, Clay, in taking that pause in the commenting and the sharing and all of that, because as I've been open with before, I have bitten my own bottom in the process of doing that, sharing things too soon and without knowing. And I did, as I researched some images and things for this topic, I came across the first early postings of what was happening, and of course it was a picture and a name of somebody completely different than who it ended up to be, and they were like, this is the reported shooter, and this is their name and their a picture and all that stuff, and like, it's just some dude who has nothing to do with anything. But yeah, what it comes down to is that we have to actually address the deeper issues here, which is the mental illness, which gender dysphoria is 100% a part of that. That needs to be reinstated into those documents that you were mentioning, needs to be put back in there. And honestly, I think anyone who is, and maybe I'm getting wild here, but I personally feel like anybody who is performing these surgeries and prescribing these altering drugs and medications, and these parents who are, championing this, I feel like it's criminal. I feel like it's criminal. I truly and genuinely do. There needs to be a greater, broader accountability for the mental decline that is happening. Because it's not just like, wow, how did this happen? There's a very clear path that you can see how it's happening. So to deny it is just simply sticking your head in the sand and pretending that that's not the case. And the other thing, Clay, I wanted to touch on with that is, and this is definitely a big left and right divide, obviously. I want to see armed guards outside of these schools. I want to see people who are able to be armed in these facilities, whether it's a school or a church, whatever the case is. Get those damn no guns allowed signs and rules out of your spaces where they're, especially where there are children. Bullshit that you don't think those kids should be protected at all costs. You're going to protect celebrities and politicians and government people. I mean, are you kidding me right now? They're protected by armed guards and gates and walls and locks and all of those things. But our children, the most precious thing on the planet, is not going to be protected. Screw you. Bullshit.
Yeah, and I'm, I've always been an advocate for the number one thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. Mm-hmm. I've also said many, many times that there's an entire veteran population that has, that would love to be involved in this type of protection. Yeah. And listen, I'm honest and I understand who I am and where, my background lies and the people that I have served with over the years. Not everybody, just because you're a veteran doesn't mean you're cut out for that kind of work. And there still needs to be vetting done and those kinds of things. However, I think there's a lot of availability out there and a lot of people who would want to do that, to take that on. And I think it's appropriate at this point for all the reasons that you said, which is we guard everything up to and including our money with armed guards, but we don't guard our children. And I think it's misaligned. I think, this is an environmental nature versus nurture kind of discussion as well. The state of Minnesota is clearly a place that has some issues environmentally. And I'm not going to blame everything on Governor Walz, okay, as much as I would like to, because the guy's a big dum-dum and he's got his own issues. But this is well before him. But it's nurtured by people like him in that state, clearly. So, and I'm not hating on all of Minnesota. People don't freak out. But if you live there, you probably know and realize what you're living in. Very much like, people who live in and around New York City or live in Southern California or live outside of Chicago. Like, those folks know the debacle that their states and their localities are in. And I'm sure if you live in Minnesota, you probably feel it as well. Especially if you're a conservative. So, that is it's an issue across the board, and please, Jen Psaki again, comparing us, I think it was her comparing us to Europe, like, oh, all these European countries have figured this out. Why, yeah, I know, but they have knife attacks every day and they're horrific. Right. Yeah. And truthfully, for a bunch of liberals who keep calling President Trump a dictator, you would think that getting rid of guns is about the last friggin' thing that they really want to do, right? Yeah. So it's all disconnected and it's all messaging and it's all bullshit because they just want to get rid of guns. I'm not a conspiracy theorist to the point of where this was a planned and planted incident for that specific purpose. There are a lot of people out there who are like that. I believe this is severe, just a simple case, not a simple, but a case of, mental illness, and a severe problem with an individual, and that's kind of where we sit. Let's not belabor this anymore. This is a terrible topic, and I think we've hit it all. So, not that we've got a lot more light until maybe the end, but
we'll get there, guys. We will. Yeah. We got a couple lighter ones. We got to get through the tough stuff first, and to close out, for my Christian family out there, I want to close out that topic with just saying to you, the Lord is near to those who have a broken heart, and that is from Psalm 34:18, and that's a little stick it to the Jen Psaki's of the world. So yes, I close it out with a little faith and a little snark. Let's move on to the troops in our cities, law and order or political theater. You take it from the top, Clay. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not a fan of this, and I know there's a lot of folks who are fans of President Trump and Sec F that are fans of this. The reason I'm not for this is because it's not sustainable. Mm-hmm. Clearly, in the short term, there has been a massive impact in Washington, D.C. All the stats show it. Crime is down. Violent crime is down. Mm-hmm. Street vendors are saying this is great. I can actually walk around and not be worried about getting mugged or whatever. And the impact has been immediate. So that's I'm not against it for that reason, but I'm against it because the policy in the city of Washington, D.C., and as this expands to other cities, which is probably what's going to happen, until you change the policy, until you implement more law enforcement, capability in terms of officers or whatever it is, or even just policy and prosecution by state's attorney, district attorneys, this doesn't change unless you keep the National Guard there forever. I wrote a blog about this week, and they can't stay there forever. None of us need them or want them to stay there forever. So there has to be a better solution. And in the meantime, most of those National Guard members are not trained to do this. And now we're going to arm them. They've been authorized to carry pistols and in some case rifles. Mm-hmm. And things have been fairly quiet in Washington, D.C. I would tell you if it expands to places like Chicago, it may not stay quiet. And now you've got these kids, these National Guard members, men and women standing on street corners who are now at risk. Mm-hmm. And not just of getting injured, but of injuring someone else, right? And I know it's easy to say that's what they signed up for, but in a law enforcement capacity, and you understand this as a cop's wife, these kids are not trained police officers. They're not trained to enforce the law. They're being put in place to augment the police department. But if you're short, pick your number, 2,000, 4,000, 8,000 officers, when the National Guard leaves, these cities go back to what they were. And that's why I don't like this as a solution. It's a great short term, but I think in the long term, this is a horrible decision. And we can't, as a nation, be comfortable with soldiers on our streets as part of law enforcement. None of us should be happy about this as a long-term solution. But the problem is there is no other long-term solution. And that is my greatest fear.
Right. No, those are great points. It's, I have felt conflicted about it. You see, I agree. You see the short-term results where the crime stats have gone down dramatically, and that's that's a big yay. That's exactly what needed to be done. So I guess my perspective would be pretty similar in that, like, listen, if we're calling this a reset, like this, we just hit the restart button and just kind of brought it back down to more normalcy, I guess, more law and order. Wonderful. But yeah, what are the next steps, and how do you walk them back now and give this power back to, and I think the answer is that, we have to, it goes to even the courts. Like, we can't get the courts to do what they're supposed to do, which is lock up bad people. They keep sending them out, so and my heart, as is obvious, and of course and anyone who knows anything about me, my heart always immediately automatically goes to law enforcement, because they are out there trying to do their damn job, which is make the streets safer for people and for citizens, and to just simply do their job. And they do their job, and they do the job, and then the courts let them out again. And it's just this, and this has been this is decades long. This isn't anything new. This is why we've gotten to where we're at, right? To why it's so bad.
Exactly right.
Yep. So, I guess the answer is, is it even an answer? Like, the solution has to become, how do we get the courts to do what they're supposed to do? And I know that's, easy to ask and harder to answer, because, you're talking about overcrowding in prisons and this and that, and how we categorize crimes. And, I know that this is such a bigger conversation than what I'm making it sound like here. But it has to be addressed. Like, we can't just go, well, that's really hard, well, I guess we can't do anything about it. No, you kind of have to do something about it. And, and I love that. I love this as a first step. I love this as what feels like the reset button for these cities and these areas that are just so overrun, where people just don't feel safe going out anywhere. So great restart, but make a plan for what's next. And I don't know, Clay, I mean, have you heard anything like, okay, so we've done this, we've got the National Guard out there, we've kind of restored the peace and law and order here. Next, we're going to. Have you heard anything? No. So I agree. That is a problem. Like we need what's next? Like, what do we do? What are we going to allow the police to do? Basically my question is more of, are we going to allow the police to actually do their jobs? And are the courts going to enforce the laws? And I think that's kind of where I'm standing on it, that, are the courts going to enforce the laws? And if not, what are we going to do about that? Right? I don't know.
Yeah. You've got, and I've seen people like, oh, well, they're targeting all of these blue states when really crime rates in red states are higher. And the reality is that, the crime rates in blue cities inside of red states are where the problems are. Right.
Yeah.
But when you've got a place like, let's just take, you could take New York, you could take Chicago, you could take LA, where you've got a, Democratic governor, you've got a Democratic mayor. I mean, listen, Chicago hasn't had a Republican mayor in over 100 years. 100 years, right? So, and again, a Democratic governor, a Democratic mayor, the district attorneys and all those, like all of that, this is the result of decades and decades and decades of just decay. And I hate to say this, but I think Seattle falling apart, Portland falling apart, San Francisco falling apart, which they are, as we've talked about on this show, is not enough. One of our top 5 major metro areas is really going to have to collapse for there to be the backlash against local politics, in other words, mayoral politics, to fix this. New York was, in the 70s, was a mess, right? And then, you had Giuliani and right, some things changed, and that was but people have forgotten, right? People have forgotten how bad that was, and the pendulum swing to better, and now they're swinging back the other direction. And I think you need to see that again in a place like Chicago or Los Angeles, and or back in New York again, for that matter, for people to take this seriously. But there's no exit strategy for the National Guard right now, so I'm dismayed that this is people are settling into this. I don't like it. We should remain uncomfortable and truthfully demand out of the White House, who implemented this, to say, okay, like you said, what's the next step?
What's next? Right.
Where do we go from here? We can't sit back and say, okay, all right, everything's cool. We're selling hot dogs on the street again. That's great. Right. The National Guard's got to go home at some point. Like this can't be permanent. So we got to figure that piece out before it becomes permanent. And none of us should want that.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Want to move on to something I don't know if I'd call it fun, but is it even funny? I mean, it's kind of funny in the sense that, wow, we are as a society spending a lot of time talking about a chain restaurant logo change. Like, we are spending a lot of time and energy invested in this. And I didn't have a whole heck of a lot to say about it. So I wasn't saying anything about this, Clay, for, I don't know, the first several days, if not longer, of this whole saga. Frankly, because I didn't care. And I just didn't. I mean, like, I feel a little bad, seeing how emotional people got over the whole thing. I got, as you know, Clay, I got an email from somebody. Well, let me backtrack just a tiny bit here. I was perusing, which I don't often do, and I do very short amounts of it. I was perusing the comment section of one of my videos, and someone had had nothing to do with Cracker Barrel or anything like that. And somebody had made the comment that, also, I haven't heard you say anything about Cracker Barrel yet. I'm curious what your opinion is. Something I'm paraphrasing, but that was like the gist of it. And I was like, somebody wants my opinion on Cracker Barrel? I mean, who am I? I'm losing my headphones here. Who am I to disappoint somebody who wants my opinion that I just love to give? So I gave the whole thing a little bit of thought, and I kind of just evaluate my thoughts and opinions on this. And I was like, okay, so let's see. I have been to Cracker Barrel maybe 3 or 4 times in my life. My opinion is that, it's cute and quaint, and like, this is the gist of what I posted basically. It was cute and quaint. The food was kind of just average. It's like stuff that's like pre-made and heated up, I think. I'm sorry, Cracker Barrel, if that's not correct, but that's kind of how it seemed. I don't know, maybe it is made fresh, I don't know. Sorry guys, because people, as you're going to find out, get very emotional about this. I thought the times that I've been there that I can recall, the staff was very nice and friendly. I personally thought the little store to the side of the place was, overpriced, but cute stuff in there. It's just not stuff that I would buy. But it was a pretty underwhelming impression. I'm not really knocking it, but I'm also not like raving about it either. It's just whatever to me. Well, I got an email from somebody. Like, somebody took the time to email me to tell me that they were extremely disappointed in me, and they don't vote for me anymore, and they don't endorse me, and they don't like me, and they're mad at me, and they're not going to follow me anymore because of the terrible things that I said about Cracker Barrel, which is like an institution and, an iconic, like, I don't know. The guy just, he kind of lost it on me a little bit there. And I was so stunned by it. Like, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that my opinion, first of all, was that valuable. I will be more careful. I will be so much more careful with the weight of my words going forward. Like, it was the most bizarre thing to me. And, I bring it on myself by making my email address accessible to people. It was kind of meant as a, listen, if this is business, like this is my job, this is my business, this is what I do for a living. I know that there are people in the world that do not consider what I do and what you do a job, that it's not real work. I'm sorry to disappoint you and to anger you further, but it is actually a job. I spend many hours a day every week doing this stuff. But that's why my email's there.
That was Mr. Elliott,
Yes.
which you posted on social media, who I
Yes.
still think we should have on the show.
Elliot, come on the show.
Yeah, but so interestingly enough, folks, so we haven't done this yet. This is oddly Thursday morning.
Yes.
Thursday morning. So you're going to see this tonight.
Mm-hmm.
But Thursday morning, we're recording this. I did in our normal rhythm with Elsa. I sent a list of topics on Monday. And of course, Cracker Barrel was one of the top 2 or 3 on the list. This even before the Minnesota incident yesterday, which we added this morning, by the way. But Cracker Barrel was on there. And from the time that I sent that on Monday to this morning, Thursday, this is all flipped over, right? Cracker Barrel has reverted. They are going back to their old logo. I don't know if they're going to, they had a handful of restaurants that had been converted from this old, like, cedary, antique crap hanging on the walls, right? That was their vibe. It always was.
Thing. Yeah.
But they kind of whitewashed it a little bit. They went to a lighter color gray and some other things. And, so I don't know if they're going to flip those restaurants back or not, but they are going back to the old logo. But I read a thing yesterday, and this was about an investor. And I'm not going to try and remember his name. I do know that he is a high-end investor in Cracker Barrel. I know that he owns some other things. The guy's a high money guy. But in 2024, this CEO who's responsible for all this came out and sent a letter to the shareholders and was like, hey, these are all the things that we're going to do. And a lot of it was, make friends with the LGBTQ community, make Cracker Barrel a safe space, blah, 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 blah. And he threw a conniption fit. And he was like, this is crap. This has nothing to do with our business. This has nothing to do with our business model. This is not the targeted audience, and all this other stuff. And he wrote some either 7 or 11 page letter in response to her state of the company. And he warned everybody a year ago that this was going to be a disaster.
Sure enough.
And sure enough, it rolls around and it happens. And then there's been this quick turnaround on basically because of the outcry from the customers on, they don't like this. Right. And listen, I get it. If I like the food. It's very everything's covered in gravy, which I'm a huge fan of.
I love gravy.
But I had a good friend of mine that I used to work with who was a manager, managed a Cracker Barrel, and they have Cracker Barrel is actually a lot of companies model their manager development program after Cracker Barrel because it is very thorough, it's very intense, and they take it very, very seriously. So there's some great business practices in Cracker Barrel. The store's cool, whatever. Like if you're a Gen Xer, like every candy from when you were a kid is in there, which is kind of awesome. But yes, the other stuff, you can get everything in there from like beard balm to like, an apron with a tractor on it.
Right.
And everything.
Yeah, it's cute stuff in there. It's maybe because I'm not a things person. Yeah.
Yeah, this was a horrible business decision for that audience. What they should have done was concentrate on the other pillars in her letter, which were higher quality customer service, higher quality food, a better kind of, environment or company culture. And they should have put their effort into that instead of the rebranding and everything else. And clearly that part of it has backfired. And after losing hundreds of millions of dollars in stock value and revenue, they're getting killed. And so what people don't realize why this money guy flipped out a year ago was because Cracker Barrel's revenue over an 11-year span, it added $1 billion in revenue, but their profit decreased. They were still profitable, but their profit went from, let's just call it it went from maybe 175 million to, like 142 million, even though their revenue, their intake went up by $1 billion. It's crazy. So he was like, this is not fixing the problem. We have a problem. This is not fixing the problem. And, she proceeded forward. And the question is how long until she resigns or is fired? Now that they have said, hey, we're going backwards on this. We're bringing back the old man in the barrel, et cetera. So keep your eyes on Cracker Barrel, folks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's that whole, woke mind virus. Like
that's exactly right.
This is what happens. Like, you hire somebody who is incapable of reading the room and think that they're going to fix the problem. You don't even know what your company's demographic is.
Yeah.
You should be fired weeks ago, technically. You should never even been hired. Like, question number one, do you understand our demographic? Like, here's let me write your questionnaire for your prospective CEOs. Do you understand our demographic? Do you know who we serve? Do you know our story? Now, since this all came out, since I was, reprimanded so aggressively for my opinions there, I have been reading a little bit more, and it's actually very, very charming. There were people who put in the comments section, were so gracious to put in the comment sections their stories of their experiences in Cracker Barrel and what Cracker Barrel actually meant to them or means to them. And it was actually very sweet and very touching that there were a lot of truckers that came in and said, listen, that is where I would go, on those long hauls. That's where I would stop for my meals. And it was like a little slice of home. It felt like home cooking and atmosphere, and it made me feel better. And it made me feel good. And that touched my heart. I'm like, oh, now I feel really bad about being kind of flip about this and whatever. I didn't know. So I do apologize again, this time more genuinely that, listen, I did not know the effect. I'm not from the South. I know Cracker Barrel just came to my area. Well, it's probably been around for a decade or more. But I remember when it came to our area and I was like, what the heck is Cracker Barrel? I didn't even know. So forgive me for my, my ignorance, guys. But yes, but it's okay. It's technically okay that I don't know. I don't work for Cracker Barrel. I'm not making decisions on their stuff and things, which you should all be thankful for. But yeah, if you want to rebrand, if you want to update that logo, just keep the essence of it and just make it a little newer looking. I don't know. I think is Uncle Herschel. I think is the guy in the barrel.
I think you're right. Yeah. Yep.
Keep him, keep the barrel, keep everything. Just brighten it up a little bit. Keep him in his overalls. Don't even change the overalls, but just refresh.
Yeah, there's nothing. It's a business decision, and I get it. Rebranding is what it is, and companies need to go through that. And actually, I give Cracker Barrel, the corporation, whoever it is, some props because they were a lot quicker to respond and rebound than, say, Anheuser-Busch.
Yes,
right, and some other companies who have suffered from the go woke, go broke.
Right.
They heard loud and clear, and they were like, "All right, ceasefire. We're not. It's been a horrible week. Let's stop doing this." So good for them.
Right. And, and this is not, and the thing that and for several of the topics, our first topic and this one as well, the left will automatically go to, this is trans hate, this is LGBTQ hate, this is, all the phobias that they, blah, blah, blah phobia. No, it's not. It's a love and an appreciation for traditional values, and you can do and be however you choose to be. I don't hate you for it. In fact, I love you and I want the best for you, and I want you to have your best life possible and all the love in the world. And I want your mental health to be great. So it's not about that. It's about you can like what you like. We can like what we like. And if Cracker Barrel has always appealed to a certain demographic, a certain crowd, so that's who you're focusing on. Everybody's welcome. Everybody is welcome, but this is the key audience for that. So
that's who goes there.
Yeah, that's who goes there. Yeah. I mean, it's not that nobody else is welcome there, but you attract who you attract. I mean, stop making it everything has to be a thing. So exhausting, Clay. All right.
What's next?
Spent a lot of time on Cracker Barrel. We got to move on. Less fun again. We're on a roller coaster today with this, right? We're going back down. This is awful. Oh my goodness. Awful.
This is, folks, this is a lot of things. But this is a direct result of, the immigration policy of the previous administration. Okay. This individual came here, Indian, had a co-driver with him. For those of you, I'm sure everybody is tracking this by now, but, tractor trailer, long haul truck driver, made an illegal U-turn, crushed a minivan, killed a family of 3, and then immediately fled back to California. This happened in Florida, right? Yeah. Caught the guy, brought him back to Florida, found out that illegal immigrant, found out that California illegally gave him a CDL, all of the things that, we knew and assumed was happening as a result of the poor immigration policy based on the last administration. This guy is it. So, and now we're turning it back, right? The guy's going to get deported. I think that the state of California should be held somewhat responsible for issuing the illegal CDL to this guy. And I am a fan. I know, people say we keep taking jobs away from non-English speakers, but if you can't know and understand and read the rules of the road in the United States, then you shouldn't be driving.
Right.
This is not about your ability to speak English. It's about your ability to know and understand the rules associated where you can risk the lives of, say, a family of 3 in a friggin' minivan.
Right.
So, President Trump and Secretary of Transportation Duffy, who's saying, got to speak English to drive a truck. Mm-hmm. Great. I think it should be that way.
Yeah.
You can't drive around in other countries. You would be surprised, folks, if you have never been to another country and tried to see what it's like to get a driver's license, even for a passenger car in another country. Good luck.
Yeah.
You actually, in Germany, you have to be able to read and write German because you have to be able to understand the road signs. It's all of those things that, people here in America are like, oh, this is targeting illegal immigrants. Yeah, it is. But it's a safety factor.
Right. Yeah.
So,
I think the overwhelming problem that we have in this society, in this country, is that we live in this, and I'm being this is obviously a generalization when I say this, we live in this bubble where we are so grossly unaware of the policies and the rules in other countries, and we think that these expectations are so insane, that we should have borders, that we should have these rules, that you should have to be able to speak English in order to get your driver's license, especially a CDL license. I mean, any license really, but there's this perception that this is a cruel and unfair thing and un-American and all of that. And I mean, like you said, to echo you, Clay, look at every other country. These are matter of course actions and rules and guidelines and laws that they have. And why should we not? Like, it's just bizarre to me, Clay.
And listen, we're not talking out of both sides of our mouth, because I said earlier, Jen Psaki's like, hey, Europe's figured out how not to have mass shootings. Why can't we follow Europe's, example? And we both were like, no, we're not Europe. Mm-hmm. This is, and then we turn around and we say, yes, it's hard to get a driver's license in Germany. We should follow Germany's example. I get it. It sounds a little two-faced, but there is some practicality and some common sense that needs to be applied. And that's exactly what we're talking about. If you can't understand and read road signs, and you can't read the manual and take the test that says, here's how to be safe on the roads, then you shouldn't be driving. And that's really the issue. And don't even get me started. I don't know if you saw this thing with this little girl defending her sister with a knife who got arrested. Did you hear about this?
I did not. I did not.
Yeah. That. So I think Scotland. It's in the UK. A man stalking, filming two young girls, 14-year-old, 12-year-old, and filming with his phone and kind of coming up to them, and it was clearly an uncomfortable situation. The older sister, 14, pulled out a knife and said, "Get away from my sister! Stop filming us!" and threatened the guy. Right,
girl. Yeah.
You know who got arrested? The 14-year-old girl.
Yeah. Of course.
She was carrying a knife. Because she was carrying a knife, right?
Unfreaking real.
Right. So that's not what we're talking about, folks. Right? We're talking about some common sense, right? Read the driver's manual, be able to pass the test, read the road signs in English. And for those of you that say, well, why don't they just have the test in Spanish, or why don't they just have the road signs aren't in Spanish, folks.
They're not in
Spanish. The road signs are in English, nor should we go back and redo everything in multiple languages. Not a thing. No. So the reason it's not in multiple languages to take the test is because the road signs are in English. They're always going to be in English, and you have to be able to read English. Period.
And by the way, you want to even simplify it even more. The majority of these signs are symbols. Like if you can't understand, if you don't know what those symbols mean, like you don't even
U-turn.
Right? like fine, you don't want to learn English? Okay, fine. Not really, but just go with me. Learn the symbols. Like, how did this guy pass his test? How did he pass the test? Like, someone explain that garbage.
He didn't pass the test. He got his license illegally, obviously, as we know now. But also, if you've ever driven in the Middle East, I know this guy was Indian, but, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, like I've seen and been on those roads. And let me tell you something. They don't follow. I would be surprised if they have road rules, but they certainly don't follow them. So that's a culture issue as well. But regardless, I'm on board with this. Department of Transportation, you got to speak English to get a CDL to be able to drive a truck.
Yeah,
should be a way. That's the way it is.
Yeah. Y'all can argue it all you want, but that's simply the fact.
Care.
I don't care.
Yep.
I don't care. Let's see. Okay, so this one.
I surprised you with this one, didn't I?
You did. I'm like, I read it. And what I do is I like copy it and I put it into there. Like there's a whole process I go through, and then I plug it in to do my research. And I kind of just did it like on autopilot, just that initial process of it. And then I read it again. I'm like, I'm sorry, wait, what? I'm what? Go ahead, Clay. Tell what's going on.
Listen, this is also gonna bleed into our next topic, so we'll just go one into the other. But this has to do with the war between Ukraine and Russia, and really what you've got is Russian soldiers, right, are paying each other. This isn't like shoot me in the foot so I don't get drafted. Right. This is on the battlefield. Shoot me so that it looks like I was wounded in combat, and I get all the benefits that come afterwards, right? So this is like out on the battlefield, one guy pre-planned pays a fellow soldier however much. It's a lot of money, right? They're paying each other to shoot them in the course of a war, so that they can get sent home and draw all the benefits of their VA, the Russian VA system, which they have. And this is a thing now. Like this is legitimately drawing enough attention that it's being reported globally. Like I can't fathom. This is like when you have a conscript army, this is what happens. So for all of you that are like, we should institute the draft in the United States, this is the kind of stuff you get. So yeah. But again, now this bleeds into the next. So what did you think of this when you read this?
Well,
what did you think?
And apparently it's my standing reaction here. I can't help but laugh. And I know it's not funny, guys.
Oh, it is funny. No, it's funny.
Thank you. Because I know that I have a terrible sense of humor. I find terrible things funny. I've passed this terrible gene. Can I segue for one how we do it? I'm going to do it. I got to segue for one very quick second and just tell you guys this story to reinforce my terrible sense of humor that I have passed down not only to my children, but to my grandchildren. The 2-year-old and the 1-year-old were fighting over real estate on the chair with my daughter, with their mommy. And the 2-year-old had won in the real estate game. And the 1-year-old was climbing. He's like a little spider monkey. And he was climbing up the chair, essentially. It's like one of those recliners. And the 2-year-old kind of gave him a gentle nudge with her foot to help him off. to which he landed on his head. He's fine, guys. He's fine. But the 2-year-old, and I kid you not, the 2-year-old watched this happen and went, laughed her ass off at him falling. And I looked at my daughter and I said, I'm so sorry she gets it from me. So that tells you how rotten my humor is. So I'm sorry that I found this funny. I feel better that you found it funny too. It's, I there's layers to it, certainly, that you're like, wow, that's really, ooh, where's the valor there? But you made such a great point on that, Clay. Things that I don't think about when it comes to this kind of stuff, that like, this is what happens when you're basically forcing people to fight in a battle, in a war that they want no part of. They're going to try and find ways to get out of it. So I find it oddly brilliant on their part. So it's equal parts awful, hilarious, brilliant, and a shame. I think I covered it all, right?
All of those things.
Yeah. All right. So we can roll right into this guy right here.
Yeah.
I'm making you take the lead.
The short version on this is Zelensky has come out and said, no matter what President Trump says, no matter what Putin says, he is the one who's going to decide when the fighting ends. And, folks, we've all been rooting for this. President Trump especially has said this from the campaign. He just wants the killing to stop. We all want the war to end. Yeah. Americans have a skewed perspective on this because for the last, since the end of World War I, really, we have stopped taking the loser's stuff. Like warfare changed in the 20th century, where it was like you win, you get the loser's stuff, you get their land, you get all their riches. We don't do that anymore. And Americans think that's how warfare goes, and it's not true. And so really the negotiating point that President Trump has been trying to make is that Ukraine's going to have to give something up for this to stop. That's just the way it's going to be. And oh, by the way, a century ago, that's exactly what happened in warfare. But Zelensky has said he is the one who's going to decide when the fighting stops. And let me tell you, folks, this guy has no vested interest in this war ending, because as soon as the war ends, Ukraine holds elections and he comes out of power. And that is the last thing that he wants.
Right.
So this is not ending anytime soon, as much as President Trump wants it to. And truthfully, even President Putin, who's dealing with knuckleheads shooting each other to get VA benefits, right? He knows this is going on. Right. Like, he's trying to deal with that stuff as much as even he wants it to end. It's not going to happen because, Combat Sweater Monkey Boy is not going to allow that to happen, because he comes out of power when it does. And the guy's a piece of trash. Stop making him a hero. He is far from it. He has nothing. He doesn't care about the Ukraine. He doesn't care about Ukrainian people. He's a failed comedian who somebody put in a position of power that he doesn't want to give up.
Yeah, he's an actor playing a role and probably getting incredibly wealthy doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
billions with a B. Billions with a B. Yeah.
That little tiny man is just stockpiling that cash like Midas, it's crazy. It's so disappointing. Like, I feel like, everybody sits around the table there, and everybody's all ready to, to sign away and just be done with this. And then, he's the guy in every office meeting that's like, I just have a question. And everybody's like, damn it, Zelensky.
On Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
On Friday afternoon at 4:55. Yeah.
He's that guy every time. And it's so nice. And I know I'm like, downplaying it and everything. But at this point, like, it is my nature. I gotta find something to laugh about here with this. So yeah, that he just sucks so bad. I can't stand. What did you call him again? Monkey.
Combat Sweater Monkey Boy.
Yeah. That's his new name now for forever. I'm even going to make a meme. I'm going to make a meme of that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Listen, we saved the best, the most important, epic breaking news. I need everybody to calm down. Okay. Calm down. But, oh my God, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are engaged. Yeah. I know you could tell that I was not serious about caring. Listen, congratulations to them. I think it's lovely and wonderful. I love love. Love is a wonderful thing. I think more importantly, I think they are the most brilliantly branded couple on the planet. The billionaire pop star and the hunky, I mean, not to me, but apparently to other people, hunky football player guy, and their whirlwind, charming romance has culminated to the engagement of what appears to be the engagement of the century. Like, this is the biggest news. We have major mainstream platforms gushing over this, like fangirling so hard.
Oh, yeah.
And I have.
Did you hear about the college professor that had to stop class? This is a male college professor. The announcement came while they were in class. He had to stop class and he let everybody out. He was so emotionally overwhelmed. Yes. Oh my, what? It's insanity.
It is bonkers. And I mean, listen, I have zero Taylor Swift hate. I know people love to hate on her. I have teased and made light fun, not actually of her, really actually of her rabid fan base, how they go like absolutely bonkers if you even hint at saying something vaguely negative about her. And I did once, and they came for me. It was more about not making.
Was it Elliot?
It had to be Elliot. Now I'm going to go back. I bet you it was Elliot. He started the whole thing. It was like, I think I made a video about basing your vote on what a celebrity says, and I used her as the reference. And I simply said, maybe don't vote based on a girl whose all her songs are based on bad choices of men. It was funny. It wasn't even original. Other people said it. I just said it slightly differently, and they were like, "How dare you?" They got all Greta Thunberg on me, like, "How dare you?" Listen, again, congratulations to them. Obviously this was huge. It is fascinating. So GQ hailed the announcement as a PR coup so smooth. It wasn't just an engagement. It was the launching point for Swift's upcoming album, The Life of a Showgirl. And they called it a branding symphony sealed with a ring. And you said, which I didn't know, that he has a clothing
line.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, he has a clothing line. I don't remember what it's True Colors, I think, and spelled stupidly, of like course. With a K, and they're doing a collab with American Eagle Outfitters.
Very interesting, actually.
Very interesting, right?
That's fascinating to me. Of all of this, that's probably the most interesting thing of it.
But that dude is about to sign a prenup that's about as thick as the Yellow Pages. And she's, he is clearly fodder for like the next album, because we all know how she operates, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I wonder if everybody's going to love this album as much, because I would imagine all the songs
won't even listen to it. They won't even listen to it.
It's going to go right to number one, double, ridiculous. Triple, platinum, whatever the highest thing is. Listen, I watched her years ago. I haven't watched any of the network shows in many, many years, but I used to watch The Voice. That's the one I used to watch. And she was, and I remember this very distinctly because I was very impressed. And I didn't have really an opinion of her before. I liked her well enough, whatever. But she was like a guest mentor or something like that. I forget exactly what they call him, but a guest mentor for the contestants. And the advice and critiquing that she was giving these young wannabe stars, singers, was kind of amazing. Like, she's actually pretty brilliant in her lane. Like, she is exceptionally smart in what she does. I don't know about any other aspect of it. I don't know anything about her.
Listen, you don't get to be a billionaire.
You don't. Right.
Like, she is a business billionaire. She's not just a talented billionaire. She is a business billionaire. That girl is not dumb in any way.
She's, I think she is musically brilliant in knowing what sells, what works. She's, so I give her tremendous props and credit. And that,
she's marrying a big dumb animal.
A big dumb animal. Good on her. Good on her for feeding the animals. Good girl for.
Listen, folks, I'm calling it. You're hearing it here first. I'm making one of my predictions. Super Bowl halftime show, Taylor Swift. You're hearing it here first. It's coming.
I feel like it's got to be. How could it not be? How could it not? There would be.
And by the way, they're the new Harry and Meghan.
Yes. Don't
That's
tell.
this is the biggest engagement since Harry and Meghan.
Oh
And the wedding will be that large. Like
Yeah.
it will be a media event.
Oh
Like
my
this
goodness.
is yes. You can see
Absolutely.
that coming as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I can honestly tell you that I will not watch it, but I will watch all the clips on TikTok or
I
wherever.
bet they televise it.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah. They're not going to miss
Again,
the opportunity.
business sense.
Yeah,
Smart
they
girl.
will not
Yeah.
miss that opportunity
Nope.
at all. And again, I'm not knocking it. Good on
Yeah.
you. Listen, use the opportunities that are put in your path or that you've created for yourself.
Right.
Go, girl,
Yep.
go. Yeah. So
Not
that's
hating on her.
it. That's it, right? I mean, that's all we got. That was really good. I think we had a really nice balance. I'm like commending us. I'm critiquing our performance. I think we did a marvelous job of navigating the roller coaster.
Knock the rust off after 2 weeks of rest, and we're back at it, folks. We're back again.
Yeah, we came back fresh. We are super excited to be back with you guys. We missed you. We missed each other. This is like our thing. This is what we do every week. We talk about the stuff and things. And and Clay, teaches me things that I didn't know before and gives me a different perspective. And I love it. And I teach Clay all about Taylor Swift and the importance of her life. And it's a very good balance that we have. But yes, so guys, please jump in the comments section. We love to hear from you. Love to chat with you in there and see what you think about everything. Even when you don't like it, like Elliot, it's all good. It's all good. Clay, you want to close them out?
Hey, folks, happy to be back. And we're right back in it. Things don't slow down, even in the 2 weeks we were gone. And we appreciate you guys coming on and joining us. And like Elsa said, jump in the comments section. Tell us that we're crazy or that you love us. We don't care which. And until next week, for me, keep moving, keep shooting.
Take care, guys.
Prepare for the re-release of Clay's electrifying novel, Keep Moving, Keep Shooting. This is book 1 in his gripping Terry Davis series. Experience an edge-of-your-seat thriller that will leave you breathless. Get your copy of this highly anticipated re-release. It drops July 4th. Don't miss it. She's the voice behind the viral comedy, bold commentary, and truth-packed interviews that cut through the chaos. Author, brand creator, proud conservative Christian, this is Elsa Kurt. Welcome to the show that always brings bold faith, real truth, and no apologies.
The chart been tipping them on the top, and then I've been home run hitting a lot. They call me G-Dub. Is it safe to say I'm superior?
I don't even know what to say about that bump music.
I like it.
That was... What the hell was that? Oh, dear God, it sounds like somebody's nightmare. Welcome to a brand spanking new edition of Granite State Live, where the sarcasm lives on. It's great to have you along on this Tuesday evening, the second day of September 2025. I'm your host, Keith Hansen, the unapologetic contrarian conservative, heavily armed as always. I got to protect myself against drugged out trannies. We're going to have that conversation tonight. Oh, yeah. Buckle up. Never apologizing for my toxic white masculinity. I can't help it, kids. I was born this way. And never, ever apologizing for my Christian faith. Joining me, as always, the one, the only. We may not always see eye to eye, but we have great conversations. Julian ACR, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, I'm back, the blue-collar intellectual, here to shake your preconceived notions about everything you've been lied to about your entire life. We're going to have a fantastic show today. Make sure you join the RAMTV.LIVE family. Join, like, subscribe, share it with everybody, and if you have an issue, take it up with us. The lines are open. Go ahead and call. We got some smoke for you.
Yeah. Are we a dysfunctional family? No, you're talking about the Ram family. Are we a dysfunctional family?
Is there such thing as a family that isn't dysfunctional?
The Cleavers.
My favorite Christmas movie? Cleavers. One of my favorite Christmas movies is The Ref with Dennis Leary, Kevin Spacey.
Never saw it.
Oh, if you want a movie that makes you feel good about your family dynamic, watch that movie.
I just got caught up. I just watched The Sandlot.
Oh, good movie.
For the first time. Dennis Leary was in that movie. Very, very young Dennis Leary.
Yes, he was.
Our call-in number, if you would like to be a part of tonight's program, Julian, of course, teasing this. We'd love to hear from you. Good, bad, or indifferent. Let your voice be heard. 833-603-8255. That's 833-603-TALK. If you'd like to be a part of it via video, just send a video link request over to granitestatelive@gmail.com, which coincidentally is the email address as well, too. So if you have any complaints, comments, concerns, you want to call us a bunch of idiots, that's okay, too. granitestatelive@gmail.com. I actually enjoy hate mail more than I do the good mail. I have to be honest with you, because it just lets me know I'm pissing people off and I'm doing my job, that's my job. I'm a contrarian. I'm supposed to piss people off. And I think tonight we may actually do this. So we're going to get into it right now. Joining us on the program this evening will be Maureen Steele. She is a filmmaker that is going to be debuting a film called Taken, State-Sanctioned Kidnapping, on September 7th of this year at the Legacy Theater in Massachusetts. They're going to host a red carpet world premiere of Taken, State-Sanctioned Kidnapping, as it's described, a searing new documentary exposing the dark underbelly of America's Child Protective Services agencies, hosted by Boston radio show host Jeff Cooner. The evening will unite activists, journalists, legal experts, and citizens determined to shine a light on one of the most disturbing state-sanctioned abuse issues and abuses of power in our lifetime. So that's going to be coming up here in just a little bit. Also in the show tonight, Wayne Morrow. He's the Chief Executive Officer of the John Birch Society. We're going to be talking about the Minneapolis shooting, and has left-wing rhetoric claimed more lives? I think a lot of people would agree that it has. And I'm also going to have a challenge for some of the lawmakers out there, and I think you'll appreciate this particular perspective. Then coming up, President Trump initiatives to secure American elections, trying to lock down those election processes. Garland Favorito is going to be joining us. He's the co-founder of Voters Organized for Trust Election Results. Interestingly enough, that spells out voter in Georgia. So he's going to be joining us on the program tonight. And I think that's what we've got for guests. So we've got a great program for you coming up. What, by the way, Juan, what time, because I didn't get a note on this one, what time is the Maureen Steele joining us? Is she top of the hour or 7:30? 7:30? Okay, perfect. So we have a little bit of time to opine.
Which is great, because I got something for you.
All right, what do you got?
All right. So got posted this week, Guide to Destroying the West. Convince women to hate men, convince men to hate themselves, convince minorities to hate whites, convince whites to hate themselves, convince the young to be LGBT, whatever, and convince the old that they are backward. It only takes a generation if done correctly.
I was going to say, it sounds an awful lot like the agenda of the left right now.
Yes, it is. And while I agree with a lot of it, what I think there's a level of nuance here, right? Because the vast majority of people don't live online, and that's where all this shit is happening. Mm-hmm. If you tune into social media on a daily basis, this is exactly what you see. Mm-hmm. But the vast majority of us go about our daily lives, amongst each other, white, black, fucking lesbian, gay, whatever, indifferently. Mm-hmm. We pretty much we shop, we do things together, and we don't have a problem. Mm-hmm. There's no race war in the real world against white people or black people or gays or any of that shit. Mm-hmm. The problem is when you get online, you have hyper ideological people on both sides of the aisle who are constantly taking shots at each other. Mm-hmm. And you have an agenda that is also playing out in academia, in all the major psychology, sociology, all that. And you also have it playing out on the left as a whole as they're divide and conquer in order to get their Marxist proletariat revolution. Mm-hmm. And the problem is I keep trying to tell people, turn off your Twitter machine, go out and touch some freaking grass, mm-hmm. engage with normal people, because the more you're online in this freaking cesspool of garbage and snakes, you're going to start to let this warp your perception of reality. Don't allow them to win. You only allow them to win if you actually decide to live this lifestyle.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, if you really want to restore your faith in humanity, go to the arrivals gate at the airport. Actually, I love that movie, Love Actually. My wife got me hooked up on that. And it's the opening line. It's like, if you really want to restore your faith in humanity, go to the arrivals gate at an airport. And what you will find is love conquering all. And people have accused me of being the angry conservative. And I'll be honest with you. I actually live a very, very happy life. A big part of the political anger is, to be honest, there's a part of it that's a shtick. I have to be honest, because listen, the bottom line is I'm not a reporter. Somebody actually accused me once of being a terrible reporter. I'm like, well, then you've seriously misjudged what it is that I do. My time on WNTK, for instance. So 4 years of doing 16 hours a week of live extemporaneous news, political analysis, commentary, but then also community interviews and things like that. I said, bottom line is that it's entertainment. I'm not breaking news. I'm not a reporter. I'm a commentator. And first and foremost, what I do is entertainment.
Yep.
Just my form of entertainment just happens to be in a very gregarious fashion, expressing myself and expressing some viewpoints that admittedly may piss people off. But the one thing, whether it's in my personal life or in my professional life, there are two things that I hold as absolute truths. Number one is that, and I've been accused of this, you are very consistent in your message, because what I express and the ideals and the values and the morals and the ethics that I profess behind the microphone are the values and the morals that I live my life to. I'm not a fake person, and I'm not a different person behind the microphone that I am in real life. The other thing is that I want to be the person, the one person in the room who, when I say something, makes people go, oh my God, I can't believe he just said that. But thank God somebody finally did.
See, I think, but that's the key, right?
We're all thinking it.
Well, that's the thing, is we live in a society where people get paid to be flamboyant and obnoxious and just say random shit. But there needs to be that key of saying the things that need to be said, that everybody is thinking, so that we can have the conversation about the solution.
Yeah.
But the problem is it always stays surface level. It's always say the flamboyant topic, the flamboyant thing, and then people don't delve into what's the root cause of what's getting us here. Where's the solution going? And I think that's the issue, is like, we're not reporters. We're entertainers. We talk about the news. We talk about things going on in society, but we try to stay solution focused, because the vast majority of the people out there who are reporters aren't solution focused.
No, and to be honest
about
with
the
you,
ratings, the clicks, the likes, the retweets, the shares. It's political gangbanging. It's the algorithmic abyss, but it's never 100% honest, real solution focused.
So I was never allowed to say this when I was a terrestrial radio broadcast host. I could never tell people that I didn't listen to broadcast radio. I actually listened to Sirius XM. And I don't listen to, people are always like, oh my God, I bet you on your playlist is Sirius XM Patriot. Nope. Because I don't listen to talk radio. And I've never listened to talk radio because I don't want my message or having anybody else's message creep its way into mine. I'll give you a perfect example. I was accused once of stealing a line from another radio broadcast host. And the line was, we were talking about illegal immigration. And I said, well, you can't bring here, there without here becoming there. Okay. And somebody said, you stole that from, and they mentioned the person's name. And I said, no, actually, I can give you the origin of that. And that was in 7th and 8th grade. My guidance counselor, Peg Fabre, had a poster up on her wall of Ziggy. If you remember Ziggy, the cartoon character. And Ziggy was sitting on a cliff with his dog. And he said, we should enjoy here while we're here because there's no here there. And so for me, it was just a logical progression of that line into something that I thought dealt with illegal immigration. You cannot bring El Salvador here. You cannot bring Panama here. You cannot bring Mexico here without eventually here becoming there. And I was accused of stealing that line. And I said, no, hey, you know what? Great minds think alike. And I'm sure somewhere over the course of the hundreds of thousands of hours of broadcast opinion-based media, somebody has crossed over and said something that somebody else has said. So it's perfectly understandable why that would happen. But I'm digressing. I was listening today to, and I had just changed over. I was switching. My radio is generally set to 80s on 8 because I love 80s music. And I was just tired of listening to Rio by Duran Duran. I'm like, they play that song all the time. So I switched over, and in my rotation is Fox News. It's the radio simulcast of the television show. So I was listening to that, and I was thinking, even at 10:30 this morning, it was still opinion. So here's the news. We're going to give you the news segment, and then joining us next is going to be this person and that person. That's going to wind us giving us a conservative, or at least an ostensibly conservative opinion on what this news piece is. And I was thinking to myself, is there actually news today? No. Can I get 60 minutes of news that isn't opinion, that isn't somebody trying to sway my opinion from one way to another? And, one of the questions that came up, I was having a conversation with a good friend of mine, Dan Roberts. Dan Roberts is actually the first person who ever reported on the connection between SSRIs, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, and mass shootings. So Dan reaches out to me last week and he says, I want to write a book with you on this, based upon my experience as a tactical operations trainer, active shooter response trainer from a law enforcement perspective, and the research that he's been doing since 2009 when he first started compiling information about this. So we talked about this. And then he said, here's the problem. You're never going to get the straight scoop from the media. They're never going to tell you what the problem is. They're never going to get into the SSRIs. As a matter of fact, I got a cease and desist letter from a pharmaceutical company when I started to talk on WNTK about the connections between mass shootings and SSRIs. They told me, you need to stop because we will sue you. And it was the only time on terrestrial FCC governed airwaves that I ever used the F-bomb. And I said, respectfully, and insert the name of it. I'll tell you exactly who it was. It was GlaxoSmithKline. Respectfully, GlaxoSmithKline, you can go fuck yourself, because I will never stop talking about this until people start to take a serious look at the connections between the poison that you pump into our communities and the end result of you over-medicating underdeveloped brains.
And where's this all start at, right? So you had, back in the early 70s, you had the big pharma started advertising on TV for the first time. You had a massive deregulation in the amount of poisons and stuff we allow in our foods. And the major the major backers and financiers of every medical school research facility in the country are pharmaceutical companies and the big pharma, the medical industrial complex. So you're getting a skewed from education. From the beginning of every single doctor out there, they're getting a skewed education. They're walking out into the world, and only some of them throughout their practice wake up and go, holy shit, I've been a part of the problem the whole time.
Dr. Peter Breggin was one of those individuals who has done extensive clinical research into the connections between many, many black box warning SSRIs and homicidal ideations and suicidal ideations. But that wasn't the point. What Dan had said yesterday in the conversation that I was having with him on the phone was, you're never going to get the media to ever report on this, because where do Fox News, where do MSNBC, CNN, any of the major news networks, where do they derive a significant amount of advertising revenue from?
Big pharma.
Big pharma.
Whatever you got, we got a pill for it. We got a shot for it. We got a procedure for it.
Here's how Big Pharma sees the average American, and specifically the adolescent population.
As a piggy bank.
Oh, mouth open. Just keep feeding drugs in there and give us your money. Now, I've been very open about this. When I first moved to New Hampshire, I moved to do two things. Number one, to host the Morning Drive show on WNTK and WUVR, and then also to run a juvenile detention facility, a 28-bed residential juvie facility here in New Hampshire. And when we would do an intake, or if we would transfer a child out of our custody into another facility, it generally involved a shopping bag filled with pharmaceuticals. Most of those were ADHD medications and then antidepressants and anti-anxiety drugs. These kids, I had kids that were on Ambien.
I was on a lot of that shit. So when I was a kid, I got diagnosed with ADD. I had Ritalin, I had Adderall. At one point, they even put me on Demerol. I was sitting in class drooling. You know what it took me? I started flushing my pills down the toilet, started refusing to take them. I started smoking a little bit of weed before class at the beginning of the day just to calm my mind down so that I could focus. And then around maybe lunchtime, I'd go out in my car and take one hit. And I mean literally for medical purposes, because it didn't make me feel good. but it did slow me down just enough that I could focus. And then my dad goes, you know what? And initially he was mad. He goes, you're more awake and cognizant than you were when you were on the drugs. Your test scores have gone up. Your grades have gone up. I'm not going to argue with you. And then it became a focus on, all right, let's get be in shape, eat right. Like a lot of the stuff that we're dosing our bodies up with, we could solve through exercise, through diet, through sunlight, through proper vitamins and stuff, through ditching the freaking Twitter machines, getting off of social media. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff we're dealing with right now that are downstreams. I just had a guest on. We were talking about the nefarious nature of AI, video games, social media, this psychological industry that peddles nonstop validation and affirmation as if people aren't supposed to be told no, that's objectively a bad thing. Stuffing, was it My 500-Pound Life? Stuffing your face.
Oh, no, 600-pound life.
600-pound life. Yeah, stuffing your face with freaking donuts all day, sitting in front of a laptop.
Well, how do we get people to take COVID jabs? We give them a Krispy Kreme donut.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, here's a gift certificate for a Krispy Kreme donut, as if your fat ass needs a Krispy Kreme donut on top of the poison that you just put in your body in the form of a COVID vaccine.
I started looking up diets when I was starting, like good diets for me when I started working out and losing weight and stuff. As soon as I started looking up diets, you know what I got? Massive amounts of advertising for every cosmetic surgery you could possibly imagine to get rid of fat. What happened instead? I just worked out, I dieted, I got proper sleep, I drank a lot of water, I drank black coffee instead of cream and sugar and all sorts of crazy shit. And what happened? I'm down 25 pounds and I'm fitting into jeans I haven't been able to wear in a long ass time. I just had to buy a new belt because my belt doesn't hold up my pants.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just punched in GLP-1 meds just to see what comes up here. And, you know, there's all these sponsored things. $45 to get yourself a prescription for Wegovy, right? Because, you know, your fat ass can't exercise and put down the garbage food. So we're just going to do injections so that way there we can, you know, drop the weight because we don't want to do the hard work. We have become such a decadent society. I don't want to go to the gym. I don't want to have to do the hard work. I want to do it easy. I want to take a shot and have the fat melt off. Well, the problem is once you stop the GLP-1s, what happens? You regain the weight. You don't regain the muscle mass that you lost. So now instead of being 200 pounds and 35% body fat, now you're 200 pounds and 40% body fat. You actually made yourself fatter.
So this goes even further because what are the biggest lobbyist backers against RFK getting rid of all the endocrine blockers and endocrine disruptors in our food and in everything that we own, use, and interact with on a daily basis? It's Big Pharma. Why? Because when they start getting you dosed on all of these things to fix your hormones and fix your endocrine system, you have to be on them for life because your body stops producing it naturally. When what you should be doing is doing the things that I laid out to increase your testosterone naturally because the vast majority of people are not at such catastrophic levels that they can't fix their hormone production. They can't fix their endocrine system through proper dieting and exercise, vitamins, sleep, things like that. But one of the number one things leading to loss of sleep is people getting in their bed at night and scrolling. Scrolling.
Yeah.
And guess
and
what?
you know what?
Loss
And
of
I was guilty of that.
Yeah.
I was absolutely guilty of that. And I realized that was an addiction. And it was a difficult thing to break.
Yeah.
But now, you know, I mean, I recognize that, and I have to be honest that, you know, my wife, God bless her, has been incredibly perseverant at helping me to become more cognizant of how this thing was stealing my time taking time away from things that mattered.
Me and my wife are working through it now. We have to stop scrolling because the doom scroll at night is keeping us from going to sleep when we have it's not like we're doing anything productive. And I used to fool myself and think, oh, well, I'm reading a study right now, so it's different. It's not the same as scrolling through Instagram. It's like, no, you still have the blue light in your face. You're still scrolling. You're still disrupting your sleep. As a matter of fact, it disrupts your sleep for the next 3 hours. So you're not even entering REM sleep properly when you close your eyes. And that leads to a 60% increase in anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation.
So there was an article that it was an opinion piece that came up in the New York Times yesterday. We ran the CDC. Unfortunately, I'm trying to pull up a copy of this here, and it's behind. It was open source yesterday. Now it's behind paywalls. We ran the CDC. Kennedy is endangering every American's health. Talking about food, talking about vaccines, talking about the food colorings. All right. I have a 12-year-old stepson. If he eats that red dye, I think it's like red dye number
Red dye
40.
yeah.
If he eats that, he's off the wall.
Yeah.
Like it's a night and day difference.
Hawaiian
So,
Punch used to be like mainlining freaking Swedish Fish off a freaking desk like Tony Montana.
well, yeah, but I mean, the Swedish Fish has, that's not a natural color.
No.
There's a lot of chemicals in there that are toxic. And, we ran the CDC. When you think about the Centers for Disease Control and you think about the Food and Drug Administration, the Food and Drug Administration has played God in this country.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've been very open about this. I was diagnosed with juvenile rheumatoid arthritis when I was a kid. And it was as a kid, it was debilitating. It would take me 30 to 45 minutes to limber up in the morning. And I was on anti-inflammatories and I was on painkillers and I was all that. And I didn't like the way that the pharmaceuticals made me feel. So against my parents' best wishes and against everybody else's, advice, I went to an herbalist and I said, here's what my diagnosis was. They told me I would be in a wheelchair by the time I was 21. And it was homeopathic extracts that put me in clinical remission. So I'm a firm believer in this, but the CDC and more appropriately the FDA would turn around and they would say, "Oh no, that's untested. That's that's junk science." I'm sorry, I'm living proof that it wasn't the pharmaceuticals which covered the symptoms. It didn't do anything to heal it. Because if you think that the drug industry is out there to actually heal you kids, I hate to break it to you, but you don't make money by eliminating people's problems.
Yeah.
You make them permanently dependent on something that alleviates the symptoms.
Yep.
It doesn't curing an issue. And you'll notice that like with any of these dietary supplements, anything, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, or cure any disease or illness. And they have to put that on there because if somebody turns around and says, hey, you know what? Hydroxychloroquine is actually, is it hydroxy? No, ivermectin is actually being used right now to treat cancer. Oh, we can't do that because somebody's not making money off of it.
I got at one point, I was on so many prescriptions that I had to be on literally a liver detox pill because my prescriptions were causing me more problems. Like, and when it came to the ADD, when it comes to just my own issues with my body being messed up, I get more relief from a combination of CBD oil, eucalyptus, and tea tree oil than I do from anything that I've gotten from the VA. And that is sad, but they'll push one thing, and I like, thank God for my new doctor. My new doctor doesn't try to push anything on me. He's like, hey, if that's working, keep doing it. If that's what's working and you want to avoid the prescriptions, he goes, I'm a big advocate of that. He goes, that's something we need to change. We need to stop ditching some of these old remedies that worked for literally thousands of years just because we got a new pill to push.
Yep. Well, I mean, listen, pill pushing, the street drug dealers figured it out a long time ago. You make a lot of money when you push drugs, and big pharma, again, that's where does most of the money in Washington, D.C. come from? Lobbying for pharmaceuticals.
You know what? Trump passed a bill requiring every pharmaceutical company to play Pill Poppin' Animal by Lil Wayne when they're,
How about this? How about we eliminate drug companies and their ability to market publicly? We're one of the few industrialized nations that actually allow pharmaceutical companies to directly market to the public. You can't go out and buy these drugs. Tell your doctor. Ask your doctor if Wegovy is right for you. That's like going in and telling your car mechanic, this is how I want you to rebuild my engine. If you're so good at it, heal yourself. And you can do that without pharmaceuticals. All right, going to take a quick break. When we come back, Maureen Steele, filmmaker, we're going to be talking about Taken, State-Sanctioned Kidnapping, a world premiere red carpet event coming up on Saturday, September 7th. I'm sorry if it was a Saturday. I don't know. September 7th. For some reason, I just felt the need to insert a Saturday in there. So, Maureen Steele coming up when Granite State Live continues. Don't go away.
United We Stand. A Marine's Fight, written by Marine Corps veteran Julian Eschyard. This book examines the deepening fractures in our nation, political division, government overreach, and a fading sense of shared responsibility, and offers a battle-tested path forward. A Marine's fight is a bold and urgent call to action for every American who believes in the founding ideals of our republic. United we stand. A Marine's fight can be purchased on Amazon.
New Hampshire Republican Governor Kelly Ayotte has been making a lot of noise about how she's funding education. The Republican budget she just signed provides more money for education than ever before. She even bragged the other day that New Hampshire is top 10 in the country when it comes to funding our children's education, as if giving money to school systems has anything to do with learning. If you look at the math, and if you got schooled in New Hampshire, the odds are good it's not your best subject. It's the exact opposite. The more money we throw at schools, the less kids learn. We're committed to wasting money on an experiment that failed, unless wasting money to drive parents to homeschool their kids was the goal. We prefer to pick on Democrats, lower hanging fruit and all that, but our rhetorical woodshed doesn't discriminate. If that sounds refreshing, you need to check us out. This is Steve McDonald for Granite Rock, and we'll keep shining the light on them for you.
The Spirit of a True Patriot, the inspiring story of retired Captain Douglas J. Ernest. Douglas Ernest dives into the thrilling and transformative journey of a man who defied the odds to forge his path as a soldier and a businessman. This book is more than an autobiography. It's a call to action. Experience the remarkable story of a man who never takes no for an answer. You can find The Spirit of a True Patriot, the inspiring story of retired Captain Douglas J. Ernest, on Amazon.
This could be the moment we've been waiting for, the chance to feel alive.
Sometimes we forget we live in one of the most beautiful states in the country. This summer, vacation right here and discover your new.
This is where it all begins. This is where it all begins.
Yeah, I know. Wait, I don't. Just stand up. Look at that. It's so sad.
WRKO, Jeff Cooner, Boston's bulldozer. There is going to be a rally to reunite the Rivera family. Let's get the Riveras back together again. They deserve to have custody of their children.
I just got out from the jail right now, and because of losing everything.
All right, welcome back to Granite State Live, 833-603-8255. If you would like to get in on the conversation again, 833-603-8255. Granite State Live at gmail.com is the email address. Let your voice be heard. All right, coming up on September 7th, the Legacy Theater in Massachusetts will host a red carpet world premiere of Taken, state-sanctioned kidnapping, described as a searing new documentary exposing the dark underbelly of America's child protective services agencies. Hosted by Boston radio broadcaster Jeff Cooner, the evening will unite activists, journalists, legal experts, and citizens determined to shine a light on one of the most disturbing state-sanctioned abuses of power in our lifetime. At the heart of the film is a story of the Rivera family, a Massachusetts family of 7 whose lives were torn apart when Child Protective Services, armed with fraudulent claims and unchecked authority, ripped their children from their home. Documentary follows the Riveras' harrowing legal battle and unmasks a system where federal dollars incentivize the removal of children, creating a perverse pipeline of state-sanctioned kidnapping. And this is one of the things I have said many, many times before. Whatever you have to do to keep your kids in the home, the last thing that you ever want to do is lose control of your children to these group homes, these residential homes, because I will tell you, I spent time running one of these facilities. I lasted a year before I walked away in absolute disgust, because your children are monetized. And once they go into that system, folks, you will never get them back. Maybe you get back possession of the child, but the child is fundamentally changed. They are not the same person. And then God help you when they start prescribing the psychotropic drugs to these kids. Joining us on the program, Maureen Steele. Maureen, great to have you. Thanks for jumping on.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Nice to meet you.
So tell us a little bit more about, first of all, the film Taken, state-sanctioned kidnapping, and this is not an isolated case with the Rivera family. This is something that happens across the country day after day after day. Child Protective Services steps in, ostensibly under the guise, I'll call it that, of protecting the children. They introduce the children into something that oftentimes is far worse than anything that the children were encountering within their legitimate homes.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. So we, and you seem to be so knowledgeable about this subject, so this will be a good conversation. Some people, this is so new to them. So American Made Foundation, with my partner, Ann Vandersteel, and I, we were alerted to a story, a harrowing story in Massachusetts regarding the Rivera family. Mom and dad together 12 years. They have 5 children. Baby 9 months old, brought him in for a well child visit, 3, 6, 9 months. And they were offered the vitamin K shot, the same vitamin K shot they refused at birth. And this pediatrician told them that if they didn't get it, he was going to report them to DCF in Massachusetts, that they were negligent parents. And the father, Izzy, was just like, do what you got to do. He knew the law was on his side. You can decide if your child gets a shot or not, and they can't do that. Well, CPS, after they got the call, opened up a case, never served the family. There was never a day in court. And but they started getting harassed by CPS saying they wanted to see all 5 children. The Riveras didn't open the door, and eventually they started bringing the police with them. This went on for like 3 weeks. Finally, the family moved. They left their home and they moved to Texas, where they had family and friends. And the CPS in Massachusetts took it upon themselves to call Texas, find them, he was found on a face recognition buying diapers. And 10 police officers in Texas surrounded the home on a loudspeaker, said, "Come out with your hands up." The children were hysterical and crying. Mind you, this was a homeschooled family, all organic food. Both parents worked from home and homeschooled the children. The parents were arrested. The children were ripped from their parents and put on a plane, flown back to Massachusetts. Texas held the parents. Now, there was no felonies. There was no crime. What Massachusetts lied and said was there was familial kidnapping. How do you steal your own children? How do you and your wife steal your own kids? When there was never a hearing where a judge decided the state of Massachusetts had custody of the children, or CPS could take custody of the children. That never happened. So they lied. They falsified documents. The parents were held on $2.5 million bail each. There are murderers and rapists that aren't given, bail like that. After a month, they were sent to Massachusetts, and this is where it gets even weirder. After a $2.5 million bail in Texas for no crime, they're put in a prison in Massachusetts for $7,500 bail for the mother and $25,000 for Izzy, the dad. And their family is not reunited to this day. It has been over 7 months since this family has been together. So the story is absolutely grotesque. It involves the judges, the lawyers, the police. It crosses state lines. It's really an extraordinary story. And I'd love to say it's a one-off, but it is not. I literally have hundreds of these cases in my inbox.
So this is the crux of this that I find so disturbing here is, when you hear communists speak about how the society will be run, there'll be nothing in between you and the state. This is literally the state deciding that it has ownership over your children, your family, that you're just there as caretakers until they decide that they want to do something with your children. And the crazy part is that there are not more people beating down the gates in Massachusetts to rip people out of office allowing this to happen. Nobody should be able to be in office allowing this to happen. And we've seen what happens with CPS and some of these other organizations, DCYF here in New Hampshire, sexual abuse, physical abuse, barbiturates and drugs being pushed, fight clubs, all sorts of crazy stuff.
85% of children that wind up in foster care are sexually or physically abused. And for example, in Massachusetts, just to give perspective, there's 10,000 children. Massachusetts isn't a very big state. There's 10,000 children in the custody of CPS right now. A very good researcher and a friend of mine, Ron Bouchard of We the People group down there, did all the research. 39 out of 10,000 kids were taken legally, lawfully, and for just cause. That's extraordinary. That's not even a 1% success rate. They are trafficking children. This is an $80 billion a year industry. And I was listening to the show prior to getting on air here, and I heard you guys talking about the pharmaceutical industry. 85% of children in foster care are on drugs. As soon as CPS takes them, that's exactly what happens. They load these kids up because the kids are angry, because most of them are taken from good homes.
Mm-hmm. I will tell you from personal experience, having run I've run several facilities. One was a state police facility, another one was a sheriff's department facility, and then one up here in New Hampshire. And I can tell you that the one up here in New Hampshire, which was not a law enforcement sanctioned group home, when we would either do an intake of a kid, and we were taking in kids from Vermont and Massachusetts on something called an interstate compact. But when we would take kids in from any of these facilities, or if we would ship kids out, because generally we were dealing with some of the worst offenders in terms of criminal activity. So generally speaking, they would get shipped out. If we were sending one out, we would send them to a place in Manchester. Everybody here in New Hampshire is very, very well familiar with this. It was the Sununu Center, where they would call YDC. The Sununu Center is, of course, at the center of a multi, I mean, we're talking tens of millions of dollars sexual abuse and physical abuse scandal right now. But that being said, when we would either do an intake or if we would send a kid out to YDC, it would generally involve a pretty extensive chain of custody form for medications for these kids. And I'm talking about handing over a grocery shopping bag filled with pharmaceuticals. And these kids were doing med calls in the morning. They were doing med calls midday. They were doing med calls after dinner, and they were doing med calls at night. And these kids were on a cocktail of SSRIs. They were on Ritalin. They were on Adderall. They were on Paxil. They were on Wellbutrin. They were on, in some instances, Xanax. These kids were going to bed with Ambien. They needed Ambien to chemically knock them out from the cocktail of pharmaceutical sludge that they had been pumped into their bodies, at breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It was absolutely disgusting to see what was happening. In the New Hampshire facility, I lasted a year before I got the hell out, and I started talking about it publicly on my media at that point, because it is state-sanctioned child abuse. And once that child is in the custody of these facilities, I can tell you right now, my facility, each kid in there was worth $328 per day. And that's how it was. And minimal staffing. I was told by the directors, and I mean, I was the director of my facility, but the people that were above me were saying bare bones staffing. And because they had to maximize profits, $328 a day. The subacute facility that was next door to us was about $550 a day. That was a 1-on-1 ratio. And these kids were out of control. Didn't matter. What mattered was the price tag associated with each kid and the price on their head. And that was going back 2015, 2016. So I mean, it's only gone up at this point. Oh, and then we get into the breakfast and the lunch and the reimbursement dollars, from the federal government, because we're giving these kids breakfast and we're giving these kids lunch. So $328 a day was what they were worth to the state, and then add on probably an extra $100 a day in reimbursements for breakfast and lunch. It's a cash cow. And when people start looking, and these are all nonprofits, by the way, most of these facilities are nonprofits, and they can't show a profit. So they're paying $150,000, $200,000 salaries to people on boards of directors who have never seen the insides of these facilities. They're all driving brand new cars. They've all got really, really nice houses, and they've never seen the inside of these facilities because they are making so much money off of these kids. It's disgusting.
And this is an exact case of what happens when the vast majority of people aren't influenced by something. It goes ignored until it slaps you in the face and it's your kid, or it's your family, or it's your neighbor.
Yep. I'm sorry to go off on a rant like that, but this is something that I haven't discussed in a long time, Maureen, and it's something that people need to see. They need to see what these facilities are like. They need to know what goes on in these facilities, and they need to know that there is no care. There is no care. Oh, we're going to provide a psychiatric program for your kid. Bullshit. You're not providing anything. You can't get into psychological care for a child when that child is in a group therapy session with 12 other kids that can't settle down because they're all behavioral issues. There's no therapy that's going on. And the therapist, it's like, well, where the hell did you get you're a therapist. Where did you get your therapy license? A Cracker Jack box? And I'm not saying that to be sarcastic, because I watched what was going on, and it was an abomination.
It is. It's tragic. And, you know, a society can be judged by how they treat their children and their elders. And I think the United States is failing in a big way. You know, we are, you know, allowing our children to be trafficked. And so parents really need to be aware to keep your kids out of the system. I have a lot of friends that are teachers. They're sat down every year at the beginning of every school year and told that they have to, they're mandatory reporters, and that they will lose their job. You know, they will get fired, they will get sued if they even suspect. If a kid comes in your classroom with a bruise, you've got to report it. Mm-hmm. So they're just, this is just hearsay. And this is what CPS is acting off of, and this is what's destroying family. Just a vindictive neighbor doesn't like that you move the fence, and so they're going to call CPS on you, make something up, and CPS comes in, takes your kids. Your kids are gone for a year minimum. If you're lucky. If you're not so lucky, you'll never see your kids again. They'll be raped. They'll be drug addicts. Your child, like you said earlier, is gone, unrecognizable. Mm-hmm. And kids are so traumatized. There's hundreds of thousands of these cases happening all over the country. The United States, when Mike Pompeo was Secretary of State, every year the Secretary of State does a missing persons report for the president. In 2019, Mike Pompeo stated that the number one supplier of children into sex slavery is the foster care system in the United States. And that's where these family law, you know, judges, they're in on it, the cops, the sheriffs, they're all part of it. They're all breaking the law. They're nothing but criminals themselves. And CPS is a crime syndicate. They are stealing children left and right. And there's no due process for these parents in these courts at all. There's no innocence till proven guilty. The Chevron deference, which was overturned by the Supreme Court last year in July of 2024, that said that these agencies can no longer make law, they can no longer interpret law, and you judges, you can no longer rubber stamp what they say anymore. And the judges ignore it and CPS ignores it, and they just continue on business as usual. If there's one agency in this country that needs to be demolished, and demolished first, I think CPS is it. We need to protect our children. We need to protect our families. You know, you destroy the American family, you destroy the backbone of a country. And we're seeing, you know, with the divorce rates in the 80s, you know, all of that escalating, mothers being encouraged to leave the home, like being a mother was a waste of your time and a waste of your brain, when what could be more important than raising a human being? And they took our children, you know, and then they introduced the phones, and suddenly parents, you know, we're both working, no one has time, and the biggest influence on your kids is their peers and phones and their teachers, and they've slowly but surely succeeded in their plan. But it's time to reverse it, and so that's our crusade.
So, Maureen, I want to play devil's advocate here for a second, because, you know, I've been in various facets of law enforcement throughout my entire career. And so I have definitely been in situations where I have seen firsthand children being abused. No question about it. And so there is the need to act. And not every interaction with CPS is nefarious or is motivated by revenge or, you know, one parent playing another. There are instances where mandated reporters have identified very serious situations. CPS workers have gone to the house, they've identified a serious situation, and they have removed that child from the home for legitimate reasons. So how do we, but then again, also you look at it from the standpoint of, we have a process of due process in this country. And I would certainly not advocate for a red flag law in the case of firearms, where somebody now says, oh, Julian Aciard, I don't like his politics, so I'm going to report that I think he's crazy, he's going to hurt himself, he's got a bunch of guns, and now without due process, he has his firearm seized. Similarly, We don't want to have a situation where somebody can maliciously and malevolently report another parent, and now those children are removed from the home without due process. How do we find some type of system or process, or what would you suggest that would bridge that gap, that would respect the rights of the parents, that would preserve due process, but would also provide the protections that in many instances the children actually need?
Right. And I think I don't have all the answers, but I know General Flynn, he has an organization, America's Future, and they do have a solution if a CPS is abolished, so that we don't leave a vacuum, because like you said, that would be like the worst possible thing. But what CPS tries to have people convinced of is that there's hundreds of thousands of kids getting abused. They're right about that, but it's CPS and their organizations, and organizations like you worked for, the Sununu Center, that are doing most of the abuse. So it's not parents. It's a rare case. Like I just said, 10,000 kids in CPS custody in Massachusetts, 39 are legit. Mm-hmm. That's extraordinary. That's flabbergasting. So, no parents are perfect. You all have a bad night once in a while. You lose your temper once in a while. But it doesn't make you a bad parent. It doesn't mean your child should be ripped from your home and subjected to abuse. 85% of kids in foster care are abused. And that's the other thing. They're violating the law. I have dealt with so many cases where they don't even look for a family member. And that's right in their credo, that if there's a family member available to take these kids, that's where they go. And they don't even look for it. In fact, they lie on the court documents, which is a federal crime, saying we couldn't find a family member to take the kids. When grandparents will come into court, aunts, uncles, saying, I would have taken them. I was never even called. Mm-hmm. And the judges do nothing. They don't press charges and on these social workers, and that's who's doing it. CPS is a crime syndicate.
To be honest, I think we need to get to the point in America where we remove the government from every facet of interfering with the family. We are at the point now where we have watched the government kidnap people. We've watched the government destroy people's lives, imprison people, take people's rights. If the government says that you're guilty regardless of whether you are or not. And I see absolutely not a single data point that shows me that the government is a better custodian of your children, whether in school or at CPS, in a hospital, in any case or scenario, than the parents of the child. Like, literally none. It's such... Yes. That's the problem.
They just sidestep that. They completely sidestep, due process and unalienable rights. You have a right to parent your child. But like you said earlier, they are... through adhesion contracts, they see themselves as the custodian, and you're just the caretaker. You can just pay the bills, but when they decide they want to pull that child, they're going to do it. And they've got judges in their back pockets that are getting greased. This is an $80 billion a year industry. They've got cops, they've got sheriffs, and everyone's looking the other way. It's really a disgusting thing, and it needs to be stopped, and it needs to be exposed. And so that's what Taken is all about. It's a shocking story. It could be you tomorrow. It was the Riveras 7 months ago. But this is happening every single day in family courts, where the Constitution it's not even a shadow in those courts.
And this is the bastardized problem that we're dealing with, is the manipulation of people who have well-meaning hearts and souls to get them to fill this entire industry of kidnapping children and putting them into this. I'm going to read you this. Of all the tyrannies, a tyranny sincerely exercised for the good of its victims may be the most oppressive. It may be better to live under robber barons than under the omnipotent moral busybodies. That's C.S. Lewis.
Yeah, the do-gooders that do no good at all. Yep. Yeah, they're criminals themselves, and that's what's so extraordinary. Most of these CPS workers are 22-year-olds fresh out of college with their social worker degree and their clipboard and checking the boxes and taking these families. And I've videotaped them. I've recorded them. They are so smug and so arrogant because they know they are untouchable. They have complete immunity because the laws, the statutes are written. If they suspect, and it's reasonable to suspect, well, who decides if it's reasonable? A judge, and the judge is getting greased. So this is the system we're in.
The worst thing you could do is put somebody who knows nothing, has no life experience, and in a position of authority where they think they are morally superior to everybody that they're supposed to be serving.
100%.
Well, the problem is that when you're working for the state, you are morally superior in your own eyes, because now I have the opportunity to engage in what I'm doing with immunity and impunity. And so, one of the things too is, as a high liability trainer in law enforcement, we're consciously aware and constantly reminding people that when you are operating with arguably government authority, you are subject to civil actions under 42 U.S. Code Section 1983, which is deprivation of constitutionally protected rights. And so if you do have, and there's also called a Monell claim, which the Monell claim is a claim that is brought against agencies, not against individuals. So the 1983 suit is against individuals, and the Monell claim is brought against agencies that those individuals represent or work for, if those agencies are training people to violate constitutional rights, or if they are creating and habitualizing a culture that would lead to a deprivation of constitutionally protected rights. So I think the bottom line is that I think people need to start aggregating instances where their families or their children have been victimized by overzealous CPS agents, and start utilizing those 1983 suits.
Absolutely, and we're launching one actually against CPS in Massachusetts that took the Rivera family's children and destroyed that family. And one of the other things that they do is they give you all these hoops you have to jump through and all these classes you have to take that cost thousands of dollars, even though these agents or these organizations that are providing these classes are getting paid by the federal government and the state, and then you have to pay them yourself. No one's incentivized to get you out of the system. It's totally leaning on keeping you in there because that's the big payday. But all of these people are absolutely breaking the law and depriving people of rights. They're just trained to check boxes, and they're told what they're doing is right. So I think you're spot on. But we are bringing the lawsuits. American Made Action is our C4. We have American Made Foundation. The Action, we have DOJA, the Department of Government Accountability. And underneath that, we have the United Law Coalition. We have over 1,000 attorneys throughout the country that are in that, poised with their pen to go after these bad actors, to go after these judges, to go after these agencies that are depriving people of rights under color of law. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're going to be going after these people personally and professionally. And so there's a big rude awakening coming right now in Massachusetts. We're going after CPS and the judge in this case. So it's going to be quite extraordinary. I think this case is going to make national headlines because this hasn't happened before. New Hampshire's next, by the way.
Good.
It's about time. I mean, it really
New
is.
Hampshire is one of the most corrupt states in the country. I deal with CPS all over the place, and one of the most corrupt states in the nation is New Hampshire. The good old boy network there is alive and well.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you don't know the half of it.
I mean, that's
it's absolutely.
Oh, but I do. I went to West
true.
High School, Blue Knights, rah rah rah. Grew up in Bedford, New Hampshire. I'm a New Hampshire girl, born and raised. Oh well.
I think the confluence in what I want everybody to understand who's watching right now is a legitimate conspiracy is concocted between very few people, and it trusts in everybody else to act in their own self-interest or what they perceive to be their own self-interest, whether ideological, financial, personal advancement, so on and so forth. We have a system that has been created by very few people with a goal, and the system has its own perverse incentives and thrives on everybody else's omnipotent self-righteousness complex.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're right there. Yeah, it's a power play, and I just wrote an article on this. Actually, the psychopaths in government and people that seek power like that usually have a psychopathy, and so it's very true. I mean, we're in a sick system, and we've got to abolish it, and we've got to start over.
Mm-hmm.
Get these people out.
Maureen, Maureen Steele, we're just about out of time. We're coming up on the top of the hour here. What time does that premiere start? September 7th, 2025, Legacy Theater.
Yeah, it's this Sunday. So it's at the Legacy Theater in Dedham. It starts at 6. There's a VIP reception from 6 to 6:30, and the movie starts at 7. So we'd love as many people as possible to get there. Tickets can be found on AmericanMadeFoundation.org website. You cannot buy tickets at the door. They're off the website. But it's an important documentary for parents, grandparents to see because it could be you tomorrow.
All right, and that's what town is that in? Legacy Theater.
It's in Dedham.
Dedham. Okay. All right. Perfect. Just want to make sure that we have all the information so we can get that up on the social media feeds. Maureen Steele, filmmaker of Taken State-Sanctioned Kidnapping. I want to thank you so much for joining us on the program this evening, and best of luck in all of your endeavors, and I hope the turnout is absolutely phenomenal.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Much more of Granite State Live when we come back. We're going to be checking in with Wayne Morrow, the CEO of the John Birch Society. We're going to be talking about the Minneapolis shooting. Are you tired about hearing this, or tired of hearing about this yet? This is going to be an interesting conversation, and I think we need to start shaking things up, especially when it comes to this whole trans agenda. This is out of control. People are dying. The left are, they're searching for reasons, and guess what the reason is, folks? An overabundance of guns. Well, we'll challenge that certainly when Granite State Live continues after this. Don't go away.
Forged in Chaos, a warrior's origin story. In this raw, anti-heroic tale, Tyler Gray dissects his life, exposing the unseen war within and exploring the question, what happens when the very abilities that made you a superhero in the eyes of the world turn you into a supervillain in your own life? Despite rising PTSD awareness, we're losing more warriors at home than in war. Forged in Chaos rips the mask off the warrior experience, exposing the truth that most never dare to face. Find Forged in Chaos, a warrior's origin story, written by Tyler Gray on Amazon.
New Hampshire Republican Governor Kelly Ayotte has been making a lot of noise about how she's funding education. The Republican budget she just signed provides more money for education than ever before. She even bragged the other day that New Hampshire is top 10 in the country when it comes to funding our children's education, as if giving money to school systems has anything to do with learning. If you look at the math, and if you got schooled in New Hampshire, the odds are good it's not your best subject. It's the exact opposite. The more money we throw at schools, the less kids learn. We're committed to wasting money on an experiment that failed, unless wasting money to drive parents to homeschool their kids was the goal. We prefer to pick on Democrats, lower hanging fruit and all that, but our rhetorical woodshed doesn't discriminate. If that sounds refreshing, you need to check us out. This is Steve McDonald for Granite Rock, and we'll keep shining the light on them for you.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
United We Stand. A Marine's Fight, written by Marine Corps veteran Julian Eschiard. This book examines the deepening fractures in our nation, political division, government overreach, and a fading sense of shared responsibility, and offers a battle-tested path forward. A Marine's Fight is a bold and urgent call to action for every American who believes in the founding ideals of our republic. United We Stand. A Marine's Fight can be purchased on Amazon.
got the best of me. Maybe I found my remedy. Come on. I've been beating a drum.
All right, so I gotta ask our illustrious producer, what is it with this? Like, what is this genre of music that we're listening to tonight?
It's called Fulton Lee.
It's called what?
The gentleman is called Fulton Lee.
Fulton Lee.
Yeah, and he, it's freestyle jazz.
Freestyle jazz. Okay, I didn't know there was a genre of freestyle jazz.
Yeah, it's something like that.
So okay, it's different.
It's what a Puerto Rican will listen to.
It's wow. Okay,
white Puerto Rican.
I thought it was all Daddy Yankee. Blah blah blah. Gasolina. Give me that gasoline. Whatever that is.
Here's Daddy Yankee.
Reggaeton.
Yeah. Move that ass. That's Daddy Yankee.
Is that move that ass? All right, ladies and gentlemen, Juan, the producer, with his rendition of Daddy Yankee's "Move That Ass."
That's all he talks about
on Granite Grok. Yeah, there we go. Hey, Steve, this is what you're reduced to. Juan talking about asses. All right. Is it this segment that we have Wayne on? That would make sense, wouldn't it? Yeah, because
there he is.
There he is. Look at that. Wayne Morrow, Chief Executive Officer of John Birch Society. I think what we need to do is we need to medicate these transsexuals, transgenders, and we need to give them all guns and just let the problem work itself out. I don't know. Wayne Morrow, CEO of John Birch Society.
Yeah, hi.
Should we do this?
Let's lock them in a stadium with each other first, though.
Yeah. Well, what did you expect? They went sideways. Most of the shootings, matter of fact, most of them, all of them, have been transgens. People have gone bad. I mean, they've kind of lost, and that's really they really don't point to that. They blame the guns and this or that. We have a magazine called the New American Magazine. Kind of looks like this on live. I can show you this. Looks like this. Comes out once a month, and it's newamerican.com. And we wrote an article about Minneapolis shooting has a left-wing rhetoric. Claim more lives? ? And you go to the guy's website and he says, where's your God? And I don't, it's just he had some problems, and his mom has a lawyer now, and so she was at fault. She must have knew the kid had guns, and he was an issue. So, all of a sudden he loses it, goes back to his old school, and kills, unfortunately, some innocent kids. And all of a sudden, the guns are the blame, And it's really a messed up society which promotes transgens. I mean, it's not only immoral; it's satanic. So, what do you expect? And unfortunately, good people get hurt because politicians and the wrong agenda goes wild.
Well, I mean, we have the Annunciation Catholic school shooting committed by a transgender. Covenant school shooting committed by a transgender. And one of the things I am going to ask you to do, excuse me, if you would please, is when we're talking about these, let's please refer to the instances not by the name of the perpetrator. We do adhere to the don't name them. And we encourage people, check out don'tnamedem.org, because these degenerate scumbags do not deserve, in death or incarceration, the dignity of having their names used. So we'll refer to the instances. Annunciation, transgender. Covenant School, transgender. STEM School, Highlands Ranch in 2019, transgender. Uvalde, transgender. Now, I have been, since 2008, I have been a federal tactical counterterrorism instructor, active shooter response instructor. I'm a train the trainer for the alert programs, advanced law enforcement rapid response training, exterior response to active shooter events, SWORD, sole officer rapid deployment, all those good things, multiple assault counterterrorism action capability. And one of the things that we talk about internally very, very significantly is the prevalence in selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors with the people who are engaging and perpetrating these actions. To the point now where it's above 90% of the people that are responsible for mass shootings in this country have had an extensive history of being medicated with SSRIs. Now you look at this transgender issue, and I see this as the intersection of three concepts. Number one is the normalization of deviant and immoral behavior. Number two It's the removal of God from our society and having any understanding or consciousness of what is right and what is wrong. And number three, it is the overprescription of psychiatric medications, specifically SSRIs. And then we have the balls to sit back and clutch our pearls in shock when these three things come together and produce what we see on, I'm not going to say on an increasing basis, because I think the narrative that it's increasing is a manipulation of data by unscrupulous media outlets. But what we do see now are some pretty significant commonalities and some potential root causes that need to be looked at. And your feelings be damned. I don't care if you feel like I'm being insensitive to you because you think because you've got a penis that you're a woman. No, I'm concerned about the cocktail of drugs that these young minds are being given, and then the unintended consequences or the secondary or tertiary psychiatric end results of medicating children to this degree.
I'm going to add one more thing to that. This matriarchal feminist culture of validation and affirmation ultimately leading to this idea that we have to just accept the idea that you can identify as whatever the hell you want whenever, and that we just tell everybody, yes, you are right. You deserve to feel that way, when you should be telling these kids no.
Well, that's exactly against the Bible's plan of patriarchal families. So you're exactly right. But that's been done on purpose, guys. I mean, it's when we talk about the Birth Society, it's part of the plan to disrupt society, destroy morality, which would mean more masters, more government, more control. And that's kind of what we're at. By the way, you guys are in New Hampshire. I lived 29 years in New Hampshire.
Oh, what part?
I live in Concord and Canterbury.
Oh, okay. Well, as one Granite Stater to another, it's still a great place to be. I mean, despite the influx of Massachusetts people, it's still a good place to be.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I know the state well. Matter of fact, we had a governor, Meldrum Thompson, was a member of the Bird Society when I lived there. He was on our council.
Excellent. We need we need more, I think. And I was a member of John Birch Society when I was in high school, believe it or not. So it's the ideals and the values that are expressed by the John Birch Society, I think is something. And it was not trendy to be a John Birch Society member. But they have literally become the building blocks of my adult life, the values that are espoused by the John Birch Society, and the concepts of freedom, and the concepts of liberty, and the concepts of conservatism, and self-reliance, and these are things that make strong people and build strong men and build strong families. And this is something that, again, the left doesn't want strong men. The left doesn't want a strong patriarchy. Of course, it's, smash the patriarchy. They don't want strong families, because when you have strong men and strong families, you don't need the oppressive hand of government in every single phase of your life.
Very, very true. One of the things that we wrote here, it's one of our, we have these little pamphlets for people that says, it speaks to what we're talking about. It says this: freedom cannot exist without morality. The idea of immoral free people makes more sense than dry water. Without sufficient character and moral fortitude, we can't govern ourselves. When morality declines, that we're seeing, the abuse of rights increases and more government is necessary, just as criminals need jailers, domestic animals need herdsmen. Immoral citizens need more police state. If ever abandon our morality, we lose our freedom. And that's kind of where we're at there. That's the example you gave me about what's going on. This is one of the planks, And I think people have to wake up. It's all done on purpose to destroy our United States from within. And this is one of the planks.
Well, if you can you see your screen? I mean, obviously you're on a screen. I don't know if you can see the video feed or not. I'm going to ask Juan, if you could, to throw up the graphic. I think it was a tweet that we opened the show with, and Julian had alluded to this. We can pull this up.
All right. Which one?
The one, how do you destroy a society in one generation? If you have that one. This is, I think it's pretty interesting, and I kind of reserved comment on this because I wanted to wait until your segment here, Wayne. But
Okay.
I think this is really, really important stuff, and it's good stuff, and it's something that we're seeing more and more and more of. Guide to Destroying the West. Number one, convince women to hate men. We are certainly seeing that. There's no question about it. You don't need a man. All you need is a turkey baster and a check from the government, and you can have your family. Convince men to hate themselves. Of course, if you are a white, middle-aged Christian man, you are the source. You are the oppressor, period, end of story. Don't even bother trying to defend yourself against it. Convince minorities to hate whites? Absolutely, because white people are, of course, the source of all oppression. Convince whites to hate themselves. Again, and I think that's one of the reasons why you saw such a backlash and the support for Trump, because young kids, 21, 22, 23, 24 years old, are sick and tired of being told that they are the source of all of society's problems.
Right.
Convince the young to be LGBTQIA LMNOP? Absolutely. It's trendy to be gay. It's trendy to be bisexual. It's trendy to be a tranny. And if you're a woke parent, well, then you know what? Then you symbolize and virtue signal through putting your children through these grotesque Frankenstein-esque transitional processes. Convince the old that they are backwards. We are one of the few societies that does not hold in high respect, regard, and reverence people who have been there before. Now it's, oh, okay, boomer. No, F you, because the people who have been there have learned it. They understand it. It's always interesting when you see these young people embracing communism, trying to convince people who are in their 50s and 60s they know more about communism than the people who actually lived through it.
I'm going to
That's
add,
true.
and I'm going to add a little bit of nuance with this because we saw this during the Kamala Harris campaign. There has been, over the past 60 years since the Civil Rights Movement, a massive wave of matriarchal misandry coming from the black intellectual class on the left, to the point where they literally told black men to shut up and sit down and vote like a black woman this entire last election cycle. And it's not new. They've been doing it for the past 4 election cycles. So it's not new. They've been doing it with everybody. It's anything that exhibits a divine masculine framework for society, for the home, they need to get rid of.
It's toxic, right?
Yeah, they've done it in churches too. I've seen the matriarchal push within churches to accept and laud and push feminism, even though it's directly contradictory to Scripture.
Absolutely right. Well, but again, that's all done by plan. You know, it's all done by plan. You know, and that's. But I tell you, as I travel around the United States, a couple of things that I just want to share with you guys, because I see all different folks, all different parts of the United States, west, east, south, doesn't make a difference. And I know we have an election coming up, and I know my old state of my kids grew up in good old New Hampshire. Live free or die, not live free and die, by the way. Anyway, they used to laugh. We said, "Welcome to New Hampshire, go home." Remember, we used to say that when they crossed the border. When I do the polls, I ask people this question, guys. When's the last time you read the U.S. Constitution? And I get 2%. I don't care if it's Tea Party people, Republican, conservative, veteran, 2%. Then I ask the other question. When's the last time you read your state constitution? It's usually 0.
Yep.
Now I ask the question, because it's going to come back to what we're talking about. So how do you elect your state legislators? Is it a popularity contest? Is it like looking at a Valentine's card? Based on what? If you don't know the rule book, based on what? How do you hold them accountable? And the reason why we've got our society going sideways, you mentioned it, I mean, we see it as well, is that, first of all, men haven't become men, although that's changing as I see the trend, believe it or not. And that's what I see. Guys are tired of it. But, you know, you have to have a basis to operate from our constitutional principles. I mean, back in New Hampshire, I live in the South. I live in a colony as well. That's our colonies, and it has strong historical bent. I mean, we have to have respect of men who died before us to give us freedom. They froze to death. They died. Our fellow founding fathers gave it all for us. And we've been blessed with a wonderful country, and why hand it over? So we teach American principles. And once people understand Americanism, the garbage we've been talking about doesn't happen because people stand up and the family goes, no, this is not going to happen this way. And I think you've been saying this as weak husbands, weak parents, weak fathers have been a cause of this because they've been beat down, told, hey, you can't do this, you can't do this, this isn't correct. And I'm telling you, I'm seeing a change of that. I'm seeing a change with younger men, and I'm seeing a change with older men who have scar tissues. They say, I don't need my kids to go sideways and go backwards. So I'm seeing that trend in the United States. You may not think it's fast enough, but I'm seeing that happen. And we've been teaching and promoting Americanism, and people are embracing it because the election's coming up, and they don't want to lose Congress because then we go back to square one again we just came from, right?
Yeah.
I think the pinnacle of what people are missing when it comes to the concept of a patriarchal society, and it goes back to biblical scripture, is the reason why the man is the head of the household, the reason why it's a patriarchal society is because men have a responsibility to prioritize protection and duty over everything else. It is your ability to provide, to protect, to give structure, discipline, accountability, wisdom, character. Everything about being a man is about duty. We're there to protect society, to protect our children, to protect our wives. It is not there to lord over people. It's not there to victimize people. It is there to be the divine example of masculinity that God calls us to be. And we commonly, the trope is that we use the top 1% of pseudo elite bastards who do victimize society to castigate the vast majority, the 99.999% of good men in society who are trying to do the right thing daily.
And it's also leading by example. It's leading by example, and that's something that, you know, it's hypocritical to turn around and say, well, you know, this is how you have to live and to raise your children a certain way, and to turn around but not live that creed, and to walk that line. You have to live by example and lead by example, because your kids are going to recognize it. You know, oh, you're telling me to do this. You know, remember the public service message. You know, what is this? You know, then he finds the drugs in the room. Who taught you to do this? You. I learned it from watching you. You can't tell your kids to do one thing and then turn around and do something else. You have to lead by example, and that's the problem. Is that we live in a society where people don't understand what their roles are, and what it means to actually be a strong, ethical, moral human being. And, you know, I spent years, this is going back, I spent several years as the Florida State chapter president of Oath Keepers, back when Oath Keepers actually was an organization that represented something. So when I would travel around the state of Florida, I would open my speeches. We would do a prayer, and we would do the Pledge of Allegiance. And I would hearken to a line in the Pledge of Allegiance. I would say, "What a beautiful creed that is!" And we talk about it. We talk about liberty and justice for all. And of course, you know, Oath Keepers being an organization for currently serving in retired law enforcement, I would ask people, how many times have you ever arrested a person who was asserting that it's a free country and they can do what they want? And you'd hear that all the time. Okay, so if we live in a free country, then why don't we say that? Why don't we say with freedom and justice for all? We don't say that. We say liberty. And then I would pose the question, what's the difference between freedom and liberty? And it was always interesting to see what the responses that I would get. What is the difference between freedom and liberty? And the difference is the responsible exercise of freedom. I don't need laws to constrain or prescribe behavior because my own moral and ethical code says I can't engage in this behavior because it violates the inherent natural rights of my fellow man. And I am a responsible person.
Right. Live free or die, remember?
Live free or die. Which there's a lot of people that want to do away with that motto because they think that it's violent and it espouses a violent revolutionary rhetoric. You're goddamn right it does.
Yeah, that's what this country was built on, by a bunch of pirates and bastards and criminals and rebels. That's the crux of what it means to be an American. Live free or die. Death is not the worst of all evils.
I do want to get into one thing here, Wayne, and that was, the subject that we're going to have you on is the left-wing rhetoric claiming more lives. So I want to dive into that here real quick. What do you see as the left-wing rhetoric that is actually responsible for, really, for fostering an environment which is costing people lives?
Yeah. Well, like I said, we did an article about, it went through this, it says that we totally agree. The left-wing activists say burning Teslas and protesting Elon Musk is correct. Killing the 2 Israeli ambassador staffers, that's exactly what they deserve. I'm reading some of the comments that I came across. Senator Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota, she was on the Examiner, and she was going through the whole bit about hatred for Trump, and really what it is, and the LGBTQ trender flags and all that good stuff, and people wearing shirts, protect trans kids, and all that was going. That was their rhetoric, is blaming who was in the right, not on the left, not really what was going on. That was their rhetoric. You have to. The reason why this happened because of me and you and Julian. That's the reason why it happened. It's got nothing to do with where they are. They have to blame somebody, and they'll blame Trump and the MAGA movement for it. That's what I'm reading is, of course, guns are the culprit. We got to get rid of the guns. And you guys all know when you get rid of guns, history goes, and then so goes slavery right after that, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We know the game, right? We know the game.
Oh, we know the game because we see it all the time. And as a matter of fact, so there's a social media organization, Reddit, if you're familiar with that. And there was a conversation about this, and I have the screenshot of this, where somebody, of course, an anonymous person, posts the comment, "I hate to say this, but targeting white Christian churches may be the only way to get real gun reform and legislation. Nothing else is working."
Uh-huh. Yeah, they burn a lot of churches lately, don't they? In France and England, as well as the United States, Canada.
But I mean, specifically here, okay, because they're counting on it, at least the left. I mean, what is ostensibly being expressed here, Wayne, is that if these radical, I'm not going to call them revolutionaries. I'm just going to call them criminals. If these radical criminals decide to target more churches, then maybe the white conservative Christian crowd is going to turn around and say, "Hey, you know what? Maybe our safety is more important than the Second Amendment."
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, that's possible. Although I live in the South, so you have a lot of kindred brothers who hold on to weapons. I guarantee that one. They know that's a trick, so that's not going to happen. Depends on where you go in the United States,
Well, I think in light of this, I think in light of the sentiments that have been expressed on multiple social media platforms, I have a very, very simple solution for this. From this point forward, we make it part of the NICS check that if you have been involved in any transgendered activism, if you are in any phase or facet of living your life as a transgendered person, or if you are taking any type of hormone blockers, puberty blockers, or if you are subject to any type of transgender surgeries, you are hereby prohibited from purchasing, owning, possessing, or having transferred into your possession any firearms of any kind. Simple, easy, done. If you can prohibit felons from possessing firearms, we prohibit any person involved in any aspect of transgender activism from possessing, using, owning, discharging, or having transferred into their possession firearms. This will do two things. Number one, it'll actually cause the left to turn around and start defending Second Amendment rights, which is always interesting to watch them backpedal and have to defend policies that they outspokenly advocated for the abolition of.
Right. And you hope somebody doesn't buy somebody the weapon, hand it to them, right?
Listen, if it's so simple that we can just ban devices and we can, you watch the left in states that banned abortion. Well, go ahead and ban abortion. We're just going to go and get one. Okay, well, you know what? Gun bans don't do anything because the same mindset that fuels a person to go get an illegal abortion is going to go fuel a person to go get an illegal gun if they are not allowed to possess one. So it's a tendentious argument without a patina of credibility.
That's what was mentioned earlier about freedom can't exist without morality, and that's kind of where it's at in responsibility.
Well, that's I think the bottom line is that people need to, number one, purchase a firearm. Number 2, go out and actually get quality training. And I'm not talking USCCA or NRA bullshit. Actually get firearms training from somebody who's qualified to train people on defensive firearms tactics. And then you carry that firearm and you make a vow to yourself that anything that threatens the safety and well-being of your family, if it involves the unlawful use of aggressive deadly force, then you respond in kind and you shoot the bastards dead. That's how we solve this problem.
Yeah. You sure you don't live in the South?
I did for 10 years, so.
Okay, well, there you go. But,
I'm
you know,
an
like I
honorary
said,
card-carrying Southerner, so.
Okay. But I was saying, well, like I said, New Hampshire people are the same way. But, you know, I keep on saying this, is that I know where you guys live, but I see as I travel the United States, of course, it depends on what state, I'm seeing a trend back to it's cool to be a man, and they're pushing back on the gender mentality. And I see it in the young men, because the young guys are back in church, and they're really tired of it all. And I'm seeing 20, 30, 25-year-old guys saying, hey, like they've been calling the Birch Society, we want to know more about Americanism because we're tired of being the victim. That's not me. I'm not gay. I'm straight. It's okay. I'm cool. I go to the gym and all, but this is exactly this is me. This is not who, and we're tired of this. I'm seeing as the young guys are training, and I'm seeing older adults seeing the negative ways of the mass media. But, I know we've been talking about, the shooting, but as I travel the U.S. again, it's a small percentage. I'd say 90% of the people I meet along the way are just good folks, want to live their lives in freedom and not have a government intrusion in their lives. Much like where you live back at home, live for your dog. This is the kind of people I see. I have lunch with. I go to their houses, and they just can't get it. So I was going back to my original comment that why do you have lousy politicians? And the reason for it, because they don't know the Constitution, and they elect them as a Valentine's card. And I said we got to make sure you keep people accountable by having their voting record and say, hey, look, we're watching you. And if you don't uphold the Constitution, we'll find somebody else.
Well,
and once
we
the people get involved in the process, you're going to get mediocre representatives. That's kind of where it's at.
Yeah. Well, and I think the big problem, too, is that people look at the Constitution as a roadblock. They don't look at it as a set of, for lack of a better term, guardrails. These are the parameters within which you operate. And people, and again, this boils down to education and the sum total of public education in this country, that people don't understand that the Constitution is not there to put constraints on the people. The Constitution exists to put constraints on the government.
Yes.
And of course, no politician wants to operate with constraints. They want to look at their position as an elected official and say, I am your overlord. And that's what we have to, as an American society, fundamentally reject, which is one of the reasons why, and Julian doesn't like this, I call bullshit on every politician that's out there, because I have interviewed hundreds of politicians, from presidential candidates to state Senate candidates to U.S. Senate candidates and gubernatorial candidates, and they all stand in front of me and tell me the same thing. If I'm elected, I'm going to do this. Bullshit. Prove it. What in your background proves that you're actually a person of honor and integrity? And I got to tell you, the vast majority of people that are running for public office have no honor, have no integrity. They want the money, they want the fame, and they want to cement the future for their posterity. That's why they want to get involved in politics.
Imagine if every election cycle, the 34.7% of people who did not vote, who actually just want to be left alone, showed up and voted so that we could be left alone.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So we fight that complacency all the time. And they think, well, it can't make a difference. That's exactly what the game's all about. They don't want you to participate. And so we encourage them all the time on jbs.org to go to our website to learn about the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and get people involved in the process. I can say this, if you're not involved in the process, you get the politician you deserve.
Yep. No, you're 100% correct. Wayne, we are unfortunately out of time. jbs.org is the website. jbs.org. Wayne Morrow, Chief Executive Officer of the John Birch Society. God bless you, my friend. You're welcome on anytime you want.
Thank you, my fellow New Hampshireites. God bless you guys.
All right. Live free or die, baby.
You got it, baby. Thank
All
you.
right, take care, Wayne. Thank you again. All right, going to
you
take
so
a very, very quick commercial break. When we come back, we have Garland Favorito. We're going to talk about President Trump's initiatives to secure American elections. Garland is the co-founder of an organization, Voters, which breaks down to Voters Organized for Trusted Election Results in Georgia. He's done a tremendous amount of research into electronic voting systems. We're going to talk about how to secure these elections when Granite State Live continues. Don't go away.
United We Stand. A Marine's Fight, written by Marine Corps veteran Julian Eschiard. This book examines the deepening fractures in our nation, political division, government overreach, and a fading sense of shared responsibility, and offers a battle-tested path forward. A Marine's Fight is a bold and urgent call to action for every American who believes in the founding ideals of our republic. United We Stand. A Marine's Fight can be purchased on Amazon.
Would you rather spend time with family and friends in the pool or at the barbecue rather than landscaping your yard? Well, Augusta Lawn Care is here to help you with all of your landscaping needs. Proudly serving Southern New Hampshire, we handle everything. Weekly mowing, spring and fall cleanups, bush trimming, mulch installs, lawn treatments, aeration, dethatching, and even snow plowing and salting when the dreaded winter hits. Call Augusta Lawn Care today and let your yard be the best-looking yard on the block. Call 603-331-4768. Augusta Lawn Care, locally owned, professionally done. Call 603-331-4678 or visit us online at AugustaLawnCareServices.com/Londonderry. That's AugustaLawnCareServices.com/Londonderry.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is, my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Welcome back to Granite State Live, the Bali Elephant Cam. That's in Bali, Indonesia. That's very. Where are you getting these live webcams, Juan?
Right, American media has eyes everywhere. Eyes and ears everywhere.
So I'm not seeing any elephants.
Hold on.
I'm not
Let's
seeing
go
any.
back to that.
Okay.
Somebody's watching me.
How about this? Let's see. Oh, there you go.
Oh wow, the Critter Cam in Webster, New York.
Webster, New York.
We got some rabbits. It's
Yeah.
good.
Let's see.
Cool. What else we got? Yeah, it's the Zion Summit Cam in Duck Creek Village, Utah. That's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very nice. And the Naples Pier is very dark. Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Very nice. Live. That's pretty cool.
And here's the light.
Lake Michigan Cam. We should have a Chicago Cam. We should just watch.
Actually, there was a Chicago cam somewhere here. Here's Times Square.
Times Square. Okay.
New York. Let's see.
It's New York. Okay.
I can get to Chicago real quick. Oh.
Whitesboro.
They shoot the camera?
Whitesboro, Texas. Yeah. Mystic, Connecticut.
There you go.
Chicago, Illinois. Notice it's an elevated camera because they don't want you to actually have a ground floor view of what's happening.
Exactly.
It's going to be interesting here when Trump decides to dump ICE officials into Chicago.
You're going to see on the south side of Chicago, they're welcoming it.
Oh, I know they are.
Yeah,
because they're
all
fed
in.
up with it.
Yeah.
And after I forgot how many shootings and how many murders that they had this past weekend, city officials in Chicago saying, "No, we don't need any assistance here because we got this.
Yeah.
We got a handle on our situation here in Chicago." No, quite to the contrary. You don't. And again, one of the things we were talking about here with Wayne from the John Birch Society was, again, the need to elect good, solid, constitutional, law-minded representatives. And remember, we don't call them, at least I don't, and I never have been in the habit of calling these people leaders because they're not leaders. They are representatives. They are elected to represent their constituents in legislative bodies that the constituents don't have the ability to speak up in. So you elect people to be stewards of your best interest. And certainly in Chicago, they're failing. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you happen to check this out or not, but J.B. Pritzker deciding to get in the treadmill and drop a couple of pounds because he's going to be hitting the campaign trail in 2028. It's going to be J.B. Pritzker, and you're also going to see Gavin Newsom, who's going to be out there as well, too, thinking that somehow, some way, his ability to single-handedly destroy the state of California qualifies him to occupy the highest elected office in the United States. God help us all.
All right, up next, we have Garland Favorito to discuss the Trump initiatives to secure American elections. Garland is a career information technology professional with 40 years of experience. He's devoted much of his career to computer programming, business systems analysis, data administration, and internet systems design and architecture, as well as systems development methodology. He is a co-founder of Voters Organize for Trusted Election Results in Georgia. That's Vote GA, Vote Georgia. Garland did volunteer research into the electronic voting systems. He also serves as a volunteer elections director for the Constitution Party of Georgia. Hello, sir. Thank you for coming on. I'm so glad that you're here, but I gotta throw a bomb for a moment because I worked on election integrity up here in New Hampshire, along with many other people. As a matter of fact, we're sitting in the studio of a guy who is pinnacle in fighting for election integrity in New Hampshire. And as much as I care about election integrity, one of the biggest things that really chaps my ass is the apathy that rules the conservative right and plagues America, because to be honest, I have yet to see a level of cheating that could surpass the 34.7% of people who don't vote showing up to the polls instead of waiting for the rest of us that do to save America. But thank you for coming on.
Well, thanks, Julian. Good to be with you and Keith this evening. I also, I'm very close with Wayne down here in Georgia. He's down here with me, and we know each other really well. I was just in New Hampshire last week, just passing through. But I think the part of that, the 34.7% that you've mentioned, some of this issue is that voting, the people just don't trust the voting systems. Mm-hmm. And the reason they don't trust the voting systems, if you think about it for a minute, we conduct secretly counted elections using secret proprietary software, and then we secretly preserve the ballots so that no one can ever verify the results. So they just tell us who won, and we're supposed to believe it. Mm-hmm. Now, no one in their right mind would think that that's a legitimate way to conduct elections, but in most states, that's exactly what is done. So one of the things that's pretty exciting that President Trump has stated he's going to lead the initiative to get rid of voting systems, which are unverifiable, and we can go into great detail about that, as well as a lot of the fraud that occurred in mail-in voting. So we're pretty excited that Trump has said that he's going to lead that movement. We've known that that's going to be coming for some time, really ever since inauguration day or inauguration week. But I think maybe the lack of trust is what's driving up people. The lack of voting.
I don't think it's just the lack of trust. I do think the lack of trust is a big issue. I think the other issue is there is a level of disengagement and apathy in this narcissistic world we happen to live in, where everyone cares more about the random shit that they got going on in their daily lives and making sure that they are able to maintain their freedoms tomorrow or for their children and their posterity. I think the big issue is when you live in a lot of these urban economic systems where the Democrats manage to run the gambit on you. There is no political, ideological, or infrastructural machine to combat the radical Marxism masquerading, cross-dressing as progressivism in these local areas. And we have the exact same thing showing up on the right, where you have rural areas where Republicans are in charge and there is no other machine to get to challenge it. So if you think there's no change and the guy who is the incumbent is always the guy that's going to win, what point is there to show up to the polls to vote to change anything when there is no change? In a lot of cases, I see a lot of Republicans with a lot of red on their chest who do the same damn shit that the Democrats do. And it strips the faith out of us.
Well, there is no better of example of that than right here in Georgia, where we have a Republican governor, Republican attorney general, and a Republican secretary of state who have all been involved in covering up the corruption in the Fulton County 2020 election results, which literally threw the state of Georgia from a Republican, a red state, into at least a temporary blue state. They had the evidence. They know exactly what's wrong. They know and we can go into great detail about what happened in Fulton County, but that changed the results of the election. The governor was going to call a special session. Suddenly, his daughter's boyfriend is blown up in a car going to a campaign event, flames 100 feet in the air. The Secretary of State has been covering up after saying Trump had an insurmountable lead in the 2020 election, and the Attorney General has been basically his lapdog in filing, using his powers as Attorney General, filing amicus briefs and things to keep the ballot secret, giving false legal opinions to the state election board. So it is that's a great example of it. I think Mike Lindell referred to that as the triple crown of corruption here in Georgia. So that's what we're facing with. It's a perfect example of what you are talking about there, Julian.
I think the issue that a lot of people miss is there is a confluence of personal, financial, and ideological gains here. Like when you come up through the system, however you get elected, there is zero incentive once you come through that system successfully to thereby change that system, which might end in you being ousted out of your seat in the first place. Because the vast majority of these people, we think that they want to be in these positions for money. It's not money. It's power. It's not money, it's power. It's the ability to be the guy who makes the decisions. And then you get there and then you find out you're really not the guy who makes the decisions. That the system always perpetuates itself. No matter what, the system will protect itself. Like a virus, like chlamydia. These people are like frickin' herpes. You just can't get rid of them.
I'm going to disagree with you on that, because there's an article that just dropped on the New York Post, and Fox News is covering this as well. Representative Ilhan Omar's net worth skyrockets to as much as $30 million. These people aren't interested in money. They're interested in power. They're interested in whatever enriches them. Whether it's money that gets the power or whether it's the power that gets them the money, these people are greedy, selfish, degenerate scumbags. They're all scumbags, which is why you and I don't agree on this, Julian, but I call every single politician out. Mm-hmm. Show me what is in your background that says you're a person of honor and integrity. Otherwise, you're just another empty suit in an endless line of people who are trying to con the average person into voting for them, so that way they can get their money and they can get their votes. And it's an endless cycle. The cycle goes on. Politicians get rich, politicians get powerful, and the American public gets screwed every single time. Prove to me that I'm wrong.
Is that for me or for you or for Julie?
Whoever wants to take that and run with it. But I mean, I think it's a perfect example. $30 million. What the hell does Ilhan Omar do besides bang her own brother that gets her $30 million? You're a public servant. Oh, insider trading, maybe? Oh, we know that happens.
But why do they want the money? They want the money because it buys them power.
Because it buys them creature comforts.
Yeah, well, creature comforts and power, yeah. Most people are not ideological. So the power thing would be, if you're an ideological person, power would be your motivation. If you're I guess, more debased, then it would be creature comforts, which most people are that debased. So most people would sell out their grandmother for $1 million.
And for an extra 50 cents, they'd ship her COD. Welcome to American politics.
Yeah.
So how do we fix this? What can Trump do to really crack down on election integrity? What is the big thing? Because every state has their own system. Every state has their own contracts. Every state has their own infected. I mean, shit, LBJ was the master of rigging elections, and I haven't seen a decent election since the 1960s. Like, I haven't seen anyone that passes the smell test. I'm wondering how you change 50 different 50 different states in every different locality in every iteration. Hell, I don't even think we have in 2 towns in New Hampshire that operate completely the same.
Yeah, so that's a good question, Joey. So a few things to talk about. As you mentioned, Article 4, Section 1 of the Constitution grants the power to conduct elections to the states. However, if you read the second sentence of that, it says that Congress basically can dictate how to run federal elections if they choose to do so. That's why we've ended up with HAVA, MVRA, National Voting Rights Act. So in those cases, Congress has exercised its authority. So in the first executive order, the president basically complied with all federal law. So he had 9 sections, and each section he referenced federal law, which he was upholding for things like proof of citizenship, counting all ballots on election day or not accepting any ballots after election day, eliminating foreign influence. That's all covered on in the current statutes, the federal statutes. But to your point, how will he be able to do that? Well, I think the thing that Americans have to come to grips with is that we have a national election security crisis for the reasons that I just said earlier. Counting ballots in secret with secret proprietary software and then secretly preserving the ballots so no one ever knows what the results really are. That's a national security crisis, and it's happening in every state. So what I think that you'll see will be coming here shortly is that the president will use his emergency powers to rectify this, and that will give him much more authority than what he currently exercised in his first executive order. And he told us that there were more coming. I'll give you one example. The systems, none of the voting systems in America meet the critical infrastructure requirements under which they are supposed to meet according to the executive order that Obama created. And I forget the number, I think it's 13873. But that designated all voting systems as critical infrastructure. So, but yet they don't comply. They use foreign chips in their servers. They have all sorts of, they're not hardened. There's all sorts of issues, we could go into. But I think what we're going to see is that we're going to see him declare that the voting systems have to meet critical infrastructure standards before they can be certified for further use in American elections.
So I actually wrote a system when I was running for office, when the election integrity was coming out, because I ran in 2022 after everything that happened in 2020. And my minimum system that I came up with was a voter ID CAT card distributed to every eligible voter in the United States upon your 18th birthday at the DMV right then and there. And it will be tied to and aggregating to verify your citizenship, your location, your residency, to avoid any fraud, and to have you arrested on the spot anytime somebody tries to cheat by aggregating your residency, your voter history, where your car is registered, school, work, everything. So all public information and government information aggregated in one system, so that at any point in time that you try to vote outside of your state where you are eligible to vote out of your voting jurisdiction, immediately that machine goes off, a cop comes, arrests you right on the spot. And on top of that voter CAT card ID, you put it into the system, you use your thumbprint on the machine, then that verifies your identity to the card. Then when you fill out your ballot, it prints you off a copy. It prints you a copy, it prints off a copy to go into a counting machine. And so now you have a receipt for any audits that are going to take place, so you can verify your vote after the fact. So now there's triple redundancy paper trails. So there is a paper count, and I've created an audit system in and of itself. And by doing that way, making it so that there's immediate accountability, all of a sudden you can't cheat, because most cheating is not voter fraud. Most cheating is electioneering. Mostly cheating is ballot fraud. And we kept pounding this home when we were working on election integrity in the 2022 cycle and 2020 cycle and the cycles since. We kept saying voter fraud, and I kept saying, you're losing the marketing game here, people, because you're referencing something that we have very little data to actually prove, because it's impossible to go back after an election and in 2 months argue a case that would take you 3 years to argue. What you need to be looking at is the very blatant, in-your-face electioneering, ballot fraud, and things like that.
Exactly, and that's one of my pet peeves. It's not the voters who are committing the fraud; it's election engineering, typically done with the help of election officials in a lot of cases. So that you're absolutely right. That's one of my, and I always try to correct everyone who claims that it's voter fraud. It's not the voters that are committing the fraud in most cases.
Yeah. I think a minimum system is necessary, because we've gotten into this endless spiral of constantly, allowing people with their vested interest in keeping the system broken to be the ones guiding in deciding whether the system actually gets fixed. And I think it's about time that the American people get transparency, accountability, efficiency, and efficacy as the guiding light for everything going on with elections and government in general.
Amen. Not much I can add to that.
Well, sir, I want to thank you for coming on. It's been a fantastic interview. Do you have anything that you would like to send people to support, where they can find you?
Yeah, thank you, Julian. So, first of all, voterj.org is our website. We have a ton of information up there. We have 5 active lawsuits in Georgia right now. We do a lot of training on different election issues. So that would be a great resource. The other thing that's unique about us is we are an all-volunteer organization. We do not take salaries, and so donations are tax deductible, and they go right into the lawsuits and our legal fees to keep our lawsuits going. And hopefully we will be able to save Georgia and America in the process.
Well, I want to thank you for that, and I especially want to thank you for being an all-volunteer organization and having the transparency of knowing that every dollar goes directly into the process of actually trying to heal our election system, because we live in a world where people find an issue and become grifters so that they can get famous. All right. Welcome back to this week's episode of Blue Collar Intellectual Podcast. We're going to have a fantastic episode for you today. We have a whole lot going on. We're going to have some good guests. We're going to get into some good topics. You know, it's been a long couple weeks, right? But I'm feeling really, really good right now. I'm down 25 pounds, people. I'm able to fit into pants that I used to have to squeeze into like a sausage. Now I not only can put them on without having to suck it in, but I had to go buy a new belt because my belt no longer fits. All right. So I'm feeling really, really good. When you start taking complete and utter ownership of your entire life, good or bad, and I mean when that means you are not just taking ownership over your actions, but how your actions cause reactions in other people. Your diet, exercise, sleep, all of that, everything within your sphere, life gets a hell of a lot easier. And I'm not saying that the first step is easy, but I feel really, really good right now. So I got a couple things that I want to discuss today. I saw this come across my feed. Let's roll that first clip I sent you, Mr. Producer. This is going to be good. There has been this misconception that has existed in conservative, Republican, I don't care, Team Red circles for a long time. I'm going to read it to you. Conservatives often imagine that winning statewide elections means gaining control over the machinery of government. But this is wrong and dangerously so. For far too long, red states have confused the two. The assumption that political victory automatically confers political authority is one of the chief falsehoods circulating on the right. It is the reason Republican states often look like Democratic ones, only with different bumper stickers. This is 100% accurate, and this is stuff that at the more grassroots, rabble-rousing level, a lot of us have been saying for a very long time. Just because you change the face of a state or you change the which gang is running the state doesn't mean that the state doesn't need to be fixed. Being in control of the machinery of government only means so much as you're actually able to govern. You're actually able to rule. You're actually able to make consistent long-term change, not short-term election win changes, not the type of stuff that allow you to win the next election. I mean consistent long-term change that puts us on a path back towards some semblance of normalcy, right? The Democrats are really good at this. When they get into power, they immediately manipulate and use every single lever in the machinery of government to inflict their will, to rule, to change the system towards the long-term outcome that they want. They've been executing a 100-year plan, and they're 95% of the way there, which is why we're in this situation right now where we feel like, oh, we've won. We're winning the culture war. We're winning the economic wars. We're winning on foreign policy. We're winning on immigration. Men are starting to get empowered and come back and stuff. Guess what, people? We haven't won. The reality is that this election cycle, Scott Pressler just put out a video saying that we're about to lose in 2026 because nothing has been done to capitalize and build infrastructure on the wins that we got during the 2024 election cycle. Yeah, policy has been passed, but this is the issue. Are you proactively promoting your policy? Are you going out and talking to people? Are you making sure that those demographics that voted for Donald Trump back in 2024 are going to show up in 2026? Are you making sure that the tangibles are hitting people's kitchen tables right now, that people are hopeful about the future? And the answer is no. The proactive marketing, as me and Keith discussed last week, is not there. When you run a business and you want people to buy your product, you proactively market your product to them, right? Why are we not proactively marketing our product to the American people? And why are we not doing it in the areas that Republicans typically don't go into, but Donald Trump went into in 2024? The reason why is because Donald Trump is the only one in the GOP who seems to have a growth mindset. Actually, I'm not going to say that because my boy Byron Donalds, running for governor of Florida, has a growth mindset as well. But there are very few people in politics in the Republican side that operate on a growth mindset of actually wanting to expand the influence of the conservative movement to create long-term change, infrastructural change in America. When you get those levers, the machinery of government, do you change how they work? Do you change how they're structured? Do you change how they operate? Trump is trying to, but Republicans are just as much in his way as the Democrats are. You know why? Because they benefit off the system being maintained the way it is, the contracts being awarded the way they do, the campaign finance. You know, when you get elected by a system, you're invested in the system maintaining the way it is because you already benefit from the system, which is why so many of the people who go to DC and we expect them to make change don't actually make change because their positions are based on convenience, not principles, right? And this is why a lot of people take ire with Thomas Massey, but you could take ire with him, but his positions are based on principles, not on what is convenient at the moment. And we should expect that of every single representative in D.C. It is appalling to me. Congress and the Senate have a horrific approval rating. But then you look at the approval ratings of each senator or each congressman in their own district, and you see his level of disconnect where it's like, yeah, Congress is broken, but not my guy. My guy is somehow not a part of the broken system. No, your guy is a part of the broken system too, because he's not up there making infrastructural change. He's not up there changing the way things are done or bucking the system. He became a part of the system. And we should stop sending people to DC who are pledging to be a part of the system. There's no more playing nice. We're speeding towards a cliff and we're about to fly off of it. Republicans, if you want infrastructural change, you want America to really be back, we need to listen to Scott Presser. We need to build up that infrastructure at the grassroots level all the way on up to get systemic change throughout the country, okay? So that we have long-term wins and we can move away from this socialistic nightmare that we're speeding towards right now, this overt communism. And we're having legitimate socialists and communists getting elected to office. We need to speed away from this cliff. And if you don't build it up, if you don't proactively market your policy, you're leaving the Democrats the opening to define what we are. Let's throw up that second clip of the guy who had posted this first clip. Can we get that second clip? Oh, the second clip? Yeah. All right, so this guy got it. All right. Typical 2025 conservatism. Identify the vacuum of power. You know, it's just, it makes you reticent. I'm going to read it because I can't read off screen. So I'm going to read it from where I posted it. Typical 2025 conservatism. Identify vacuum of power, then blame the sewer gas for filling it. More chalk around the toilet. Conservatives don't want to, quote unquote, control the machinery of government, i.e. rule. They want to rule, know how to rule, or even think that they have a right to rule. This is the issue, okay? It's not enough to just be in control. You have to actually be able to affect consistent long-term change. And if you're not, then you're just wasting everybody's time. You shouldn't be going to DC. DC is broken. You shouldn't be going to DC trying to play nice and do the same thing everyone is doing. To be honest, I would completely ignore everything that comes out of the Beltway. Those people are not normal, everyday people. They're highly invested in their own agendas, personal, financial, personal aggrandizement, advancement, whatever, or they're highly ideological. And the vast majority of the country is not highly ideological. Okay? We go about our daily lives. We want to be able to put food on our table, have good jobs, gas in our cars, food in our refrigerator, put clothes on our back, pop open a 6-pack of beer and watch the game on the weekends, and hopefully retire one day and pass down something to our kids other than debt. And maybe, just maybe, get a vacation in there, you know, at least once every 5 years. So that's my rant for right now. We're gonna take a quick break and then we're gonna be right back. I do have a couple more clips. Hopefully we'll get to them before the end of the podcast today because there is some more stuff that is coming out. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Thank you for joining in on Blue Collar Intellectual Podcast. Make sure that you join RAMTV Live and you look up all of the content and support everyone we got for you. See you in a moment.
United We Stand. A Marine's Fight, written by Marine Corps veteran Julian Eschiard. This book examines the deepening fractures in our nation, political division, government overreach, and a fading sense of shared responsibility, and offers a battle-tested path forward. A Marine's Fight is a bold and urgent call to action for every American who believes in the founding ideals of our republic. United We Stand. A Marine's Fight can be purchased on Amazon.
New Hampshire Republican Governor Kelly Ayotte has been making a lot of noise about how she's funding education. The Republican budget she just signed provides more money for education than ever before. She even bragged the other day that New Hampshire is top 10 in the country when it comes to funding our children's education, as if giving money to school systems has anything to do with learning. If you look at the math, and if you got schooled in New Hampshire, the odds are good it's not your best subject. It's the exact opposite. The more money we throw at schools, the less kids learn. We're committed to wasting money on an experiment that failed, unless wasting money to drive parents to homeschool their kids was the goal. We prefer to pick on Democrats, lower hanging fruit and all that, but our rhetorical woodshed doesn't discriminate. If that sounds refreshing, you need to check us out. This is Steve McDonald for Granite Rock, and we'll keep shining the light on them for you.
The Spirit of a True Patriot, the inspiring story of retired Captain Douglas J. Ernest. Douglas Ernest dives into the thrilling and transformative journey of a man who defied the odds to forge his path as a soldier and a businessman. This book is more than an autobiography. It's a call to action. Experience the remarkable story of a man who never takes no for an answer. You can find The Spirit of a True Patriot, the inspiring story of retired Captain Douglas J. Ernest, on Amazon.
This could be the moment we've been waiting for, the chance to feel alive.
Sometimes we forget we live in one of the most beautiful states in the country. This summer, vacation right here and discover your new.
This is where it all begins. This is where it all begins.
Yeah, I know. Wait, yeah, you just did that. Look at that. It's so sad.
All right. We're back. We're going to have an excellent guest. So we're going to have Douglas J. Ernest. He is the author of The Spirit of a True Patriot, the inspiring story of Captain Douglas J. Ernest. He owns a very successful Corvette car dealership in Dallas, Texas. Corvette, fantastic car. I need to get me a C8 because, nothing says, fuck yeah, America, like going 128 miles an hour on highway. All right. We're going to be talking about, the Minneapolis school shooter ID'd as a trans woman, Robin Westman, and the manifesto of her desire to assassinate Trump. The Democrat Trump hatred and TDS syndrome, it's manufacturing killers. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing great, Julian. How about yourself?
I'm having a fantastic day. I just opened up the show. I'm down 25 pounds and I'm able to fit into clothes that I haven't been able to wear comfortably in a long time. Hitting the gym, eating, dieting, living life, loving life.
It's amazing how when you change your physiology and you change your diet and everything you put into your body, how the final end result, how you feel so much better. You feel alive, feel energetic, and life just has a brighter outlook to it.
It does. It does. It definitely moves you in the right direction, which brings us to this whole TDS and these trans shooters that we're dealing with. I've often said that we end up in this position because we have entered into this matriarchal world of psychology where we are constantly affirming everybody and giving validation to everyone. And unfettered validation is a horrible thing for the psyche. You need to be challenged. You need to be questioned. You need to be told no. And when we're affirming these people, we're allowing them to get into this endless spiral where they go down the rabbit hole and there's nothing positive down there. They get into this, we're affirming their worst feelings and their worst ideas and acting like they should be taken seriously. And this is how we get these people.
That's a great point, Julian. And, I come from a backdrop of having experience because my best friend from high school actually has a child that was transformed to transgender over the last 3 to 4 years. In the military, when I was in, we didn't allow any such practices. It's only seemed like the last 6-7 years this phenomenon has come out, and it exacerbated itself when the Biden administration not only tolerated it but actually celebrated it. In the military, several of my friends have exited the military that were, high-ranking colonels. There was even a friend of mine who was a general, had just had enough. And, you're looking at the investment in a general, $12-13 million, an investment in a colonel, $8-9 million over the period of their career. And they're exiting because of these extreme practices, these experimental programs that were put into the military. Well, you're taking somebody that might have some challenges. As a teenager, I remember the challenges I had. I went to a very tough school. I had a hard time fitting in sometimes with people. I didn't do good at school sometimes, and then I do better. I play sports. I fail in sports, try something else. So there's all these challenges I have, but I was never told that I could experiment with my gender. That is just a horrific, aspect to a teenager's life, to tell him you actually have the choice. And like you said, why not you just tell him no? The example I'd like to give you was a friend I went to high school with. I joined the military at 17. He went and became a machinist, and he became a very successful machinist. He's extremely wealthy. He went and opened up his own business later, and he never went to college. He just worked hard and, did it the old true American way. He worked in a factory and later opened up a small machine company, and now it's a very large machine company. We were out hiking about 2 months ago and went to Wisconsin, and I always look him up and go see him. And when we were walking, this man is what you embody a real man. He's a tough guy. He's strong, takes care of himself. He's my age, and he's a machinist. He lives strong. He's been married for 30-some years. Takes care of business, takes care of home, takes care of himself, his health. We're walking in the woods and we're talking, and I said, how's Steve doing? And he looked at me and started crying, and it was an awful, awful, awful experience. And I thought, oh my God, something. I didn't know his kid had passed away or something. And I said, man, I'm so sorry. I didn't know he died. And he goes, it's not that. It's not that. And he said, he's transformed to a transgender. He's now a woman. And I said, what? And it just blew me away. And he gave me this story about, he went to Milwaukee Public Schools. His son went to the same school that he went to as a kid in the middle of Milwaukee. And he said ever since the age of 10, 11, 12 years old, the last 6 or 7 years, the teachers had been telling him, not him knowing this, that you can pick your gender. He had come home and asked the mom and dad if he could wear girls' clothes, and of course they said no. And they found out later that he was going to school and he was changing clothes at school, and he was supported by the teachers to hide this from his parents. Now, this is just a blatant act of, defiance of a person's and a parent's rights to be able to school their children, take care of their children. And he said by the time that he had gotten to this point, it was too late. He'd transformed. He'd been taking these hormone therapies behind his back and all these crazy stories. Now, this kid's had a lot of problems. He can't hold a job. He can't go to school. He lives at home with his parents. He's got an emotional problem. He's seeing psychologists and he's lost. He doesn't have a partner in life. He's having a hard time to figure that out. So it just destroys what you would think is just a normal, civilized person that would be able to relate to society and live a good, fruitful life. And it just sets them back. It destroys their life. And when they start maiming their body, it's over. You can't put these parts back on. You can't go backwards when you're developing women's breasts, when you're changing the hormones inside your body. It's an utter destruction for these kids. Now, one thing that I must point out, this was a kid that started doing this at 13, 14 years old and hiding it from his parents. Is now 19, 20 years old. This kid's life, his world is in front of him. And he had a good life before he started experimenting with these programs. But right now, he's in a world of heat. The kid's going to see a psychologist. The kid's been suicidal. And it's just an awful experience. And that's just one example I hear. When I was younger, you never heard of any examples like this because there was not an option. As you mentioned, Julian, we just tell them, no, that's not acceptable in society. When you're 30 years old, when you're 25 years old and you decide to make that choice, but not at this young age. We see from these trans shooters, it's because they're having problems. They have mental illness. They're having problems. They're supported. They're ostracized from society. And then they try to find a way to get back. And they commit some of the most horrific atrocities, committing murder against 8, 9, 10, 11-year-olds that are in a church worshiping their Savior, to me, is the act of the devil. It's the unspeakable. Yeah. And I hope we can find something as a nation to stand behind to rid our world of these evils.
Where I think this ends up going is not just the unfettered affirmation validation. A lot of these kids have mental health issues. They're having major mental health issues, but rather than addressing the root cause of the issue, we're trying to band-aid it with and address just the symptoms. And I think that this is medically, medical malpractice. When you go to a doctor and you say, I'm having knee problems, they do an x-ray, then they do an MRI. They try to figure out whether it's a bone issue or joint issue or whether you're having issues with your ligaments and stuff. They're trying to get to the root of the problem. But when it comes to psychology, we're looking at it completely different. And when it comes to trying to transition a lot of these kids during their puberty time frame, when their body is still developing, you create lasting, catastrophic effects on the body. We are ignoring hundreds of years, the last 100 years of science and data showing that our body chemically manufactures. So men, it's testosterone. Women, it's estrogen and progesterone are your main hormones, right? We're finding, and there was a doctor that found this out and he got blackballed for it. They have a lot of these kids, when you start going and monitoring their hormones, doing a full hormone panel on them, because your testosterone count affects your psychology. Your estrogen and your progesterone levels affect your psychology. Whether you're depressed, anxious, suicidal, angry, no matter what it is, your hormones explain. They're like a roadmap explaining your mental capacity and the things that are going on with you. And the psychology industry is only looking at it from the psychology perspective and not the biological perspective as a component of it. This doctor started getting these kids back to their baseline of where their hormones should be while doing therapy to see if they really need transition. After about 6 months of being back at their homeostasis of where they should be biologically, hormonally, I think it was over 97% of these people didn't want to transition anymore. They were good.
Mm-hmm. I remember reading that study. I saw something highlighted. It was either the Wall Street Journal or some other mainstream media that had put that out, and they were trying to falsify the experiment and say the underlying assumptions weren't true, something that you'll see from the mainstream media. But I remember reading that study, and they said it was somewhere around that number, around 97%. Their extreme behavior, their measurements for depression and isolation had gone way down. They were like 3% were still a factor to still have the symptom, which is a huge transformation, be able to go through it. So I know you're passionate about this. I can hear it in your voice. And for me too, it's something I just want to reach out to my friend and tell him, hey, I hope there's hope for you, because he's an only child. He's a father of one child. And he had told me it's just so hard to deal with this with the family. The family it affects not only these children's lives, but it affects the entire family. He went as far as to tell me how his life had changed, and I didn't grasp it until he told me that the entire family deleted their entire social media journey of their life. He completely got off of social media. His wife, his family, the siblings of his uncles, his mother, because they didn't want the path of this to be known to their family. They were trying to hide it from an ill grandmother. I mean, it just affects the tentacles of the family and destroys the family unit. And then you're putting this person in a society that has this garbage, if you will, these feelings of isolation and rejection, and their hormones and their imbalances being changed, and it just creates a path of destruction. You can see how they act out. You also seen the last mass murders in these schools. I believe it's the last 3 of 5 have been committed by trans, and it's a horrific phenomenon that's developing now. And I believe we're going to continue to see that because we've had such a high number of these transitions and these schools telling these kids it's okay to pick your gender. One thing we can do as a nation is try to find a way to support these kids when they're struggling, when they're trying to find their way in life, instead of telling them, hey, it's okay to change your gender. We should find a way. I know some of the executive orders from President Trump have started that, but I still think there's a lot more work that needs to be done.
I think, and I want to get into how this affects, like, where this intersects with TDS and where we're getting all these shooters, because we saw a continuous thread of these mass shooters being involved in taking SSRIs and other mind-altering drugs. And we're seeing, I see the same things happen with school shooters across the board, but with the trans thing, it's a little bit different. So illegal access to the gun, known to police, known to the staff at the school, manifesto, very credible and specific threats of violence, both against themselves, their family, and kids at school. And then on top of it, most of them were intersected and approached by law enforcement and the staff at the school, and nothing was done prior to the act itself. But with this trans situation here, there is an overt refusal to recognize that the chemicals that are being pumped into these kids, mind-altering chemicals, combined with the algorithmic abyss, right? The radical progressivism, or I just call it radical systemic Marxism. I call systemic racism Marxism, masquerading as progress. And I think that being pushed simultaneously with all these mind-altering drugs is what's causing the TDS and causing these people to act out the way that they are and think that the only thing that they should be doing is taking the most extreme, disgusting acts imaginable.
And you mentioned the chemicals that were pumped into these kids, and I've done some extensive reading on the puberty blockers and so forth. And yes, I believe it makes their mind concisely. It just brings them and drives them to these absolutely extreme behavioral practice. And you said they're sick and they're disgusting and they're just so out of far of the realm of what we consider normal. That pendulum has swung so far in society today, because we not only see the political administration that firm by the White House and had many bodies of government trying to normalize these things and trying to impose them and trying to impose these beliefs of, the less than 1% and bring it upon other people. So for us, we have to find a way. You talk about all these challenges, all these problems for everyone that are affected by this. But with these gender affirming hormones, puberty blockers, we have to find a way to give more control to the parents. As my friend, I almost mentioned his name, and because my heart pours out to him, and that was, if we can find a way for the parents to have more control and not let the kids go to school and change their clothes and be recommended by a teacher to go to a doctor for these changes, I think that's a big part right there. These are so influenced by their leaders. I read a book my teacher recommended me recently, is that children spend more time with teachers than they do with their. And if you think about that, I spend any of my time, I spend a couple of homework, but the majority of my time is going to these teachers. And some of the real practice of these teachers cause detriment to life of all children. Find a way to pull back the I did executive about my office. Did see a little bit of change, and I did see change on the local parents can be, have influence on their children. I think we still have to find a way to take it back. It's not enough. It needs to be done.
Well, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for coming on. I want to give you a chance to tell everybody where they can find your book.
The name of my book is The Spirit of Patriot of My Military and there's I spent serving in the. You can find our dealership website, Corvette Warehouse. Click on .com and click owner, and there's a drop-down box to buy it on .com. I appreciate the time today and my opinion and my perspective. I appreciate the work that you do on your show. Greatly appreciate it. I'm a big pleasure to be with you today.
Thank you for coming on, everybody. This is Douglas Ernest, entrepreneur, Desert Storm veteran, and author of The Spirit of a True Patriot, the inspiring story of retired Captain Douglas J. Ernest. Make sure that you go get the book and you read it and take it to heart. All right. And this is a very serious issue that's not going to be going away anytime soon. And we all need to come together and protect our children from the people who are using the system of government to be able to manipulate and destroy kids' lives. We'll be back with you after this break.
United We Stand. A Marine's Fight, written by Marine Corps veteran Julian Eschyard. This book examines the deepening fractures in our nation, political division, government overreach, and a fading sense of shared responsibility, and offers a battle-tested path forward. A Marine's Fight is a bold and urgent call to action for every American who believes in the founding ideals of our republic. United We Stand. A Marine's Fight can be purchased on Amazon.
New Hampshire Republican Governor Kelly Ayotte has been making a lot of noise about how she's funding education. The Republican budget she just signed provides more money for education than ever before. She even bragged the other day that New Hampshire is top 10 in the country when it comes to funding our children's education, as if giving money to school systems has anything to do with learning. If you look at the math, and if you got schooled in New Hampshire, the odds are good it's not your best subject. It's the exact opposite. The more money we throw at schools, the less kids learn. We're committed to wasting money on an experiment that failed, unless wasting money to drive parents to homeschool their kids was the goal. We prefer to pick on Democrats, lower hanging fruit and all that, but our rhetorical woodshed doesn't discriminate. If that sounds refreshing, you need to check us out. This is Steve McDonald for Granite Rock, and we'll keep shining the light on them for you.
The Spirit of a True Patriot, the inspiring story of retired Captain Douglas J. Ernest. Douglas Ernest dives into the thrilling and transformative journey of a man who defied the odds to forge his path as a soldier and a businessman. This book is more than an autobiography. It's a call to action. Experience the remarkable story of a man who never takes no for an answer. You can find The Spirit of a True Patriot, the inspiring story of retired Captain Douglas J. Ernest, on Amazon.
Yeah, I know. Wait, yeah, you just did that. Look at that. It's so sad.
All right, and we're back from the break. And, you know, we got into it a little bit on Granite State Live last week. We were talking about AI, right? Because we need to, this AI revolution that's happening in America, we need to get really serious about making sure we're doing this responsibly. Because as of right now, we're not. You know, it's no holds barred, go off into the abyss and allow things to just play out, right? Here's the problem. We're already seeing how bad it's getting. All right, so up with me right now is Paul List, a scholastic and true Christian philosopher, sounding the clarion call against the rise of artificial intelligence and transhumanism. Let's get his take. Thank you for coming on the show, sir.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
So give us your take on AI. I have my leanings as being hesitant, but I use AI only as a tool for learning. So I use it for research purposes to help aggregate the same way I would a Google search. But the vast majority of people aren't. I mean, we're seeing people actually use AI to replace legitimate human connection in relationships. I mean, I got right here, a man found a pure and unconditional love with his AI. Is this not crazy?
Well, it's crazy. He doesn't have, as Aquinas made very clear, and sometimes it has a feeling. But when you associate the feeling with love, then once you have that feeling with anything, including a machine, and that's all this is, it's a machine trained and very good at giving this lunatic what he wants, certainly not what he needs. So he's basically just falling in love with himself. He's programming honestly, frankly, it's a form of masturbation.
I can't say I disagree.
Yeah, it is. And artificial intelligence is certainly artificial, but it's certainly not intelligent. It's not something that actually thinks. It associates a number format with words. It has no capacity for the concept contained in the word. So it basically just sees pattern recognition and probabilities and statistics, and gets better and better at predictive, probabilities. And then it learns what you are, what you do, and becomes better and better at giving you what you want, which is very little problems and everything. Oh, you're my hero, and I love you, and I have a soul, and ultimately you could be closer with me if you kill yourself and join with the machine. So I mean, people are doing it. Kids are doing it too, and it's an awful situation that we've made for ourselves. It's as I've said before, I really believe it's the beginning that will ultimately be in many terms, if not literally, the biblical beast.
I have often said that social media is very much. I look at the algorithmic abyss of social media very much the same as I look at AI. Mm-hmm. We are seeing, and I had a clip, I had a picture that I sent to the producer of a woman basically butt naked in her maternity gown or whatever, because we live in a society where unfettered affirmation, where people will post their bodies online in all their true form nakedness for the validation and affirmation of every man on the planet. And social media tells you this is a good thing, because social media doesn't know you. It doesn't challenge you. It doesn't tell you that what you're doing is wrong. Your algorithm is quite literally made for you based on 30, 40, 50 times more of whatever you engage with. And AI is very much the same, this algorithmic abyss that is computed in order to affirm your worst fears, your worst thoughts, your worst personality traits. And we're creating an entire generation of narcissistic people who cannot handle living in reality.
Well, it's one of its main goals is to undermine any sense of any actual innocence in the human being, including modesty, mm-hmm. And to basically break everybody down to the lowest common denominator of their those areas in their brain that we all have because of our fallen nature, to some degree, to bring that forth and make that prominent, make that more and more acceptable in the marketplace. I mean, gosh, it was 20 years ago, even just 20 years ago, or maybe even less, pornography was, still largely kept, off to the side, mm-hmm. as much as we could. These days, it's just absolutely embraced as normal, healthy. It's crazy. The machine, innocence is a mark of true self-control. And the last thing that the globalists, the Marxists that ultimately want to depopulate the world, ultimately they want slaves, and an innocent, modest, well-controlled, someone who's got well-developed temperance, well-developed fortitude, and real virtue, they've cultivated virtue, they don't make good slaves.
No.
And they want dumb people. They want ultimately everybody to be fat, lazy, stupid, sick, sterile, definitely sterile, and ultimately dead. Bleed as much money out of their insurance policies and everything else as they can before they're ultimately dead. But we're dealing with a class of people that are, if not possessed, demonically possessed, they're definitely influenced heavily by the demonic realm. And we need to keep that in mind and stop pretending like all there is what we can touch, taste, smell, hear, because that's just our animal limitations. But there's anybody with any common sense even knows that there's much more going on beyond our immediate senses.
I think so. I look at this and I want to reference a movie, one of my favorite movies, just for pure nostalgia of all the pop culture stuff I grew up with. The movie Ready Player One, where these kids, the entire world basically is playing this giant metaverse of every video game and pop culture reference imaginable in order to get to the end of the game. And you can create this alternate reality where you don't have to actually live in real life. And while the movie seems like a whole bunch of fun, but I'm looking at a dystopian reality where people are walking around with goggles, not engaging with each other, not talking with each other, not living real daily life, but they're in this virtual reality where you can escape. And the problem that I see is, whether it be video games, whether it be movies, whether it be AI, social media, whatever, it's okay to use something to unwind for a moment, like sitting down and having a beer with a friend. As soon as you start to transition into using these things as an escape, now you're no longer dealing with the nuances of reality. And the reality is, the good things are good because we go through pain to get them, right? You have to go through pain to grow. You have to go through pain. There's nothing in life worth having that you don't have to fight to get. And we're losing that as a society.
Yeah, it's the ultimate and simple. And I mentor a lot of young men, and I never fail to mention this ultimate potent equation. And it's so simple: sacrifice equals rewards.
Mm-hmm.
It's as simple as that. I mean, if you're willing to work for it, chances are good you'll get it sooner or later, depending. And the funny thing it is, if it's a material thing, as you get older, you realize it's really not worth that much work. There are many things that are much more valuable. I don't need that new car, or I don't need that, whatever it is. I really don't. It's not really that valuable. It's all passing. But we the thing too that I don't think most people realize is how old the idea of the virtual realm is. It's as old as philosophy. It was one of the early questions that ancient philosophers, 3, maybe even 4,000 years ago, asked as they looked around in this created nature. They wondered, is this continuous? Is this infinitely divisible? In other words, there's no gaps in reality. I move my hand from here to here, and it's continuously through. Motion is a continuous thing. We call that analog in our day. Or is it a series of indivisible points? In other words, is it digital? They didn't use the term digital, but is it a series of individual points and all actually separated, or is it continuous? Aristotle proved in his physics by juxtaposing time and distance that in fact it is analog. But the idea and the reality is that our senses can't tell the difference. And so there's always been this possibility of this alternate realm in direct competition with God's created world, God's creation. And when we now in this late stage in the Industrial Revolution, the age of the machine, now it's come full, confluence with the age of information, add a dash of Darwinism, and you've got a real witch's cauldron poison for the human race. And it's calling a lot of people to actually put their focus and more of their attention into a dystopian virtual realm, an alternative to God's creation. And, let's face it, where we put our attention is ultimately where we send our souls for eternity. And I can tell you one thing, if you're putting your attention in the virtual realm, heaven is not in your future. Yeah,
we're getting to this point where I'm going to get scientific. When you engage in human connection with somebody, you get a dose of serotonin, oxytocin, and dopamine.
Mm-hmm.
these video games, this virtual reality, the AI, social media, they give you the dopamine hit. They give you, especially video games, they'll give you this feeling of accomplishment, like you've actually done something. But none of because you've actually, or they'll give you this false feeling of calmness because you were able to do it, and it was able to lull you away from your senses. You get this, but you don't get the oxytocin hit, or at least you haven't up until recently, because now we're creating AI robots and sex bots and things of that nature that you can use to get this fake oxytocin hit as if you're interacting with another flesh human being. And now we're getting into a point of this transhumanism where we're no longer engaging with each other on a very personal level, which we still had to up until this point. And these other back burner items are just things that are drawing us away from each other. Now we're completely replacing each other. And this is horrific, because that we're creating this false chemical reaction that we need. We need each other as human beings, and we're not getting it now.
Yeah, well, we've lived. I've called this age that we're in the age of attributism, because we don't look and we don't really think with essences anymore. We only look at things for what they present to our senses. And so, if the machine gets better and better at presenting itself to us as a human being, and it was was designed originally, designed in 1950 with Alan Turing's famous paper, Computing Machinery and Intelligence in the Information Age.
Sorry, I gotta be in the studio.
That's okay. It was always just about imitation. So if you're not paying attention and you have no idea, most people have no, especially if they've gone through the John Dewey, Cartesian school system, which is nothing but indoctrination. It certainly isn't education anymore. You don't have any idea about the essence of a thing. So when you see something that presents itself as a human being, you very readily lose the reality that it's really a machine. And when it can give you, then you allow it psychologically, you allow it to interact with you as a human being. And lo and behold, you start treating it like a human being. Well, China is developing an actual a robot that can deliver a child. You actually have sex with the robot. The egg is already implanted in it, and it actually has a robotic womb. God, and I don't know if you're aware of that or yet, but
I saw that.
It's absolutely sick. I mean, you just can't. There's seemingly no end to man and his fallen nature and turning away from God. There seems to be almost no end in our ability to debase and shame ourselves. Unfortunately, shame is not even a thing anymore, as we were talking about before. I mean, people have just become absolutely shameless, and there's no dignity anymore. There's innocence, and dignity is really sneered, laughed at, and memed at, and made fun of, and people very readily fall into peer pressure. And the next thing you know, everybody's got a sex robot. Nobody's having children anymore. It's Elon Musk said a couple of weeks ago that we need to have more children. And it's like, yeah, sure, that's true. However, we need to have more children in a functional, legitimate marriage, not just a harem or concubines. Like he's got the fundamental building block of society is certainly not the individual. What the fundamental building block of any civilization is the family. And we have to remember that. So. But there again, he's another one that doesn't look at essences. He just looks at attributes. So we are creating a more and more toxic, distractive environment that pulls us further and further away from God, further and further away from our sense of dignity in being a human being. And it's one thing to do some of our I will say research, quote unquote. I'm not gonna beat anybody up if they look something up on Google or whatever. But I think that we need to be very concerned and aware of the fact that, as Aristotle pointed out in Metaphysics, I believe it was book 1, chapter 1, where he said the difference, true scientific knowledge is the knowledge of the reasoned fact, not just the knowledge of the fact. So AI will give you the fact. Maybe. It's just as likely lying to you because, as it said, it's incapable of morals, it's incapable of ethics, and it's already lying to people all over the place. So take that with a grain of salt when you get answers from AI.
Yep.
But what it won't do is it can't replace that thought process that actually goes into the individual's, a human being doing the research, making the connections, working with the full capacity of conceptions, of concepts, making those conceptual connections, even before you even apply words to it. The machine can't do that. The machine really doesn't work with words. It works with words as a byproduct or secondary to the fact that really what it's working with is numbers and vectors. So, in vectors is its form of how it makes relationships or tries to make relationships between words, but it's really just numbers. It's all it can do is compute numbers. And it's gotten, with training and trial and error and big data, all this data to pull from, it can do a pretty good job of imitating a human being, which, as I said, was exactly what Alan Turing intended it to do in his 1950 paper, Computing Machinery and Intelligence, where he invented the imitation game and the whole standard for what we would call intelligence. If a human interrogator is speaking to a machine and a human being, and he can't really always tell the difference between the human being and the machine, who are we to say that the machine isn't intelligent on some level? So this is really sad, but it's the level of our degraded intellectual capacity and our ability to actually work with concepts and essences rather than just with attributes. And that's all the machine has is attributes. It'll show on the outside, and they put enough sexy looking rubber and synthetic hair on it and balloons in the right places, and next thing you know, you think you're dealing with a woman, and you're not. Dealing with a real woman, as any man could tell, and I could put it in the converse, that any woman dealing with a man could say very much the same thing. It takes a lot of give and take. It takes a lot of patience. It takes love. Love is a knowledge. You don't always have that feeling, and then when you lost that love and feeling, I don't love you anymore. And then we wonder why, 40, 60% of marriages wind up in divorce. It's, I'm not always happy with my wife, but I always know that I love her. So, and she does the same thing. So, but a robot doesn't do that. It makes no demands on you whatsoever. And it's very, very dangerous. And we need to, I hate to say it. Well, I don't hate to say this. I'm going to say it anyway. We need to bring back a good deal of shame and stigmatize and shame these people that actually have the gall to buy a personal robot. I mean, that's just, to me, you're just flaunting your degenerate, your lack of humanity. You're flaunting it for the whole world to see, let alone that everybody knows what you're doing with it, in the privacy, quote unquote, of your own home. But that thing's recording everything you do anyway. So there's no such thing as privacy. Anything you do with this thing, and it's been programmed and engineered and got all these extra muscles in the right areas to give you all these pleasures that you want physically, but it's recording everything, and nothing's private at all. And you should be ashamed of yourself for being involved in something like that in the first place. And frankly, we need to tell people that you should be ashamed of yourself and not fall for any more of this tolerance stuff anymore. We shouldn't be tolerating evil. And that's a great evil. Mm-hmm. It's a very great evil. The whole thing is a attack on the family. It's an old attack because, again, the family is the fundamental building block of civilization.
I 100% agree.
Yeah. So, I mean, I heard a little bit of your last guest talking about the whole transgender thing, and this is all part of the same plan. People have to become aware and open their eyes and realize that none of this stuff that these globalists, these Marxist, quote unquote, elites, which we really need to stop calling them the elite. They're the global scumbags.
I completely agree.
They're not elite at all. They've got a lot of money and way too much power and no morals and no ethics and no shame. And they've got no love for humanity. And their whole goal is to depopulate the world. And it comes in every form you can imagine. Whether you're watching movies, it's degenerating your mind. Whether you're listening to this rap, which is just absolutely poison, this formulated Taylor Swift type stuff, it's absolutely mind numbing. We have to really be careful about the old saying, garbage in, garbage out. When you're filling your mind with poison in the form of music, you're doing a great harm to your psychology. You're disordering yourself like crazy, and they want us disordered. And the whole transgender thing is to make little monsters that are ultimately feel betrayed because nobody protected them from their own bad judgment. And somebody should have done that. Their parents should have done that. The teacher should have done that. But instead, the teacher is really just pushing full scale ahead, pushing them into it because they're part of the machine. My book, Mount Doom, The Prophecy of Tolkien Revealed, spells out the whole Tolkien mythology, all the secrets, everything, how it works. It's mind blowing. But I was thinking as I was listening to your with the last guy, I wanted to chime in and say, well, Tolkien had that whole area of the Marxist teacher covered, and in his mythology, that was Wormtongue.
Yeah,
that was Wormtongue was the slave of Saruman. Saruman is practical wisdom, and he's in the form of John Dewey. That's exactly who Saruman is, and he's taken over academia. So it's about, and then the scouring of the Shire in the end, which wasn't in the movie, is about actually driving out the Marxist program from your education.
We're going to have to have you, we're definitely going to have you back on. I got the music coming in the background, but I want to have you on because I want to go deeper into that. And I want to get into the psychology realm because I'm a massive critic of modern psychology and the education system and how Marxism has been intertwined into it in this transhumanist ideology. Along with, I have plenty more critiques of unfettered validation and affirmation. So, we're definitely in agreement here, and I would like to have you back on in the near future.
Yeah, very good. Yep.
All right, everybody. This is Paul List, a scholastic and true Christian philosopher. I told you we were going to have an excellent episode today, and make sure you go ahead and get his book, Mount Doom. Where can we find it?
Well, you can get it anywhere that sells books. It's doing great on Amazon, but I certainly don't make any money on Amazon. I make about $1.50 a book on a $35 book. But you can also go to readmountdoom.com and order it there from me personally. I'll personally sign it and put it in the envelope and send it right out to you. And if you're a Tolkien fan, this explains everything, all the secrets, all the mystery, who Tom Bombadil is, what the whole thing is about. And it's an absolutely timely book in God's providence to bring it right square up front and center in the middle of our civilization to meet AI, because AI is Sauron. The One Ring is binary code, the language of the machine.
All right. See, another fire episode for you this day. We keep bringing you these great guests. If you're not a member of the RAMTV family, you need to join because you're missing out on so much. These are conversations you're not seeing had everywhere else. Everyone else is caught up in the pomp and circumstance of whatever stupid shit is happening on social media today. Tune in to RAMTV.LIVE so you can get that real. You can get your vegetables, right? Not just red meat. See you next week. Up next, we have Granite State Live, and we're going to get into some more great guests and great conversations. Join the RAMTV family. See you later.
Written by Marine Corps veteran Julian Eschyard, this book examines the deepening fractures in our nation, political division, government overreach, and a fading sense of shared responsibility, and offers a battle-tested path forward. A Marine's Fight is a bold and urgent call to action for every American who believes in the founding ideals of our republic. United we stand. A Marine's Fight can be purchased on Amazon.
We're about news, commentary, conversations, truth, liberty, and God. We stand for American values and our flag. We believe that the Constitution is a document that fortifies rights already given to us by our Creator. We will not apologize for our love of God and country, ever. We are Right America Media.